Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video. This is the 7th part of What If Naruto Was Raised by the Sannin. I have been busy with exams these past couple of weeks, so I haven't been able to post as much, but I'm done with that now and will be back full force. I've got some cool stories coming out soon, so keep an eye out for that. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys, along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 35. The Hokage's Swan Song. Or, don't think this is over already. In the middle of the forest clearing, the 4 Konoha ninja stared at each other, waiting for their respective enemies to make the first movement. Eventually, the one to attack first was Minato, who in a display of superhuman speed, dashed towards Jiraiya, ready to gut him open with one of his custom kunai. Fortunately, besides giving him impressive sensory abilities, Sage Mode also enhanced Jiraiya's reflexes, allowing him to welcome Minato with a well-placed kick to the face, which sent the former Hokage rolling backwards. His wife decided to take the initiative. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chains shot from Kushina's back, and flew at the Toad Sage. Jiraiya smirked, jumped at the chains, and started grabbing all of them. When the last chain was within his grasp, he pulled with his enhanced strength, sending Kushina flying. Anko, now! Jiraiya called. Anko nodded, and leapt as well to meet Kushina mid-air. She then cast her arms forward. Multiple hidden shadow snake hands. Many snakes emerged from both her sleeves, and wrapped tightly around Kushina's body, pinning her arms against her body, as well as immobilizing her legs. The Uzumaki woman fell to the ground with a thud, and struggled to break free from the snake's bind, but it was too great. Good, it seems that you found a way to restrain me, Kushina praised Anko. But I'm afraid such trick won't work on my husband, you know. We'll think something. It was Jiraiya who answered. No ninja is invincible, and Minato is not an exception. I wish I could have your confidence, Hokage-sama, Anko replied, a bit panicky as Minato prepared to attack again. Once again, Minato pulled out one of his customized kunai. Jiraiya wondered if the impure world resurrection provided him an infinite stock and tossed it high into the air, just above the Hokage and the special Jonin. Minato then teleported to the flying kunai, grabbed it with one hand while making a hand seal with the other. Shadow Clone Kunai Jutsu. Minato tossed the kunai downwards, which instantly turned into a dozen. Ah! Jiraiya called. On it. The small ancient toad replied. He took a deep breath, and blew a powerful gust of wind at the incoming kunai, dispersing them in every direction. Anko decided that it was a good time to take advantage of Fukasaku's jutsu. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Anko breathed a stream of fire into Fukasaku's wind attack, which turned it into a fiery wave of fire. Unfortunately, Minato vanished before the flames could engulf him. Anko, to your right. Jiraiya warned. Anko pulled out a kunai and took a defensive swipe, just in time to stop a couple of incoming shuriken. Minato repeated the process multiple times, teleporting to one his marked kunai, pelting Anko and Jiraiya with shuriken, and disappear before they could counterattack. Sometimes, he tossed another of his marked kunai. The 2 Konoha ninja decided to fight back to back in order to have a better chance blocking his projectiles. Damn it! We can't stay like this. If all we do is just defend, he'll end up killing us. Anko protested. Sensei, my marked kunai. Try to take them and toss them away. Minato advised, while he continued his onslaught. I'd like to try, but you won't let me. Jiraiya replied in frustration. Oh, sorry. Minato sheepishly said. Leave that to us, boy. Shima interjected. She opened her mouth, and used her long tongue to catch one of the kunai in the ground and passed it to Jiraiya, who sealed it inside a scroll. Both Fukasaku and Shima repeated the process until there were no kunai left. Jiraiya then burned the scroll to make sure Minato couldn't retrieve them. I believe that's the last one, good job. Minato praised them. However, you should be careful now. Since I'm out of kunai, I'll more than likely try to leave a mark in your bodies, and once I do that, the mark won't be able to be removed, so make sure I don't get near you. I'll try, Jiraiya dully replied, as he prepared for Minato's next attack, which didn't take any time to arrive, as he made a single hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Minato created a single clone, and the two of them made a single hand seal each. Fire release, majestic hurricane. Minato's clone blew a massive tornado, while the original breathed a stream of fire into it, creating a tornado of flames which advanced menacingly towards Jiraiya and Anko. Luckily, Jiraiya was on his way to counter it. Earth release, multiple Earth-style walls. Several tall and thick stone walls emerged from the ground, getting in the way between the firestorm and the two Konoha ninja. Jiraiya tried to guess what Minato was going to do. I know Minato. Even if he's out of kunai, he only uses attacks of this scale as a distraction. He'll use it to get close to us and mark us. But, thanks to Sage Mode, I can sense where he is. The tornado was enough to plow through the walls, but with each wall it destroyed lost some power, until it was completely dispelled. Wait, he's still far from us, where he could be, oh shit. Jiraiya inwardly cursed in realization. Sensei, I'm over here. Minato called, albeit it was too late. Jiraiya and Anko saw that Minato had teleported where they had left Kushina, and dispelled the summoned snakes, releasing her. Of course he would try to save Kushina first, Jiraiya thought, berating himself for not realizing of that. Even if it's not for love, being supported by an ally is the most logical tactic. Boy, this is going to be a tough fight. Meanwhile, back at Konoha, Itachi and Tobirama were continuing their duel. Some people saw the fight and wanted to help, but like Jiraiya before him, Itachi told them to go away, since the younger Senju brother was way too powerful for them. I think you shouldn't reject their help, Tobirama pointed out as he attacked Itachi with a flurry of kunai swipes. I don't do it out of arrogance. Very few ninja here are capable of fighting a Hokage on equal grounds, Itachi replied, as he parried the swipes with his katana, taking a step back each time. And you are? Tobirama asked again. There's a difference between compassion and condescension. Besides, your breathing is getting worse, and your movements are becoming slower and sloppier as a result. You won't last long against me. We'll see about that, Itachi defiantly replied, as he managed to expertly swipe the kunai from Tobirama's hand and kicked him backwards. He dashed towards the second ready to slice him, but his blade ended up hitting an afterimage. Told you not to get overconfident, Tobirama's voice said from behind, as the reanimated Hokage sank a kunai in Itachi's back. But much to the Senju's shock, it shattered when it hit an invisible barrier. What? A red ghostly ribcage appeared around Itachi, followed by a giant skeletal arm made of pure chakra which tried to grab Tobirama. However, the Hokage reacted in time and dodged the ghostly fingers. A second arm and a skull appeared as well, creating a skeleton, or at least, the upper part of one. When Tobirama noticed Itachi's eyes, he saw that the tomos of his Sharingan had merged with the pupils, creating a pattern of a three-bladed shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tobirama mused aloud. His face frowned in disgust. Tell me, whom did you have to kill in order to awaken it? With all due respect, Hokage-sama, that's none of your business, Itachi politely but firmly replied, before coughing a bit. I don't like to resort to this, but I believe I have no other options. If you have mastered the Mangekyo Sharingan, combined with your skill in other areas, you weren't boasting when you claimed to be among the few who could fight a cage on equal grounds, Tobirama admitted. But make no mistake, yours is far from the first Susanoo I face, and with this body I possess it will be of little help. Let's see who's right then, Itachi declared, as flesh started to cover the skeletal chakra construct, giving it a more humanoid appearance. Tobirama started to make hand seals. Water release, water formation wall. The second Hokage expelled a massive wall of water from his mouth, ready to crush Itachi and his Susanoo like a tsunami, but the Uchiha already had a way to counter it. Amaterasu. A wall of black flames appeared between Itachi and Tobirama, stopping the incoming torrent, since the flames not only couldn't be doused by water, but they could consume them as if they were fuel, raising a cloud of steam. Come, take the bait. Itachi pleaded as he clutched his chest. His eyes were starting to bleed as well. Thankfully, as Itachi had hoped, Tobirama used the steam as a cover and leapt above the wall of black flames, heading towards Itachi. Valiant effort, but like I told you, in the end, useless, Tobirama said. Don't be so soon at claiming victory, Itachi declared as he was about to play his last card. Sword of Totsuka. A sword made of yellow flames appeared on the right hand of Itachi's Susanoo, and used it to impale Tobirama, who was in mid-air, and thus he was unable to dodge the stab. Nice hit, but this body can withstand any form of harm, including complete disintegration, Tobirama repeated. Then, he grew confused when the Susanoo grew a second right arm, whose hand was holding a jar. Soon the second was starting to get pulled into the jar. What kind of jutsu is this? The sword of Totsuka will seal inside the jar anything it pierces, no matter how powerful, Itachi explained. I won't be able to destroy your body, but I can make sure you won't be in a position to do more damage. I see, Tobirama smiled as he was being sealed. Good job defeating me today, Itachi Uchiha. You did Konoha a great service you could feel proud of. Once Tobirama was completely sealed, Itachi allowed himself to relax. His Susanoo instantly vanished, as his body was completely drained of energy, being replaced by extreme exhaustion and pain. His legs failed to support him, and the Uchiha collapsed into the ground face first. He could barely move any muscle of his body, and doing so caused him no small amount of pain. The sound of the nearby battles reminded Itachi that there was still a battle going on around him, and he couldn't take time to rest. But once again, nothing came out of moving. Even if his body deigned to move, his eyes were also hurting like hell, and breathing was nearly impossible. He remained still for several minutes, waiting until somebody found him. Hopefully that somebody would be a Konoha ninja. Itachi. Itachi tried to turn around to see who called his name. He feared it would be an enemy, but if that was the case he wouldn't have been addressed by his name. Besides, the voice sounded familiar. The fallen Uchiha felt a pair of hands turning him around, and saw his cousin Shisui staring at him with worried eyes. Oh, damn. Look at you. What happened here? A concerned Shisui asked. With blood pouring from both his mouth and eyes, Itachi didn't look good at all. Kurokaze-sama told me you were fighting a revived second Hokage. Where is he? I defeated him. Itachi managed to reply. What? How? Shisui asked, before shaking his head. You know what? Forget about it, you can tell me later. Shisui helped Itachi stand up, and had one of Itachi's arms surround his shoulders. Let's take you to the hospital so Shizune-chan can patch you up. Shisui made a single hand seal, and the two Uchiha disappeared from there. Orochimaru was grinning widely as he traded blows with his former sensei. The idea that Sarutobi's staff was a living being that felt pain whenever it parried a blow from Kusanagi brought joy to the pale long-haired man. However, he suddenly felt something that erased the smile from his lips, and was replaced by shock and incredulity. What? I can no longer feel Tobirama. Orochimaru thought, mildly distressed. How? There's no way they could have found a way to permanently kill a reanimated body. Of course, this change of attitude didn't go unnoticed by Sarutobi. What's wrong, Orochimaru? Something's not going as you planned? The formed Hokage sardonically asked. No need to panic. Tobirama was the weakest of the reanimated Hokage. As long as Hashirama and Minato are still standing, the invasion can succeed, Orochimaru thought, mostly to calm himself down. Just in case, the snake Sannin decided to check how the others were doing. Hashirama was fighting Tsunade. Oh, that was too good. Orochimaru wished he could spend more than a second watching his former teammate fighting her beloved grandfather, and as expected, Minato and Kushina were still fighting Jiraiya and Anko. However, he realized that, if somebody was able to nullify the impure world resurrection once, they could do it again. Better finish this as soon as possible. Everything's going just as planned, Orochimaru lied, then he went back to grinning. Now, to keep going with the plan, let's send you to your grave, okay? Your place in the memorial stone is long overdue. Meanwhile, just like how Orochimaru had witnessed, Tsunade was fighting alone against her grandfather. Hashirama summoned several wooden vines that lunged at the slug Sannin, but they were shattered by a devastating punch. Come on grandfather, I know you can do better than this. Tsunade taunted as she dashed towards the first and tried to kick him. I know. However, Orochimaru limited our power, so it's easier for him to keep us under his control, Hashirama explained as she dodged his granddaughter's kick. Her face didn't reflect it, but Tsunade was grateful for such thing. She was aware of the power of her grandfather, and at full power, he could easily destroy Konoha, or any ninja village, no matter how big or how many ninja they had in their ranks. So that's why you haven't entered Sage Mode yet, Tsunade guessed. I usually save Sage Mode for the strongest opponents, but I believe that Orochimaru would have wanted me to go all out against Konoha, Hashirama replied. So don't worry, what you see is what you're going to get. Good then, Tsunade bit her thumb and started making hand seals. Then I should try to use everything I have. Summoning Jutsu. Tsunade slammed her hand into the ground, creating a huge cloud of smoke. When the smoke dispelled, Katsuyu the slug boss was under Tsunade. She took no time to notice their common enemy. Tsunade-sama, is that Hashirama-sama? Katsuyu asked. I'm afraid he is, old friend, Tsunade replied. But, But how? Hashirama-sama died during the first ninja war. Katsuyu replied, shocked. It's too long to explain. Let's say that Orochimaru used his dark arts to bring my grandfather back to life as a puppet of his evil will, and is using him to help his forces destroy Konoha. We have to find a way to send him back where he belongs, Tsunade instructed. You can count on me, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu stated as she charged towards Hashirama. Acid spray. The giant slug released a wave of yellow corrosive liquid at the reanimated Hokage. Hashirama jumped out of the way, but the acid managed to instantly dissolve all the wood he had summoned prior. Of course, that wasn't nowhere near enough to deter the undead Senju. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. A serpentine dragon made of wood emerged from underground, and quickly wrapped itself around the giant slug. Katsuyu struggled a bit, before dividing into multiple smaller clones, which all scattered in multiple directions, with one of the smaller ones attached herself to Tsunade's shoulder. I'll heal you from any wound you might get, the small clone replied. Do you want me to help you, or do you prefer if I help the rest of the Konoha ninja? As much as it pains me to leave my fellow comrades to their own, grandfather is way more dangerous than whatever rabble Orochimaru had gathered, no matter their numbers, so I need you here so we can ensure he doesn't do any more harm to Konoha. As you wish, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu agreed. Hashirama made a hand seal. Wood release, wood clone jutsu. Several brown stumps started to grow around Hashirama, and as they grew bigger, they started to take an humanoid form until they became perfect replicas of the first Hokage, who dashed towards Tsunade. The Sannin, on her part, started to gather chakra into her right fist, which started to glow with a flaming blue aura, before dashing to meet the wooden clones. She threw her fist against the clone she was the closest. Heavenly Fist of Destruction. The clone tried to catch Tsunade's punch, but came with such force that it immediately shattered into splinters. The other clone smartly tried to move aside, but Tsunade's attack creating a huge shockwave that also destroyed the ones which were closer, and hurled aside those which were the furthest. Unopposed, Tsunade charged towards her grandfather, who waited for her in a fighting pose. You've become a very powerful kunoichi, Tsuna. I'm really proud of you, Hashirama warmly praised her as he dodged Tsunade's destructive blows. Thanks. I tried my best to live up to both you and granduncle. Though my ninja path wasn't as great or glorious as I had imagined, Tsunade sorrowfully replied, not ceasing to deliver blows. Every legend has its dark side, Tsuna. The important thing is never let said darkness to consume us. I know what happens when somebody lets such thing happen, Hashirama stated in a grave tone. You lost somebody precious to you, didn't you? Yes, Tsunade replied. My former fiancé, Dan, and Nawaki-chan, I lost both of them during the Second Ninja War. Nawaki-chan is dead? Hashirama asked in shock. The fact that there was a second ninja war and unbeknown to him, even a third was just an afterthought. I'm very sorry to hear that. I wish I could have been there to comfort you. The remaining Hashirama clones tried to ambush Tsunade, but they were body slammed by the reformed Katsuyu. It's okay, grandfather. There was a time in which I thought that there was no more in life for me, and I gave up to despair. Tsunade's sight darkened for a second, before lightening up again, and gave a hint of a sincere smile. But I was able to move on. I learned to love again, and let others love me. Does that mean that you're married? Hashirama tentatively asked, while making hand seals. Wood release, great forest jutsu. Hashirama's left arm turned into multiple thick tree branches which tried to wrap themselves around Tsunade. Tsunade repelled the attack with a roundhouse kick, shattering the tree branches. Yes, Tsunade replied. There was this man who always tried to hit on me since we were kids. A huge pervert, but also wonderful man. We have 4 children. 2 biological, and 2 adopted. Tsunade surprised herself when she realized that she was thinking of Shizune like a daughter. But given that she raised her since Shizune was just a kid, it wouldn't be that surprising. Really? That's wonderful. I'm so happy to see that you have such a wonderful life, Tsuna, Hashirama smiled at her. That's why you need to try your hardest to stop me. You can't let that snake destroy what me and so many others worked so hard to build and preserve. I will try my hardest. I still can't believe that Orochimaru went so far in his vendetta against Konoha, Tsunade mentioned. To think that we used to be teammates. Hashirama was a bit taken aback by the revelation, but his surprise diminished when he remembered that he went through something similar in his life. Betrayal hurts the most when it comes from somebody we thought as a friend, doesn't it? Hashirama sadly replied. We stopped being friends long time ago, but I was hoping Orochimaru wouldn't think of his former home with such disregard, Tsunade replied. From what I heard, many tried to destroy the village, and as I can see, they failed so far. Let's make sure Orochimaru becomes the latest in a long line of failures, shall we? Hashirama asked. Tsunade smiled, and nodded. You can count on that. In another part of the village, Asuma and Kurenai were holding off a group of auto ninja while a group of civilians were being escorted to a nearby bunker. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. The enemy ninja close to Kurenai soon saw trees growing around them, their branches wrapping around their bodies, leaving them completely immobilized. Taking advantage of the state of their enemies, Asuma dashed towards them, while channeling his chakra through his trench knives. Unfortunately, two other enemies stood in his way, parrying his attacks with their kunai before the Sarutobi Jonin could reach their prey. Come on, give up, you're outnumbered. One of the auto ninja called them. At that moment, several cloaked figures wearing Onbu masks descended from the roofs of nearby building, landing behind the two Konoha Jonin, which smirked at the attackers. What do you say now? Kurenai taunted them. However, much to her and Asuma's confusion, the auto ninja started to chuckle, and looked even more confident than before. The two Jonin grew uncomfortable. You're still outnumbered, the same auto nin haughtily replied. In that moment, Kurenai turned around to see several of the Onbu tossing kunai and shuriken at the unsuspecting couple. Watch out, Kurenai yelled as two kunai appeared on her hands, and deflected some of the tossed weapons. Unfortunately, some find their mark on her partner's back. Asuma. Arg. The bearded man groaned in pain. It's okay, it's just a flesh wound. But you have. No time to argue. Asuma started making hand seals. Wind release, dust cloud jutsu. Asuma exhaled a powerful stream of dust at the auto ninja. Some of them were also making hand seals. Fire release, great dragon fire. Several auto ninja answered Asuma's wind attack with a combined fire jutsu of their own, which even if it was weaker individually, together it managed to overpower the Sarutobi's attack. At the same time, the Onbu charged forward. Damn! Asuma cursed. Fortunately, his girlfriend had him covered. Earth release, double earth-style wall. Two walls emerged at each side of the street, cutting both the auto ninja and the traitorous Onbu from them, blocking both the fire attack, as well as stopping the Onbu from reaching them. The duo's enemies merely jumped above the walls, but they saw, much to their shock, that Asuma and Kurenai had been replaced by multiple raging beasts, such as monstrous hounds, lions and wolves, making them instinctively step back. You idiots! That's just a genjutsu. An auto officer chastised upon seeing the trap, and dispelled it. Much to their shock, Asuma and Kurenai were nowhere to be seen. Sir, do you want us to look for them? An auto grunt asked. The officer shook his head. They'll come out sooner or later. Let's continue with the invasion as planned. Meanwhile, in a dark alley not too far away from there, Kurenai had just removed the kunai and shuriken embedded on Asuma's back, and was patching the wounds with her supplies of her portable med kit. What the hell just happened? Asuma asked in frustration. Those Onbu. They clearly weren't Onbu. Orochimaru was smart enough to disguise some of his troops as our Black Ops units in order to ambush unsuspecting Konoha ninja, just like it happened to us, Kurenai reasoned. We need to warn others not to trust Onbu, or any masked ninja for that matter, Asuma added. I'll check if the area is safe, Kurenai suggested. Can you move on your own? To prove his point, Asuma stood on his feet. It hurts a little, but like I told you, it's just a flesh wound. I can still going on. Alright. But don't force your body too much, Kurenai replied. Asuma nodded. And as soon as Kurenai left the safety of her spot, an orange blur appeared before her. Kurenai-sensei, Naruto yelled, startled the Jonin a bit. Thank Kami I found you. Naruto, what are you doing here? And don't shout, enemy ninja are everywhere. Kurenai replied. I'm not the real Naruto, but a clone, the clone explained. Listen, something really awful happened. Thanks to Shisui's mastery of the body flicker, they managed to not only arrive to the hospital in a few seconds, but also bypass all the fights that were going on all around Konoha. Fortunately, the street where the hospital was in was tightly defended. Obviously, Konoha couldn't left such a vital spot unprotected. Hold on a bit, in no time you'll feel like new, Shisui reassured his cousin as they both crossed the hospital doors. Somehow, I doubt that. Itachi replied, coughing more blood. I told you not to speak, damn it, Shisui snapped. I need a medic right now. Can somebody help us? A pair of medic nin quickly carried Itachi and placed him on a blanket on the floor, near all the recent wounded ninjas. Can you tell us what happened to him? One of the medic nin, a woman in her late 30s with spiky red hair, asked. I think that chakra exhaustion, using multiple high-level jutsu, as well as the Mangekyo Sharingan. I think he might have something respiratory, since he has a hard time breathing, Shisui explained. Don't worry, I know what to do, the medic nin replied, and much to Shisui's confusion, she rolled up her sleeve, and placed her forearm near Itachi's mouth. Bite. Too tired to protest, Itachi did as he was told. His whole body was covered by a green aura, and all the superficial wounds started to heal. His pain and exhaustion vanished as well, as renovated energy coursed through his body. After a few seconds, Itachi felt much better, albeit he still wasn't in any condition to fight. Thank you, Medic-san, Itachi said to the woman. You have an interested ability right there. Are you by any chance related to a Genin named Karen Uzumaki? The woman smiled. Indeed. Karen is my daughter. My name's Mariko Uzumaki. Pleased to finally meet the family of one of my daughter's teammates. I'm Shisui Uchiha, and the daredevil here is Itachi, Shisui replied. Do you believe that this guy went and fought the resurrected second Hokage all on his own? So it's true what they say. Mariko replied, intrigued. To think that a man managed to bring somebody back from the death. Shisui. A female voice he knew too well called his name. Hey, Shizune-chan. Shisui greeted her back. What are you two doing here? Are you wounded? The black-haired medic nin asked, worried. I'm fine, Itachi. Not so much. Dumbass went and fought the second Hokage on his own. How he managed to win is beyond me. Fortunately Mariko here helped him, Shisui explained. The second was also resurrected? Shizune asked. What do you mean also? They brought more people besides Tobirama? Itachi asked, concerned. Yes. From what I heard, Hashirama has been resurrected as well. Tsunade-sama went to fight him. And apparently, Jiraiya-sama is fighting the fourth and his wife, Kushina, Shizune told them. Then I need to go there, Itachi said as he tried to stand up, but Shizune and Shisui pushed him down. And where the hell do you think you're going? Shisui chided his cousin. You already risked your life once. You're not moving from here. Not that he looks like he can move too far, Shizune commented. Anyway, Shizune-chan, Mariko-san, Itachi isn't fully healed yet. I believe there's something affecting his lungs, so a medic should check that, Shisui instructed the two medics. Why you don't understand, Itachi insisted. Those reanimations are also immortal. I'm the only one who can stop them. That, dear cousin, is where you're wrong, Shisui replied, as he gave a confident smirk. You already did your part, Itachi, now it's my turn. Shizune-chan, do you know where Tsunade-sama and the first are fighting? Back in the forest, Jiraiya and Anko continued fighting Minato and Kushina. Despite getting rid of the marked kunai, Minato proved to be quite resourceful by marking random spots in the ground, allowing him to freely teleport to those areas. The two Konoha ninja made sure that the yellow flash did not mark any part of their body, and so far, they had been successful. With Kushina back in action, Jiraiya ordered Anko to deal with her so he could fight his deceased student without distractions. Rasengan. The two spheres of pure chakra clashed against each other, resulting in a massive explosion that pushed both the Toad Sage and the yellow flash backwards. My Rasengan should have overpowered his. Why it didn't it? The Sannin asked in frustration. You were unable to infuse enough nature chakra to your attack, Jiraiya-chan, that's why, Fukasaku explained. See? This is why we told you to complete your sage training. Shima protested. Damn it, Ma. I was busy raising children, okay? And I'm now Hokage. I don't have a lot of spare time, Jiraiya snapped back. Excuses. Shima scoffed. Can we save the lectures for later? Jiraiya shouted while dodging Minato's punches and kicks. I swear I'll complete my sage training if we get out of here alive. Do you have a plan? Fukasaku asked. Think so. But first I need Minato to stop moving for a bit, Jiraiya replied. Then I'll bury him with my swamp of the underworld. Once buried, the swamp will numb his senses to a point of near unconsciousness. Good luck, boy. Minato-chan wasn't known as the Yellow Flash for nothing, Shima replied. Again, I have that part covered. Fortunately, Naruto helped me develop a new jutsu that will help me overpower his Rasengan, Jiraiya confidently said. Sensei, watch out. I'm going after you again. Minato warned as his hand started to form another Rasengan. Don't worry kid, you won't catch me off guard, Jiraiya made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Jiraiya started to form a Rasengan as well, while the clone infused it with elemental chakra, starting to grow in size, and its color changed from white and blue to orange and yellow. Minato watched the display with his eyes wide open. Is that? The former Hokage asked before vanishing. Thanks to his sage-acquired sensory abilities, Jiraiya sensed Minato reappearing to his left, and dashing at him. Rasengan. Fire release, Rasengan. Both attacks clashed, exploding onto each other upon touching. However, Jiraiya's Rasengan quickly overpowered Minato's. Unfortunately for the white-haired man, Minato managed to teleport back to his starting position before the explosion could ever touch him. His face was overjoyed. You completed the Rasengan. How? The fourth cheered in joy. Jiraiya smirked. The solution was surprisingly easy: use a shadow clone to stabilize the elemental chakra. The fact that neither of us could come up with such simple thing. Yeah, that's Minato's expression went from happy to grave in a second. Sensei, you shouldn't have told me that. Huh? Jiraiya's confusion turned into horror when he saw Minato forming a shadow clone, then starting a Rasengan on one hand while the clone infused it with lightning chakra. Shit. Jiraiya quickly proceeded to do the same. I'm sorry, Sensei, but I'm forced to use every bit of knowledge I possess to fulfill Orochimaru's will, Minato sorrowfully stated, as he dispelled his clone, and held the electric Rasengan in one hand. And of course, he gets it right the first time, Jiraiya groaned as he rolled his eyes. Anyway, let's go. Pa, make sure he doesn't teleport before I can hit him. We'll try our best, boy, Shima replied. Once again, master and student dashed towards each other, meeting in the middle, with both elemental Rasengan about to clash with each other. Fire release, Rasengan. Lightning release, spiraling thunder blast type 0. Once again, when the two attacks met, they exploded in fire and lightning, trying to overcome the other, but none of them appeared to give up. That's it, until the two toads aiding Jiraiya sprung into action. Sage Art, Frog Call. Both Fukasaku and Shima started to croak loudly, producing loud, annoying sound waves whose effects became immediate. I can't move. Minato realized. Thanks to the pair of toad sages, Jiraiya's Rasengan managed to once again overpower Minato's, but much to his annoyance, the explosion only managed to destroy Minato's right arm, which quickly started to regenerate. You know, even in death, you still suck at choosing names, Jiraiya angrily stated. Aw, come on sensei, my names aren't that bad, are they? Minato replied. Sorry, it's just, you're proving to be way harder to defeat than I expected. Either I didn't remember you being this strong, or I grew old, Jiraiya wearily replied. Maybe both. Don't give up, sensei, Minato encouraged the toad sage. If you manage to complete the Rasengan, I'm sure you'll be able to win this. Jiraiya chuckled. You know, as much as I'd like to take credit for that, it was Naruto who came up with the idea of using a clone. That kid is sure something. Naruto? Kushina, who was fighting Anko, instinctively turned at Jiraiya. With all the commotion going on, both her and her husband had completely forgot about their son. Jiraiya-sama, how is Naruto, is he okay? Yes, you don't have to worry, Naruto is fine, though with the invasion going on, he wasn't so sure anymore. The thought was indeed distressing. He's such a strong and resourceful ninja. He looks like a younger version of you, Minato, but personality-wise I'd say he's more like Kushina. Even if I'd like to see how our son is doing, I don't want him to see us like this, Minato sorrowfully said. It may not be the best time, Jiraiya-sama, but can you tell us more about him? Kushina asked, as she dodged a fire jutsu from Anko. Well, what can I say? He's very strong. And determined. There's nothing that can make him go back on his word or actions. Did you know that he became a Chunin on his first try? And he's just 13. Jiraiya told them. Hearing that makes me so happy, Minato replied, as he tried to kick Jiraiya, which he easily blocked. Hey, Jiraiya-chan, didn't you notice that Minato-chan's movements are becoming slower? Fukasaku noted. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it boy. Shima added, noticing it as well. He has lots of friends, Jiraiya continued. And he's such a caring brother towards his other siblings. What? Kushina asked in confusion. Oh right, you don't know. Tsunade and I married, and have 2 other children besides Naruto. 3 if we count Shizune, Jiraiya told them. That's great, sensei. You really deserve her, Minato sincerely congratulated him. I always wanted Naruto to have at least a little sibling, Kushina added, as she tried to slowly punch Anko. What about girls? Ah yes, he recently got a girlfriend too, Jiraiya remembered. One of his teammates. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. They make such a cute couple. It may be too soon to say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if they go all the way in the future. Then, at that moment, something happened. Minato and Kushina's movements keep getting slower until they stopped completely. Then, two beams of light came from above, illuminating the two reanimated bodies. Sensei, thanks a lot for taking care of Naruto in our absence, Minato tearfully said, as his body started to crumble. It pained me knowing that we would never be part of his life, or that we could even see him at all, Kushina continued, her body slowly disintegrated as well. But knowing that he's happy, and that he had people taking care of him, that's all what I needed to know. Everybody watched stunned how Minato and Kushina slowly vanished. All of them reached the same conclusion, that if a reanimated body found closure, then the jutsu would be unable to keep them attached to the mortal world. Turns out that the impure world resurrection wasn't so infallible after all. Sensei, now Kushina and I have to go, Minato continued. You've made a wonderful job keeping both the village and Naruto safe. Keep up the good work. And I hope both you and Tsunade-sama have a long and happy relationship, Kushina added. I will wait until we can meet the two of you again, but, don't be in a hurry to see us again, you know. And after that, Minato and Kushina's bodies crumbled completely, their souls returning to their rightful place in the pure world, leaving nothing but two piles of dust and ash behind. Goodbye, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya told to no one in particular. A tear fell down his cheek. You don't need to worry. As long as my heart beats, I will continue protecting both the village and your son. We did it. We defeated those reanimations. Fukasaku cheered. Ha, yes. A fitting way to end such an abominable jutsu, Shima agreed, before noticing Jiraiya's state. Jiraiya-chan, are you crying? Jiraiya wiped out his tears, and chuckled. Am I? It feels strange, I don't remember the last time these eyes shed tears. Hokage-sama. Anko's voice drew his attention. The snake Kunoichi was kneeling beside the piles of ash and dirt that used to make Minato and Kushina's body. Take a look at this. Jiraiya got closer, and noticed that there were a couple corpses, which appeared to be from random civilians, half buried between the dirt. Their expressions were horrified, as if they saw something unspeakable as they died. The impure world resurrection requires a sacrifice for each reanimated body, Fukasaku said out loud. Guess that these poor souls were the victims Orochimaru used to bring Minato-chan and Kushina-chan back to life. Jiraiya stood up. Anyway, there's nothing more we can do here. Let's return to Konoha, and make Orochimaru pay for sullying the memory of my student and his wife, among many, many other transgressions. Anko grinned sadistically. This time, Orochimaru wouldn't escape her wrath. Tsunade was growing desperate. All her attempts to beat her grandfather had been fruitless. No matter how hard she hit, what kind of jutsu she used, the force that brought Hashirama back to life completely restored his body as if nothing happened to him. Would release, nativity of a world of trees. More tree branches emerged from the ground, and lunged at Tsunade, either to wrap around her, or to impale her. The blonde Sannin tore apart a huge chunk on the ground, and used it as a shield. Then, while holding the chunk, she ran towards Hashirama at a neck-breaking speed until she slammed her grandfather. She repeated the process multiple times, sinking Hashirama a bit with each hit. Maybe if I bury you, you will stay down? Tsunade shouted. Would release, great forest jutsu. Hashirama's arms turned into a mass of wooden vines that tried to wrap themselves around Tsunade, but the slug princess managed to jump back in time. Hashirama then unearthed himself, returned his arms back to normal, and dusted his armor off. Tsunade stared in frustration, breathing heavily. She wondered how long she could keep going. She was strong and resistant, but unlike her grandfather before her, her energy and chakra reserves weren't infinite. Not bad, Tsuna, not bad. Think in a way of incapacitating me instead of defeating me permanently, Hashirama advised. I'm trying. I really am, Tsunade scornfully said, but she was running out of patience, and most importantly, chakra. She could never image she'd grew to hate her beloved grandfather so much. But deep down, it was Orochimaru she hated, since it was him who started this whole mess to begin with. You've been doing fine. You're a strong kunoichi, I'm sure you, Hashirama was saying before being interrupted. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. A rain of fireballs fell upon the first Hokage, who managed to evade them in time. A young man with black hair and a single Sharingan. I landed beside Tsunade. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Shisui asked. Shisui? What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, a bit stupefied. It isn't obvious? I'm here to help, Shisui replied. While I appreciate your thoughts, this enemy is way too powerful for you. You need to leave now, Tsunade urged him. Don't worry, I know exactly what to do to take care of the problem at hand, Shisui replied. As his Sharingan I took the form of a black shuriken against a red background. Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama said to no one in particular. While Tsunade knew of Shisui's advanced Sharingan, she wasn't aware of the unique power his eye possessed. Koto Amatsukami. Hashirama stumbled back, as if something smacked him in the head, hard. Except that it felt like he was being smacked from the inside of his skull. Then, he noticed something odd. My body, I can control it, Hashirama said in jubilation, as he started to flex his fingers. I'm free of Orochimaru's control. Shisui sighed in relief. Thank goodness it worked. Shisui, what did you do? Tsunade asked in confusion. My Mangekyo Sharingan isn't like everybody else's. It's special. It has a unique ability called Koto Amatsukami. To explain how it works takes some time, so to simplify it you can say is a very powerful form of mind control. I used it to override Orochimaru's control with my own, but as you can see I decided to give him back his free will, Shisui explained. It has the downside that it can only be used once every 10 years, so I have to be careful when to use it. However, I thought that the situation demanded it. You did good, Uchiha-san, Hashirama praised as he walked towards him. Thank you, Hokage-sama. I do all what's in my power to serve and protect the village, Shisui stammered. It's not every day that a legendary ninja that came from the dead praises you. Shisui is one of the best ninja we have, Tsunade added. Otherwise, I wouldn't allow him to become my future son-in-law. Son-in-law? Hashirama asked in shock. Shisui visibly gulped. Are you telling me that an Uchiha is going to marry a Senju woman? Listen, grandfather, things have changed a lot since your time, and Tsunade said before being interrupted. No, Tsuna, this has nothing to do with being a different time, Hashirama said as he menacingly walked toward Shisui. There's one thing I must do. Shisui braced himself for what the Hokage was going to do. He was now regretting giving him back his free will. Welcome to the family, Hashirama warmly said as he pulled a terrified Shisui into a bear hug. Boy, if two people from our respective clans fell in love, maybe it would have helped to diffuse the tensions between the Senju and the Uchiha much faster. Actually, such thing would have happened, both of them would have been executed by their respective clans for treason, Tsunade pointed out. I mean, you yourself told me how your friendship with Madara Uchiha went. Come on Tsuna. Don't be so negative, Hashirama replied. This is a historical event worthy of the biggest celebrations. Hokage-sama, Shisui shyly said. While I'm glad that you approve of my marriage with a Senju woman, even if Shizune-chan isn't a Senju by blood, I think that there are more pressing matters to attend now, like the ongoing invasion. You speak the truth, Shisui-san. Let's find that traitor of a snake, and give him what he deserves, Hashirama declared. Before Tsunade, Shisui and himself leapt away. Orochimaru couldn't believe what was happening. First, his connection to Minato and Kushina was severed. Even if the thought was distressing, at least he was still in control of Hashirama, his most powerful reanimation. Of course, that didn't last, as the connection to Hashirama was cut as well. All of his reanimations had been defeated. How was that even possible? And to make matters worse, Sarutobi smelled Orochimaru's fear and distress, which in turn made him more confident, and thus became more aggressive in his attack. Something wrong, Orochimaru? No more grinning? Sarutobi taunted. You looked so confident when we started the fight. Where did that confidence go? I'll show you right now. An angry Orochimaru replied as he cast his arms forward. Mass shadow hidden snake hands. Many snakes emerged from under Orochimaru's sleeves, and just like it happened with Jiraiya, more snakes emerged from the mouths of the first snakes, and so on, until Orochimaru had summoned a truly ridiculous amount of snakes. The mass of snakes then took the form of a massive snake, with Orochimaru on its mouth, and lunged at the former Hokage. Die, you fossil, Orochimaru shouted from the top of his snake-shaped snake construct. Fossil? I was expecting a more creative insult, coming from a man of your intellect, Sarutobi stated as he jumped back while making hand seals. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. The former Hokage breathed a massive wave of fire at the incoming snakes, which crashed against it, filling the air with loud hisses of pain. Sarutobi then noticed that the ground beneath his feet started to shake, and jumped back again just in time to avoid the mass of snakes, with Orochimaru lodged between them, violently emerging from below. As Hiruzen kept moving, more and more snakes emerged from below, forcing the former Hokage on the defensive. There has to be more snakes here than in the forests of the Land of Fire. Sarutobi thought. Something didn't go according to the plan. Orochimaru is growing desperate, and that makes him even more dangerous. Realizing he couldn't run forever, Sarutobi stabbed the adamantine staff into the ground, and commanded it to grow larger and thicker, until it became a really tall post Hiruzen could stand on top of. He looked at the ravenous mass of snakes, trying to climb the staff. He then got an idea. Hiruzen pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it, and tossed it up, while making several hand seals. Exploding kunai shadow clone jutsu. Upon falling down, the single kunai with the explosive multiplied by several dozen. Upon landing on the ground, Hiruzen activated all the explosive tags simultaneously, creating a chain of explosions that destroyed most of the snakes. Seeing that it was safe to get down, he commanded Enma to turn into its usual size and length. Is that all, Orochimaru? Sarutobi taunted. The snake Sannin emerged from underground, casting a murderous glare on his former sensei. You talk as if this was nothing, when the truth is you're out of breath already. You can't keep my pace, old man, Orochimaru grinned again. While I admit you put up a formidable fight, all what you did is rush towards your demise. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. That moment, multiple wooden roots emerged from below, and wrapped themselves around Orochimaru. It happened so fast and so suddenly that not even his Sharingan was able to foresee it and allow him to react in time. It is you who's near his demise, traitor. Hashirama's voice said as he, Tsunade, and an Uchiha Orochimaru didn't know landed near the third Hokage. What the hell are you doing? Orochimaru screamed in shock. You can't do this. You are supposed to be bound to my will. Not anymore, villain, Hashirama replied, as he crossed his arms, and shot Orochimaru and chilling glare. I told you I'd find a way to make you pay for this, and I never go back on my word. Orochimaru tried to break free, but the vine's grip was too hard. He found himself unable to gather and mold chakra properly. Don't bother. Those vines have an special poison that it's absorbed through the skin and greatly difficult the use of chakra, Hashirama explained, as he smiled confidently at his prisoner. Hashirama-sensei? Is that you? Orochimaru brought you too as well? Sarutobi asked in shock. Hashirama narrowed his eyes at the former Hokage, before he opened wide in shock upon realizing who was talking to him. Saru? Is that you? Yes, sensei, it's me. Despite the situation, it's good to see you again, Sarutobi sincerely said, as his stance relaxed. What happened to you? You look so old, Hashirama exclaimed. Well, that's what happens when you get to live as much as I did, Sarutobi chuckled, as he shrugged a bit. Wait a minute, Hashirama said in confusion as his gaze switched back and forth between Tsunade and Sarutobi. How long have I been dead? I'd say a little less than 4 decades, Hiruzen replied. Hashirama looked at Tsunade again. Wow Tsuna, it's amazing how young you look. Time seems to have no effect on you. What's your secret? Shisui cleared his throat. I believe we should deal with Orochimaru first. There's an invasion going on. Plus there are more reanimations as well. Jiraiya and Anko are fighting Minato and Kushina, Hiruzen informed them. Stopping this accursed jutsu should be the first course of action. Ah, yes, very true, you too. Hashirama replied, before his stare rested on Orochimaru once again. I know that the caster of the jutsu can cancel it, so do it already. I'd love to, but to do so I need to do several hand seals, and as you can see, Orochimaru struggled again against the vines to make his point. I can't do it as long as I'm restrained. Hashirama frowned, and his eyes narrowed in anger at the pale-skinned man. Okay then. But watch your movements carefully. I won't hesitate to end your life if you do something suspicious. The first Hokage made a hand seal, and the vines released the snake Sannin. That's far from my intention, Orochimaru replied as he started making hand seals. Impure world resurrection, release. Like it happened before with Minato and Kushina, and beam of light fell upon Hashirama from the sky, and his body started to crumble. Well, it's my time to go, Hashirama stated. Tsuna, Hiruzen, I'm grateful to have the chance of seeing both of you again one last time. The feeling is mutual, sensei, Hiruzen replied. Say hello to grandmother when you see her on the other side, and tell her that everything's going fine, Tsunade said, as she wiped a falling tear from her cheek. I will. Hashirama then turned at the Uchiha. Shisui-san, you're a great ninja, and will make a fine addition to the Senju clan. Make my great-granddaughter happy, okay? I was planning to, Hokage-sama, Shisui replied with a sincere smile. Oh, and I almost forgot to tell you but, Tsunade is going to be a grandma. Really? That's great, Hashirama exclaimed, his body almost completely vanished. I can't wait to tell Mito-chan. And thus, Hashirama, the last standing reanimation, was gone, and his spirit returned to the place it rightfully belongs. Alright, now Orochimaru, let's rectify that mistake that I made so long ago, Hiruzen said as he turned at his traitorous student. But much to his shock, Orochimaru was making more hand seals. He started the moment Hashirama vanished completely, and nobody realized until it was too late. Yin release, bringer of darkness. In less than 2 seconds, the whole area was covered by a veil of shadows that blinded all present there. The darkness dispelled shortly afterwards, but Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. Damn it, we let him escape again, Tsunade shouted in frustration as she stomped her foot on the ground, making a small crater. Orochimaru has perfected retreating into an art form, Hiruzen said as he shook his head. Anyway, a good chunk of his troops are still here. The moment they see their leader has abandoned them, they will flee. Let's make sure that happens as soon as possible. Actually, now that the threat of the reanimations has been dealt with, I believe I should return to the hospital. I'll be more useful there than fighting some mooks, Tsunade replied. Very well then. Are you with me, Shisui-kun? Hiruzen asked the Uchiha. Shisui nodded. Lead the way, Hokage-sama. Meanwhile, in the forest north of Konoha, the Sound Five were resting under a tree, keeping an eye on their valuable hostages. They've been waiting for quite some time now, and they were starting to grow antsy and bored. Kimimaro, however, remained as cool as ever. I think I see him. Kitamuro, perched at the top of a tree, while looking through a spyglass, shouted to their teammates below. Yeah, it's him. About fucking time, Tuya groaned as she started to stretch her limbs. Oh shit. He didn't come alone. Kitamuro added, a bit distressed. How many people did he bring? Sakon asked. 10, 12, 14. 15 if we count the Jinchuriki. Kitamuro asked, as he descended down. Boy, I knew we should have tell him to come alone, Jirobo stated, as he crossed his arms. If we did that, he'd knew we're leading him to a trap, Sakon countered. As if the shithead didn't figure already that this is a trap, Tuya scoffed as she rolled her eyes. Enough, Kimimaro quietly but firmly reassessed his authority. We will proceed with the plan as Orochimaru-sama ordered, regardless of our personal opinion on it, understood? What are we going to do now, then? I wasn't expecting that he'd be able to bring so many people with him, Kitamuro asked. How strong do you think they are? Kimimaro asked. Given their age, I'd say they're Jinan. A couple of them were wearing those flak jackets, so they have to be Chunin. But given that there was a Chunin exam here some days ago, I guess that they have to be rookie Chunin, Kitamuro informed. It doesn't seem to be something we can't handle. Okay, for the time being, let's carry on with the plan. I'll think of something if something unexpected happens. Jirobo, grab the kids, Kimimaro ordered. The fattest of the Sound Five did so, and the Auto Ninja headed back to their lair. Not far from there, Naruto and his group were getting close. Naruto knew better than to ask an adult for help, given that they'd be busy protecting Konoha. His friends, however, being either Jinan or newly minted Chunin, wouldn't be that necessary in the village. Still, he had enough common sense to leave some clones to warn the adults about what was going on. They're moving. Karen warned. The redhead was holding Hashirama's necklace, and used it as a way to track the twins. How strong do you think they are, Nichin? Naruto asked. I'd say, mid-Chunin level, so I think holy shit. Karen cursed out loud. What's wrong? Sasuke asked. One of those guys is easily as strong as any of our Jonin sensei, Karen fearfully stammered. It's clear that Orochimaru really wants your siblings, Niazan. But, we triple them in number. Kiba pointed out. That has to count for something, right? When the gap of skill and power reaches a certain point, numbers lose their relevancy, Shino countered. Or you think 100 ants could defeat you? So that's what we are to them? Ants? Kiba sourly asked. Come on guys, we're strong. Keep the mood up. I'm sure we'll be able to beat them, Tenten said, trying to lift the morale. Besides, didn't you hear what Hokage-sama said about us? We're one of the strongest generations of Genin ever born, Lee stated. That doesn't change the fact that most of us are still Genin, and the strongest of the Genin is still no match for the weakest of the Jonin, Neji countered. Then again, we can't go back. The children of the Hokage possess some pretty powerful bloodline limits. If Orochimaru got his hands on them. Sakura shuddered as she rubbed her arms. I don't even want to imagine. Listen guys, if you're afraid, you can leave. Despite being your commanding officer, I would never force you to go on a mission like this, Naruto gravely said. Feel free to go back to the village and help there if you think this is too much for you. Who said anything about being afraid? Sasuke replied, as if taking offense to Naruto's comment. Even if I was afraid, I couldn't leave. Most of my clan fell prey to the machinations of the Akatsuki, and I won't let such thing to happen again to any other clan or family. And I'm a Chunin too, don't think you're the only one who can issue orders. For the first time since the invasion began, Naruto smiled. Thank you, Sasuke. That means a lot. Naruto-kun, Hinata called him, her Byakugan activated. We're getting close to them. Naruto's smile vanished as his body tensed. Alright, everybody, prepare to battle. Fight like you never did before. Omake, Jiraiya's daring escape. OR, Chapter 32, What Could Have Been? Jiraiya and Orochimaru were about to fight, when the latter snapped his fingers. 4 of his ninjas appeared around the 2 of them, standing in a square formation. You know what to do, Orochimaru cryptically said. The Sound 4 nodded, and formed the snake seal before clapping their hands together. 4 Violet Flames formation. With the 4 ninjas as its corners, a square-shaped force field was erected, trapping the 2 Sannin inside. The barrier was double-layered, protecting the casters from attacks coming from both the inside and the outside. Now, Jiraiya, you're trapped here with me, Orochimaru stated, grinning widely. There's no way for you or anybody else to break this barrier, other than defeating me and wait for the Sound 4 to grow tired. But that obviously isn't going to happen. Oh, I wouldn't be so sure, Jiraiya confidently replied, as he bit his finger. I'm sure there's a way to escape this place that you didn't think of. And that would be? Orochimaru asked, amused. Jiraiya made 5 hand seals, and slammed his hand into the ground. This summoning jutsu. Orochimaru got ready to fight whatever toad Jiraiya had summoned, but much to his bemusement and amusement, the toad was positively tiny. Ah Jiraiya, you never fail to make a fool of yourself, Orochimaru chuckled cruelly. How is that puny toad going to help you? Jiraiya whispered something to the small toad, who disappeared on a cloud of smoke. You'll see shortly, Jiraiya replied, his confidence unwavering. As a fellow summoner, I'm sure you're aware of the concept of reverse summoning, right? The smile disappeared from Orochimaru's face as the implications of Jiraiya's words dawned upon him. Who's the fool now? Jiraiya laughed before disappearing as well, leaving a befuddled Orochimaru behind. Boss? Do you still need us to keep the barrier up? Jirobo uneasily asked. Chapter 36. The Senju Twins Retrieval, Part 1. Or. Kidnapping a child isn't child's play. The 15 Konoha ninja relentlessly pursued the invaders who had kidnapped Naruto's siblings through the forests of the Land of Fire, heading north. It was obvious that they were heading towards the Land of Sound, where Orochimaru had his main base. For one reason or another, everybody was tense. Not only were they going against ninja much stronger than them, but unlike any other mission they took before, they wouldn't have their Jonin sensei to protect them. We're getting close, Neji informed. For some reason, their pace seemed oddly relaxed. Maybe they weren't aware that they were being followed. Better for the Konoha ninja, then. Hinata Haim, while Neji keeps track of them, you should watch out for traps, Naruto told her. I am. Oddly enough, they didn't leave any, Hinata replied. Man, those guys are surely confident nobody is following them, Ino commented. Abducting them during the invasion was a really clever move. With all the chaos going, it's the perfect cover. If it wasn't for Naruto-kun finding out. Haku commented. Shikamaru interceded. What's up Shikamaru? Ino asked. Something doesn't feel right. While kidnapping Naruto's siblings for their bloodlines is something Orochimaru would do, some things don't make sense, Shikamaru replied. For starters, Naruto told us that he fought against Kabuto alongside Hinata. Kabuto shouldn't have any trouble dispatching both of them, but not only did he not do such a thing, but even told Naruto of the twins' kidnapping. And while Naruto arrived too late, the kidnappers left at least an adult ninja alive so he could tell Naruto about it. Are you suggesting we're being led to a trap? Choji asked. Shikamaru nodded. I'm afraid so. Remember that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and Orochimaru is part of the Akatsuki. With this move, he's killing two birds with one stone. Then they probably know we're after them, Shino stated. However, if they wanted to lure Naruto out of the village, a better alternative would have been to use the kids as hostages and force Naruto to come with them peacefully. Maybe. Or maybe they guessed that we wouldn't buy their bluff. The twins are too important for Orochimaru, he wouldn't risk harming them, Shikamaru replied. Trap or not, given that the alternative is to let him get away with my siblings, we're not going back, Naruto firmly stated. At least, I'm not going back. Still, maybe we should have brought an adult with us. Tamaki mentioned. There's no time. Most of the adults are needed in the village, Naruto replied. However, some of my clones did warn a couple adults. Our Jonin sensei should come to help us soon. I doubt it will be soon enough. Tamaki whimpered. Oh come on, don't be such a wimp. See, that's why you were passed over for promotion. Kiba told her. Shut up. Remember I made it longer than you did, mutt. Tamaki retorted. And it's due to that overconfidence of yours that Karen kicked your ass. Enough, Shino calmly, but firmly, interjected. This isn't the place nor the moment for petty squabble. If you can't stay focused on the matter at hand, then I recommend you to go back to the village, since you will only be a burden to the rest of us. Sorry. Both Tamaki and Kiba said at the same time. Did you hear that? Tuya asked her teammates. Those shitheads are getting close. Too close if you ask me. Come on, we can beat them. Let's kill them and bring the Jinchuriki to the base alongside these two, Sakon suggested. No. We have a plan, and we're going to follow it. Improvisation only leads to disaster, Kimimaro stated. Well, we're going to have to fight them sooner or later. They will catch us at any moment. I think our head start was too short, Kitamaru stated. That has a simple solution. Kitamaru, take Jirobo and try to delay them, Kimimaro ordered. Wait, just the two of us? Kitamaru asked, shocked. What's wrong, fucker? Afraid of a bunch of Jinan? Tuya mocked. Kitamaru is right. Even if they're just Jinan, they greatly outnumber us, Jirobo added. They're focused on rescuing these kids, and thus they won't try to fight you, just try and get past you. As long as you manage to make several of them stay and fight, you will make our job much easier, Kimimaro explained. What if the Jinchuriki decides to fight us? Jirobo asked. He won't. If his relationship with his siblings is as close as we think, he will be among the last ones wanting to fight an obvious diversion. Now go, Kimimaro ordered. All right then. Guess that games aren't fun if there isn't a little challenge. Let's go, Jirobo. Meet them head first, while I cover you from afar, Kitamaru said. All right, Jirobo replied, before both he and his six-armed teammate headed in the opposite direction, ready to meet the Konoha party. Two of them left the main group and are heading towards us. Neji warned. Everybody get ready. Tenten told the rest. Karen, how strong are these two? Is the guy with Jonin level strength among them? Sasuke asked the redhead. The bespectacled girl shook her head. Actually, they dispatched the two weakest members. If that's the case, they will try to delay us in order to give their teammates a chance to get away, Naruto reasoned. But like hell that's going to happen. Still, you guys shouldn't underestimate them. They might be the weakest members, but each of them is way stronger than any of us. Besides, there's something about their chakra. Karen shivered a bit, that I don't like one bit. We should make wise use of our numerical superiority. The least amount of people should stay and deal with them while the rest continue the pursuit, Shikamaru suggested. Agreed, but first we should see their abilities first and see which ones are the most appropriate for the task, Hinata added, before tensing up. Here comes the first one. Earth release, Earth-style wall. A huge wall emerged from the ground, forcing the Konoha ninja to abruptly stop. A man landed on top of the wall. The enemy in question was a tall and bulky man with brown eyes and his orange hair styled in a mohawk, wearing a sleeveless light brown tunic, black pants, and a rope-like purple belt. The hem of the tunic was adorned by an all-white yin-yang symbol which technically would make it a yang-yang symbol. It seems that we have a few rats following us, and we can't have that, can we? The man asked, shaking his head. My name is Jirobo, and I shall be your executioner. Pleased to meet you. Get out of my way, Naruto roared as he leapt at the man, chakra blade in hand. Naruto-kun, Hinata shouted as she tackled her boyfriend mid-air. What the? Naruto could hear two loud whistles as two golden projectiles passed near him at high speed, almost piercing the blonde, before landing on the ground, instinctively making the others stand back. Sorry for being so rough, Naruto-kun, but the second one stayed behind and is acting as sniper and I had to act fast, Hinata quickly said. I know what's at stake, but please calm down Naruto-kun, or else you'll end up dead, Haku added as well. You'll end up dead nevertheless, Jirobo stated as he landed on the ground with a loud thud, and started making hand seals before slamming both hands into the ground. Earth release barrier, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. Before anybody had time to react, a huge dome made of rocks formed around the Konoha ninja, trapping them inside. There, that's it, Jirobo said in satisfaction. End of the problem. Now I'll drain their chakra dry, and leave the Jinchuuriki within an inch of his life. Although, wonder if I should spare the ones with the bloodline limits, like the Uchiha or the Hyuga? Okay, stand back, I have this. Tenten warned as she unfurled a scroll, facing the dome. The weapon mistress unsealed several kunai with explosive tags attached to them, which flew at the dome, making several explosions. But much to the brown-haired Chunin's shock, the walls began to reform, negating the damage her explosions had made. The hell? This thing has a healing factor? Kiba asked in shock. So it seems, Shikamaru replied, as he came close to the still reforming wall, in order to get a better look. This dome is draining our chakra, and using it to repair itself, Neji mentioned. We need to get out of here as soon as possible, or else this man will kill us by depleting our chakra pools. But if the dome repairs itself, Ino stated. Then we'll need to damage it faster than it repairs itself, Yosh. Lee replied. I believe Lee-san is right, Sakura stated. Like Shikamaru, the Pinkette walked close to the walls and began to study them. Okay, this is an earth jutsu, right? So a powerful lightning jutsu should do the trick. Sasuke-kun? Hinata-hime? Naruto asked as well. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga nodded. I believe a thunderbolt should suffice, Sasuke suggested. Let's aim at the same spot. Hinata nodded, and both she and Sasuke started to make the same hand seals, albeit Sasuke was a bit faster. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Hinata and Sasuke thrust their hands forward, releasing multiple lightning bolts from their fingertips that quickly started to obliterate the earth dome faster than it could repair itself. In no time, they created a hole large enough for everybody else to get out. The hell? Jirobo asked in shock as the Konoha ninja escaped his dome. Guessed that hoping that there were no lightning release users among such a large group was too much to ask. Guys, we can't waste any more time. We need to reach Hagane and Kaida now, Naruto urged. Indeed. This guy uses earth release jutsu, so either Sasuke-san or myself should stay and face him, while everybody else leaves, Hinata suggested. Like hell I'm going to let you leave. Jirobo angrily shouted. Then, much to everybody's shock, Jirobo lifted a massive, almost building-sized chunk of rock from the ground, and chucked it at the Konoha 15. Earth release, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. Everybody, scatter. Sasuke, let's do it together, Naruto commanded while he started to prepare a Rasengan. I'm way ahead of you, Sasuke replied as he made several hand seals and unsheathed his katana. The Uzumaki and the Uchiha leapt at the gigantic boulder coming at them and slammed it with their jutsu the moment they met. Lightning release, Thunderblade. Rasengan. Like it did before, Sasuke's lightning jutsu started to obliterate the large rock, and combined with the Rasengan shattering it as well, the massive boulder was quickly reduced to a multitude of much smaller rocks and dust. Impressive, Jirobo conceded. But you're going to need something more than, what the? Jirobo suddenly found himself paralyzed. He looked down and saw that his shadow looked unnaturally dark. And more distressing, a dark tendril connected his shadow with one of the Konoha brats which, judging by his hairstyle, appeared to be a Nara. Shadow imitation jutsu, success, Shikamaru smugly stated, but his expression suddenly grew serious. Everybody, keep going. I'll deal with this guy. What? Shikamaru, stop playing hero. There's no way you can deal with that guy alone. Ino protested. Yeah, he's too much for you, Choji agreed. Listen, according to Karen, this guy is the weakest, and let's face it, I'm far from being the strongest here. You'd need both numbers and our strongest members to deal with them. I'll make sure he doesn't get in the way. Now go, Shikamaru said before running away in the opposite direction, forcing Jirobo to follow him. Naruto made a hand seal, and 4 clones popped into existence. You don't have to do this alone, Shikamaru. I'll provide you with all the help I can muster, Naruto said before ordering the clones to trail Shikamaru. Everybody else, let's go. Without wasting a single second, the rest of the Konoha ninja followed Naruto's lead. As they started to advance, golden arrows started to fly towards them. Damn it, I forgot about the sniper. Naruto cursed inwardly as he saw a whistling arrow passing over his shoulder. Hinata-hime, Neji, can either of you track him? I already got him in my sights, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Well done. Guess that somebody needs to stay and make sure that guy doesn't delay us anymore. They continued pushing forward, with both Hyuga keeping their eyes focused on the 6-armed man firing arrows at them. However, they were so preoccupied of him that they didn't notice other traps he had laid for them. Watch out. There are. Neji tried to warn, but a bit too late. What the hell? Sakura asked in shock. Everybody saw that she just run into a massive spider web, getting half her body stuck on it. Like her, many others accidentally got stuck into other spider webs. Everybody tried to struggle. The path ahead is full of those spider webs, Neji informed. Sorry for not seeing them earlier. Sakura used a free hand to pull out a kunai and tried to cut the spider web, to no avail. How hard is this web? Sakura complained as she continued trying to cut it. The webs are infused with chakra, hence why they are so hard, Hinata said. Kenten, who was also stuck, got an idea. She pulled a kunai, but infused it with her own chakra as well. This time, the spider web was cut as if it was a thread of silk. Guys, channel your chakra through your weapons. It works that way. Kenten told the others, who proceeded to do as she said, those who had mastered chakra flow, at the very least. My chakra blade works just as fine, Naruto stated as he sliced several spider webs. And so does the gentle fist, Hinata added, doing the same. Okay, who gets to fight this guy? Naruto asked. He's a long-ranged fighter who attacks us from afar, presumably hidden. I can pinpoint his location with my Byakugan, and I can break his spider webs with the gentle fist. I have the best chances against him out of us, Neji stated. Tamaki shook her head. No, you can't stay here. You're one of our strongest fighters, and thus you'll be needed to fight the other guys. I should fight this guy. I can break his spider webs too, and I can use my cats to track and blindside him. I'm not among the strongest either, you can afford going on without me. Hey, don't say that. Kiba protested. Even if what you said is true, that doesn't mean you should throw your life away going alone against this guy. Aw, do you care about me after all? Tamaki purred. But don't worry. Remember, cats have 9 lives, and I'll doubt this guy will be able to kill me that many times. I believe I could assist you as well, Shino stated. I'm also a long-ranged fighter, and thus I can cover you, and my beetles can help you track him. Okay then, Tamaki and Shino will face the sniper. Good luck you two, Naruto said. Now, everybody, ready to go? I'll distract him, Shino said before spreading his arms, and 2 massive swarms of Kikai beetles emerged from under his sleeves, creating a living wall that covered Naruto and the rest of the Konoha's ninja. The sniper is at 2 o'clock, Karen stated, while pointing with her finger in that direction. Be careful you two. If you don't come back alive, I'll bring you back and kill you myself. Kiba angrily shouted. Tamaki merely giggled, while Shino simply nodded. While they felt bad for leaving their friends behind to face enemies much stronger than them, they had to in order to maintain their numbers advantage over the remaining, much stronger, enemies. All what they could do is pray to whatever deity above for their friends to return home safe. Hinata-hime, can you see them? Naruto impatiently asked. Hinata shook her head. Not yet. But then again, my range of Byakugan is a bit limited, since I never trained it for long-distance searches. I can't see them either, but they can't be that far away, Neji added. They aren't, Karen chimed in. I can still sense their foul chakra. While they did increase the distance gap a bit, they don't seem to be moving too fast. If we keep this pace, we will reach them in a few minutes. You heard Ne-chan. Everybody, don't lag behind. Naruto told the rest of the group. You hear that, Choji? This is why Asuma-sensei was so adamant about building your stamina. Ino told her rotund teammate, only to realize that he was nowhere to be seen. Choji? Where the hell did you go? He isn't among us, Hinata stated after briefly scanning the whole group. What the hell did he? Ino asked, before a realization dawned upon her. Oh crap. I think I have an idea of where he might be. Not far away from there, Shikamaru was still forcing Jirobo to follow him away from the others. He reached a clearing in the forest at where he found himself out of breath, and had to stop to rest a bit. You must think yourself you're so heroic, don't you, String Bean? Jirobo mockingly asked. Sacrificing yourself so the others don't have to deal with me. But all what you will manage to accomplish is dying pointlessly. The shadow jutsu started to waver and a few seconds later, receded completely, releasing Jirobo. Ah, much better, the man with the mohawk said as he began to stretch his arms. So, ready to fight, dead man walking? You look like the kind of guy of who's all strength and no brain, if you underestimate your opponent like that, Shikamaru retorted. But deep inside, he knew that this enemy was way superior to him, and his brain was already working nonstop to figure out a strategy to beat him. The 4 Naruto clones landed behind Jirobo. The large man turned his head to see them, but he didn't appear to consider them a threat. And look at that, my reinforcements are here, Shikamaru replied. You must be even more naive than I thought if you really believe that a bunch of shadow clones is going to make any difference, Jirobo told him. Shikamaru shrugged. Well, they aren't going to make the fight any harder for me. I think I had enough of your blabbering, Jirobo said darkly as he menacingly advanced towards the young Nara. It shouldn't take me more than a minute to squash you and go back to the others. Okay, first of all, I should let him attack to see the extent of his abilities, so I can think a counter-strategy, Shikamaru thought. The clones might be good distractions, or human shields if necessary. I'm really hungry. I wonder what your chakra tastes like? Jirobo asked as he licked his lips. But then again, such a scrawny kid like you can't have that much. He can absorb chakra. Just my luck, Shikamaru inwardly groaned as he took a step back. If he wanted to stay in one piece, he better keep his distance from that man with monstrous physical strength. He made a hand seal. Shadow imitation jutsu. Once again, Shikamaru's shadow stretched into a thread and dashed towards Jirobo. The orange-haired ninja was forced to jump back and try to avoid the shadow tendril, which started to branch out into multiple shadows. Naruto, now! Shikamaru called. The 4 Naruto clones rushed at the unsuspecting Jirobo and unleashed a barrage of shuriken on him. The shuriken embedded on his back, making him to cry in pain, before disappearing in a cloud of smoke, leaving a large boulder behind. Shit, body replacement. A Naruto clone cursed. Quick, look for the real one, another stated. However, before they could even do anything, Jirobo burst from underground, and in a couple of swift punches, 2 clones were destroyed. The other 2 managed to jump back in time, landing beside Shikamaru. Jirobo looked at his enemies and smirked. See? I already told you that the clones wouldn't change anything. Jirobo then cracked his knuckles. Still, the burly man had no time to attack as Shikamaru continued to harass him with his clan jutsu. Meanwhile, the Naruto clones decided to take the opportunity to attack once more. Hold on, Shikamaru. One of the clones said as he began to form a Rasengan, while the others started to infuse it with wind chakra. Once they were done, both clones charged at Jirobo, still dodging the shadow attack. What the? Jirobo asked upon seeing the clones charging again. That sphere of chakra looks dangerous. While I doubt it can hurt me in any way, better not to take any chances. He thought. Jirobo made the hand seals of a jutsu he had used once a few hours earlier, before slamming both hands in the ground. Earth release, rising pillar. A rock pillar emerged from under Jirobo's feet, rising him high into the air. Shikamaru's shadow followed suit, but it stopped midway the stone column. Damn! Did I reach the jutsu's limit? Shikamaru wondered. Due to the time of the day, the pillar cast a very small shadow, which would be of little use. You won't escape from us. The Naruto clones shouted as they began to climb the pillar. Unfortunately for them, that's what Jirobo was expecting, and he jumped back into the ground the moment the clones were halfway there. He then used his incredible strength to lift the pillar from the ground and shake it, sending the 2 remaining clones back into the ground, before slamming them with the pillar itself. And no more clones, Jirobo stated as he started to lift the pillar as well. Now you go next, shrimp. Any last words? How about I trapped you again with jutsu? Shikamaru retorted. Albeit then again, I don't think they will be my last. What? What are you? But much to Jirobo's shock, he realized he couldn't move anymore. In case you didn't notice, Shikamaru spread his arms, forcing Jirobo to the same, dropping the stone pillar. When you held that pillar horizontally, it casted a shadow just as long on the ground, which I could use to trap you. You asshole! Jirobo snarled as he struggled from Shikamaru's shadow. Now, I know that my jutsu won't keep you in line for long, so let's finish this already. Shikamaru started to make hand seals, which Jirobo was forced to imitate. Fire release, shadow fire thread. A stream of fire moved through Shikamaru's shadow towards Jirobo, as if it was a trail of oil. However, before the flames were able to engulf the Auto Ninja, he was able to break Shikamaru's hold and jump aside. What? Shikamaru asked in disbelief. The lazy genius then noticed that Jirobo's body was covered in marks shaped like a chain of small triangles. I can't believe that a shrimp like you forced me to use the cursed seal, Jirobo snarled as he menacingly advanced towards him. In case you didn't figure it out, I'm much more powerful now, so forget about your ridiculous shadow jutsu having any lasting effect on me now. I see, Shikamaru replied as he took a step back. If that's the case, then I'll have to just crush you with brute force. Jirobo stopped in his tracks by such outrageous statement. Brute force? Crush me? You? Bwahahaha. Shikamaru simply smirked. Who said it was me who was going to crush you? Huh? And before Jirobo had any time to react, he was crushed by a gigantic, bandaged hand, producing multiple cracks on the ground, as well as raising a lot of dust. Sorry for not coming sooner, Choji stated, panting a bit. I ran as fast as I could. Shikamaru felt like chiding Choji for not heeding his advice and returning to help him, but now he was too happy to have one of his teammates back. Jirobo clearly was too much for Shikamaru alone, but between the two of them, maybe they'd have a chance. Glad to see you, Choji. Now get ready, this guy is so strong it's not even funny, Shikamaru stated. Choji's eyebrow arched in confusion. What do you mean? I just crushed Wo. Much to Choji's shock, Jirobo managed to lift the Akimichi's enlarged palm with his incredible strength, albeit with some effort, before pushing his hand back, which promptly returned to its normal size. So, the shrimp has some fatty reinforcements, Jirobo mentioned as he stared at Choji, who frowned in anger, then back at Shikamaru. You're only succeeding in delaying the inevitable. And making me mad. You aren't exactly the most appropriate to talk about other people's weight, you know, Shikamaru fired back. Come on Choji, let's go. Right. Both Konoha ninja prepared to attack their enemy from two different sides, Shikamaru from afar and Choji in close combat. Of course, Jirobo wasn't going to make things so easy for them. He started to make hand seals, before slamming his hand into the ground. Earth release, Earth prison golem. A large golem emerged from the ground, making both Choji and Shikamaru to take a step back. Being almost 6 meters tall, the golem towered menacingly over them. It had long, thick arms that reached all the way to the floor, with its forearms being even larger and thicker. The Auto Ninja jumped on the golem's shoulder. Let's see what you can do against this. You're the first one to be crushed, shrimp. Jirobo taunted as he commanded his golem to advance. Shikamaru knew better than to try to use his shadow jutsu on such a massive creature, but thankfully he still had other options. Reaching his ninja tool pouch, Shikamaru grabbed a couple kunai and attached explosive tags on them before tossing them at the golem, embedding themselves into its right arm and right side of the chest. 2 explosions shook the ground, almost completely blowing up the golem's right side. Jirobo, however, didn't look any fazed. Nice try, but useless, Jirobo stated. Shikamaru then watched in shock how small pieces of rock and dirt started to fly towards the golem, quickly rebuilding its blown-off part until it was completely repaired. Good as new. Your pathetic attacks won't do any lasting damage to my golem. Now don't make this any harder than it needs to be, and give up already. Jirobo angrily snarled. There's nothing I'd love more than leave this fight and go home to nap, but sadly, that's not an option, Shikamaru replied. The stone giant was now upon Shikamaru, and raised one of its arms in order to smash the lazy Nara into pulp. Fortunately, its big size also made it quite slow, and Shikamaru managed to dodge the incoming slam and escape between the golem's legs, running towards Choji. I think we'll do better if we stay together instead of attacking from different sides, Shikamaru stated upon reaching his rotund friend, as if to justify that it just wasn't cowardice. Do you have a plan? Choji uneasily asked as he saw the golem stomping its way at them. Yeah. Remember what you did against that Kumo girl? Shikamaru asked. Choji nodded. It's time for an aerial attack. Once again, Choji nodded and clapped his hands together. Reverse multi-size jutsu. The world around Choji started to grow as he shrank to the size of a little mouse. Shikamaru carefully picked his friend, and after taking a couple seconds to aim, he tossed Choji in an arc above the golem. Whatever you're planning, it won't work. A mildly confused Jirobo stated. I wouldn't be so quick to talk down our abilities, you know, Shikamaru stated. When he was about to pass over Jirobo, he cancelled the jutsu, returning to his normal size, and slowed his speed to a halt, falling down like a rock. Of course, Choji wasn't finished yet, and clapped his hands again. Multi-size jutsu. Using his signature jutsu, Choji turned into a giant human sphere. Human bullet tank. Shit. Jirobo cursed, as he saw the spinning human boulder falling upon him. His golem reacted in time and raised its arms in order to grab the falling Konoha ninja before he could do more damage, but the spinning speed made difficult to keep it contained. Get out of the way, you fat ass. Jirobo was about to punch Choji while he was on his golem's arms, but soon somebody reminded him that there was another opponent there. Fire release, Great Flame Jutsu. Jirobo saw how an expanding stream of fire flew at him. He barely jumped out of his golem's shoulder before he was roasted by Shikamaru's jutsu. The fire attack, however, did hit the golem in the head, knocking it a little, which on its own wouldn't have done any lasting damage, but it made its grip on Choji's to falter for a second, and that second was enough for the Akimichi heir to break free and demolish the giant rock construct with his jutsu. And much to Jirobo's shock, Choji's momentum didn't slow down either, and the human rolling ball continued his attack unimpeded. The Auto Ninja wasn't fast enough to dodge Choji's onslaught, and was forced to tackle him head-on. Using his own bare hands, he tried to stop the living rolling sphere of destruction as his golem unsuccessfully tried before. Unfortunately, there was also the matter of the other Konoha ninja. Speaking of which, Shikamaru was running towards Choji and Jirobo as well as his brain determined which jutsu would be the best to use. Jirobo had shown his ability to break through any shadow binding jutsu Shikamaru had by sheer brute force, so that wasn't an option. A fire jutsu it would be, then. Choji, keep him there. I'll finish this right now, Shikamaru shouted as he began to form seals. However, before the lazy genius was done, Jirobo let out an inhuman roar and punched Choji with such strength that it sent him flying backwards, until he crashed against a tree. The impact made the Akimichi heir return back to normal. Choji, Shikamaru shouted in shock. Turning his head at Jirobo, he saw the Auto Ninja had changed again, this time in a more drastic manner. His mohawk had grown into a long spiky mane that reached his shoulders, his skin turned into brownish-reddish color, his eyes turned yellow with a black sclera, and he had grown warts all over his body. What the hell are you? I can't believe you forced me into the second form of the cursed seal, Jirobo angrily groaned. You know how embarrassing it is to use my trump card against such pathetic foes like yourselves? Yeah, I would have been pretty mad if I had to become so ugly in order to get stronger. Shikamaru couldn't resist to snark at his opponent. Jirobo chuckled. Let's see if you are in the mood for comedy once I'm done with you. In this form, I'm 10 times as strong as I was before. You two are already dead. Troublesome, Shikamaru managed to say. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Shino and Tamaki jumped from one tree branch to another, avoiding the deadly projectiles of the six-armed ninja known as Kitamuro. They were following the general direction Karen had told them, and so far the projectiles were coming from there, but the angle changed a little every few seconds, which suggested that he was constantly moving around. Tamaki, keep going. We're almost there, Shino told his teammate in his usual calm voice, albeit with a hint of encouragement. How can you know? Did you see him? The brown-haired girl asked. No, but one of my Kikai beetles managed to find and latch onto him. As long as the beetle stays in position, my hive will be able to track him, Shino explained. Then, he pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. And this will make sure he comes out in the open. Shino then threw a kunai with an explosive tag attached to a seemingly random area. Before the explosion occurred, both Konoha Jinan heard a loud shit. And saw somebody coming out from behind a lush tree branch. Got him, Tamaki shouted as she increased her pace. I'm charging forward, cover me. I'll be right behind you. Kitamuro looked in expectation as the two Konoha Jinan charged at him, like prey walking directly into their predator's lair. The six-armed ninja then expelled a spider web net that increased in width as it was being released. Tamaki, however, was unfazed. Useless, she said as her chakra-enhanced metal claws easily cut the spider web before trying to slash Kitamuro, who managed to jump back before the girl's blades could ever touch him. Interesting. So you're the one who destroyed all the spider webs I put before. Kitamuro wondered aloud. This game might not be as dull as I had originally feared. Alright, let's step up the difficulty. Kitamuro started to spit more spider webs in rapid succession, with Tamaki frenetically slashing them all as they were coming. taking a step back to give herself more room to breathe. Shino saw this as the perfect chance to attack and spread his hands, releasing a swarm of insects from under each of his sleeves. The angry swarm flew at Kitamaru, letting out a terrifying buzz. The hell? Where did those bugs come from? The six-armed man asked in shock as he interrupted his attack on Tamaki and jumped back. Rearing his head back, Kitamaru expelled a much larger spider web that managed to trap most of Shino's insects. Ha! That's what happens when the prey decides to attack their natural predators. Then, much to his shock, Shino appeared beside him, a kunai on each hand, and delivered a swing with his right hand, something the six-armed man barely managed to dodge. He wasn't as lucky when Shino swung his left arm in flowing motion, leaving an ugly gash on the Auto Ninja's shoulder, before jumping back on a higher tree branch. The hell? How did he? Kitamaru thought as he quickly looked at the place where Shino was, and saw the first Shino dissolving into a swarm of bugs. So, a clone made of insects. Smart, very smart. The real Shino continued his attack, and threw a salve of shuriken at the Auto Ninja, who dodged them. Upon reaching close quarter combat distance, Kitamaru opened his mouth, spitting a spear-shaped stream of his golden fluid at Shino, who moved in time for not to be impaled, but ended up slashing his side. Shino, Tamaki cried as she dashed at the six-armed ninja. Her metal claws started to glow with a blue light before bursting into flames. Burning cat claw dash. Kitamaru used a spider web thread to swing to a nearby branch before Tamaki's attack destroyed the one he was in and himself as well. The cat Kunoichi then grabbed Shino, and both of them jumped down to the floor. Shino, are you okay? A concerned Tamaki asked. I will be shortly, Shino replied. His hand, glowing with a green light, covered his wound. I'm a medic, remember? Tamaki sighed in relief. Yeah, I know. And all the more reason to make sure he doesn't get you. I can't heal you. She looked up and saw Kitamaru, carefully studying them. Coming up with a strategy to deal with these two might not be that easy. Better power up a little, Kitamaru thought as black marks started to spread through his skin. The hell is that? Tamaki wondered aloud. Whatever it is, it can't be good for us. Better call some reinforcements, the cat Kunoichi decided before biting her thumb and making 5 hand seals and slamming her palm into the ground. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, Tamaki's 2 cats, Denka and Hina, emerged, ready to aid the young cat Kunoichi. Denka, Hina, I need your help once more, Tamaki told the ninja cats. I never faced such a strong enemy in my life, and I can't do it alone. Hina started to sniff the air. I smell a foul chakra, the female cat said before locking her eyes onto Kitamaru. Is he your enemy? Tamaki nodded. What do you want us to do? Denka asked. Shino and I will take the brunt of the attack. I need you to act as our support. Try to distract him, or attack him when he's busy fighting us, Tamaki told them. You can count on us. Both cats said in unison before vanishing. Tamaki's summoning didn't go unnoticed by Kitamaru, who bit his thumb as well. This is a game between the 3 of us. Calling outside help is cheating. If that's the case then, I'll do the same. Summoning jutsu, Kitamaru stated before slamming his hand into the tree branch he was standing on. From a cloud of smoke, a massive spider appeared, with Kitamaru standing on top of it, grinning evilly. Shino involuntarily took a step back. If you think you can beat me with numbers, you'll have another thing coming, Kitamaru stated as his giant spider generated a massive egg sac. The sac then broke, and dozens of spiders the size of small dogs rained upon them. The hell is that? Tamaki asked in shock. Still, she wasn't shocked enough to not react. The claws of her gauntlet retracted in order to allow her to do hand seals, which she did as fast as she could. Fire release, blistering fire cat. Pouring as much chakra as she could into the jutsu, Tamaki breathed a massive wave of fire that took the shape of a cat, even letting out a meowing cry, which burned to ashes most of the incoming spiders, with Shino dealing with the few that escaped her fiery attack. Good job, Tamaki-san, Shino praised her in his usual cold tone. Don't thank me yet, Tamaki replied, panting. That attack cost her a lot of chakra, and wasn't sure if she could be able to do it again if another rain of spiders came. Something Kitamaru had the intention to do. Not bad, girl, not bad. You're making this game interesting. But let's see how long can you keep doing th, Kitamaru said before being interrupted by a red blur who slashed his face. Arg! Get off of my face, you pest. At the same time, another blur, this one blue, attacked the spider's vulnerable spot, its face. The large arachnid cried in pain. Your cats bought us some precious time. We should attack now that he's distracted, Shino suggested. Tamaki nodded. I'll get the spider, you get the guy. Making a display of cat-like agility and speed, Tamaki climbed a tree until she was higher than the giant spider, and leapt at it, metal claws forward. Drill claw. Tamaki started to spin, turning herself into a living drill that pierced the 10-legged oddly enough giant beast through its head. The arachnid let out a wail of pain, and disappeared in a cloud of smoke before the cat Kunoichi could inflict more damage. On his part, Shino had managed to reach Kitamaru still fighting with Hina, and once again released his swarm of Kikai beetles. Abarame's secret art, insect tornado. As the name suggested, the swarm of insects formed a tornado around the unsuspecting Kitamaru while Hina jumped out of danger in the nick of time, as the beetles started to drain the auto ninja of his chakra. The fight was over. Or that's what Shino thought, as he couldn't feel the chakra being drained. Apparently, there was something that was blocking his swarm of insects. Ordering them to retreat, he saw that the six-armed ninja was covered in what appeared to be a brownish golden armor. I see. Your skin can also secrete that quick hardening fluid, and you used it to create an improvised armor, didn't you? Shino guessed. Kitamaru chuckled. Your deductive skills are almost as good as mine, the six-armed man stated, as his armor started to fall off. My clan's abilities were truly something, but I didn't become as strong as I am until Orochimaru-sama improved me in every way. And given how you little pests are making this game longer than it should be, you're going to see another one of my enhancements. The black markings on Kitamaru's body started to glow as they spread and covered his whole skin, which turned grayish-red. His hair grew longer, a pair of horns grew on his forehead, and his eyes turned yellow with a black sclera. But the biggest change was a third eye that appeared on his forehead. Do you know what this means, brats? Kitamaru asked with a sadistic glee. This means it's game over for the both of you. Meanwhile, further to the north, Naruto and his group were still chasing the auto ninja who had kidnapped Hagane and Kaida. The mood was a bit gloomier since 4 of their members were forced to leave in order to fight enemies much stronger than them, and naturally, everybody was worried for them. But worry for others was soon replaced by worry for themselves when they remembered that the 3 remaining enemies were also the strongest, including the one who was Jonin level. The thought of having to face such a powerful opponent sent chills down their spines. Well, not in Naruto's case. He was determined to save his little siblings, and nobody, not even Orochimaru himself, would stop him from doing so. We're closing the gap, Karen informed. Soon we owe? What's wrong, Karen? Sakura asked, worried. When her bespectacled teammate did that, it was never good. I felt a presence close to us, but it disappeared. It was very sudden, the redhead stated. Yes, there was something. I caught a small burst of smoke through the corner of my Byakugan, Hinata added. Worry started to spread among the group. A trap? Haku guessed. Naruto shook his head. A shadow clone. Upon dispelling, shadow clones send the information and knowledge they gathered to the original. They probably left one to watch us. Now they know we're close to them, and they will prepare a trap. If that's the case, then everybody, stay alert. Sasuke warned the others as his Sharingan flared to life. Hinata, Neji, we will need your eyes to make sure we're not blindsided. Don't worry, Sasuke-san, I've already been watching for potential traps on the way, Hinata reassured him as well as the whole group. A little further to the north of the Konoha group, the rest of the Sound Five, with the unconscious Hagane and Kaida carried by Kimimaro, continued their journey. As Kimimaro's shadow clone dispelled upon seeing the Jinchuriki and his allies, new information flooded the Kaguya clan member's brain. The Jinchuriki is close once again, Kimimaro told his teammates. How many of his friends are still with him? Sakon asked. If my clone is correct, he counted 10 of them, Kimimaro calmly replied. 10 of them? Still? Tuya indignantly asked. Why the fuck did those pieces of shit let so many pass? Yeah, you'd think Jirobo and Kitamaru would have an easier time dealing with a bunch of weak Genin, Sakon agreed. Maybe those Genin aren't as weak as we thought, Kimimaro stated. However, that doesn't erase the fact that Jirobo and Kitamaru only managed to get 4 out of our backs. Sakon, Tuya, you need to thin them out. Fuck yeah, time to crack some skulls, the only female of the Sound Five said in glee as she dashed in the opposite direction, followed by her blue-haired teammate. Those brats will have a surprise coming, Sakon chuckled. And thus, Kimimaro was left alone to guard the valuable hostages. While he wasn't afraid of a bunch of young greenhorns, he didn't want to take the chances and risk his hostages being rescued, harmed or fleeing. Orochimaru tasked him with a mission, and he always carried them out to the best of his abilities. Hopefully, Sakon and Tuya would be able to cut their numbers to a more manageable quantity, one that wouldn't be a threat to the mission. Back in Konoha, the news of Orochimaru's defeat at the hand of the third Hokage started to slowly spread around Konoha. Many Auto Ninja decided that with their leader gone, the best course of action would be to flee. Others were afraid that, if they left based on an unfounded rumor, Orochimaru would have them begging for a merciful death. And others refused to believe such news and continued fighting, despite the fact that Konoha was successfully pushing back the invaders and retaking all the zones the initial assault had taken over. One of those groups who still want to fight made the mistake of attacking Zabuza, thinking that he wouldn't be much of a threat with a broken sword. "Come here and see for yourselves if I'm not as dangerous with my sword damaged," the former Kiri ninja taunted them. What followed was pretty much a massacre. Broken sword or not, Zabuza was one of the deadliest ninja Kiri had produced. Plus, thanks to the executioner's blade special ability, it wouldn't stay damaged forever. After slashing two Auto Ninja at the same time, Zabuza watched intently how his blade absorbed the spilled blood, and used its iron to slowly rebuild itself. The masked man grinned under his mask. "So, who wants to volunteer some blood in order to fix my sword?" Zabuza asked the now not so confident Auto Ninja. "How about you?" In less than a second, Zabuza was behind the volunteer and impaled him from behind. His sword kept growing as blood was spilled. Once half the group was killed, the executioner's blade was fully repaired. This was enough to shatter the confidence of the remaining ninja, who found their lives more valuable than their loyalty to Orochimaru, and decided to flee. Zabuza watched in satisfaction as those poor bastards ran away, not even making an attempt to stop them. Not because of pity, but because he liked to leave some people alive to spread word of his bloodshed. And after that humiliation at the hands of Orochimaru, he needed to do something in order to cushion such a hit towards his reputation. As the former demon of the hidden mist turned around, two ninja landed in front of him, one with gravity-defying silver hair, and the other with a ridiculous bowl haircut. "Zabuza!" Kakashi called upon landing. "You're late, copycat. This area is clear of pests," Zabuza stated with an air of superiority. "But then again, your assistance will be welcome when I go to face Orochimaru." "That won't be necessary. I heard news that the third Hokage defeated him and sent him packing," Guy intervened, in an unusual serious tone. "The resurrected cage have been dealt with. If that's the case, all what's left is to clean the village from the remaining holdovers of Auto Ninja," Kakashi suggested. "Kakashi!" A female voice called him from above. The three Jonin looked up and saw Kurenai, followed by Asuma, as they jumped from a nearby roof and landed in front of them. "Kurenai? Everything okay?" Kakashi asked, noticing the red-eyed woman's distress. "Kakashi, I need you right now," Kurenai stated. Zabuza snorted. "I didn't imagine that your boyfriend was doing such a lousy job pleasuring you." Both Kurenai and Asuma shot the former Kiri ninja murderous glares before the Genjutsu mistress turned back at Kakashi. "Kakashi, we need your tracking dogs. Something terrible has happened," Kurenai urged. "We ran into a clone of Naruto," Asuma continued, not waiting for the rest to ask what was going on. "Turns out Orochimaru used the chaos of the invasion as a cover to sneak in an elite squad to kidnap the Hokage's children." "What?" Kakashi and Guy asked in unison. "That's not the worst part," Kurenai spoke again, making the others wonder what could be even worse. "The clone told us the original Naruto had gathered his friends and went to pursue the kidnappers themselves. Those kids don't know what they're going against. We need to help them. Fortunately, we won't be as needed now, given that a good chunk of the invaders have already been repelled," Asuma continued. "If that's the case, then there's no time to waste." Kakashi poked his thumb with a kunai and made several hand seals before slamming his hand into the floor. Summoning jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, 8 dogs of different races and sizes appeared. All of them were wearing Konoha forehead protectors, as well as other pieces of cloth. "What can we do for you, Kakashi?" One of the dogs, a pug, asked his master. "We are going to need your help in finding out our Jinan students. Time is the of essence," Kakashi urged. Chapter 37. Senju Twins Retrieval, Part 2. Or Brawl in the Forest. While Shikamaru guessed that 10 times as strong I was before was probably an exaggeration to describe Jirobo's physical capabilities in his second Curse Seal stage, it was more than enough to beat both of them to a pulp. Choji had tried to engage Jirobo in hand-to-hand combat, but the older teen easily overpowered the Akimichi ninja. Choji this time decided to use his trusty clan jutsu. Multi-size jutsu. Choji swelled up into a human boulder and started to spin towards Jirobo, catching fire at the same time. Fire release, flaming human bullet tank. Jirobo, on his part, wasn't impressed. Pathetic. The mutated ninja shouted as he kicked Choji, brutally knocking him backwards, forcing him to revert back to normal. Jirobo turned around and saw that Shikamaru had caught him with his shadow jutsu, but he didn't look fazed in the slightest. Without making any visible effort, he managed to break through the jutsu. Whoa, Shikamaru said in shock, as the Jirobo's breaking his jutsu made him recoil. Why are you surprised? Jirobo asked as he smiled maliciously. The first stage of the cursed seal already allowed me to overpower that annoying shadow jutsu of yours. In this stage, well, I don't even need to try. As weak as the both of you are, everything you do is completely useless against me. Keep underestimating us. It will make our job easier, Shikamaru countered, but deep down, he knew there was some truth to Jirobo's insults. Damn it, there's nothing that we can throw at this guy that he doesn't shake off as if it was nothing. Come on Shikamaru, think. There has to be a way to defeat. Shikamaru, Choji snapped the Nara out of his thoughts. I'm going to use it. It? What do you mean? Shikamaru trailed off, before realizing what Choji was planning to do. What? No. If you do that, you might die. And if I don't, both of us will die, Choji replied. He took out a soldier pill from ninja tool pouch and swallowed it. My calorie control improved a lot during the training I did with Dad for the Chunin exam finals. I can do this. Choji started to glow with a blue light as he started to gather chakra. Jirobo remained amused. I don't know what you plan to do, but whatever it is, it won't work. He then let out a fake yawn. Let's see if you can entertain me at least. I'm getting bored. You've been saying that non-stop, yet you failed to kill any of us so far, Shikamaru fired back. Jirobo's smile vanished, and his face frowned. You know what? I think you're right. Playtime's over. You go first. The Auto Ninja moved unusually fast for somebody his size, and in less than 2 seconds he was already in melee range, fist raised ready to beat the Nara into a pulp. Die. Shikamaru heard a loud crashing noise. However, the noise wasn't made by Jirobo's fist clashing against his body, but something that punched Jirobo with such force that he was sent flying against a tree. Choji? Shikamaru asked the boy in front of him. Choji's most defining feature, his heavy-set body, was now much thinner, making him pretty much unrecognizable. 2 large chakra wings shaped like the wings of a butterfly had grown on his back. All right, you fat ass, ready for the beating of your life? Choji taunted Jirobo. The Auto Ninja groaned as he pulled himself up. He then flexed his arms to rid them of any numbness. Oh, you're in for it, lard ball, Jirobo angrily snarled as he charged at Choji. Come on Shikamaru, let's go, Choji shouted as he charged. All right, then, the lazy genius replied as he followed him making hand seals. I'll try to create an opening for you. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Shikamaru breathed a volley of small fireballs from his mouth at Jirobo, who was also making hand seals. Earth release, hiding like a mole jutsu. Jirobo dug deep underground, and the barrage of fireballs harmlessly passed above him. However, he was soon going to find out that he wouldn't be safe underground. With the help of his chakra wings, Choji leapt high into the air. He raised his right fist, which started to burn with a blue flame, before inevitably coming down. Butterfly bullet bombing. Shikamaru made sure to be at a safe distance from the epicenter of the earthquake Choji created upon landing, shattering the land below him in a multitude of stones and pebbles, and most importantly, throwing Jirobo out of his underground hiding spot. What? Jirobo asked incredulously as he was sent flying up. Now's my chance, Shikamaru exclaimed as he grabbed a handful of kunai from his tool pouch and tossed them at the airborne Jirobo. While his toss was far from perfect, half of them embedded on the mutated ninja's skin. Arg! Jirobo screamed in pain. You! I will devour both of you. He screamed as he, blinded by fury, charged at the Konoha duo, not even bothering to remove the kunai from his body. Will you stop with the taunts already? It's getting tiresome, Shikamaru groaned. I think you're trying to bite more than you chew. Choji replied, as he charged as well. Both ninja met in the middle, greeting each other with a brutal punch to the face. However, Choji's punch packed way more power, and sent Jirobo flying back again, and the resulting shockwave raised a gust of wind in every direction. How about that? Choji taunted. He raised his fist again, which burned with a blue chakra fire once more. After getting a taste of Choji's superhuman strength in butterfly mode, Jirobo knew that not even with the level 2 cursed seal, he could win this fight. How these twerps are so strong. Especially the fat one. How did his punches get so strong so suddenly? Is that state of his, is he stronger than Orochimaru-sama's power? No, that can't be possible. The image of Choji menacingly getting closer made his survival instincts to overcome any rational thought, casting aside the mystery of Choji's power, and was replaced by one thing, to run away. But the moment he tried to run, he found his legs wouldn't move. What? Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Shikamaru stated, his hands locked into a hand seal, and his shadow connected with Jirobo's. While it's true that your previous strength was enough to overpower my jutsu, I'm sure you won't be feeling so hot after that beating. No. Jirobo screamed as he futilely tried to break Shikamaru's jutsu, but the Nara's words rang true. Those latest attacks he received did a number on him, and even the curse seal had its limits. Now prepare to experience the power of the Akimichi clan, Choji shouted as he charged at Jirobo with his fist raised. No, wait. Can't we just calm down? There's no need to. Butterfly bullet bomb. Unable to run away, or even try to block the attack, Jirobo saw himself at the receiving end of Choji's strongest punch he ever threw. The force of the impact shot him back like a rocket, crashing against a mighty oak, and the Auto Ninja was no more. Choji heavily panted as his chakra wings faded. Shikamaru walked to him and patted him on the back. You did it, Choji. You beat that animal, the Nara congratulated him. Well, it was a team effort, Choji weakly said before losing consciousness and dropping face first onto the ground. Choji? Congratulations brats, you're now going to play in hardcore difficulty, Kitamura grinned in a way that accentuated his current inhumanity. Who wants to die first? How about you? Tamaki retorted as she dashed towards the six-armed mutated ninja, her claws glowing with a blue light. Cross flash. Kitamura jumped backwards, even if at a lower speed than Tamaki's. He expelled his golden spider fluid, which took the shape of two long kunai before hardening, and used them to parry the cat Kunoichi's attack. He then used his extra arms to hold Tamaki in place, and tried to sink his improvised kunai into her flesh, but the brown-haired girl expertly broke the hold with a double kick to the Auto Ninja's chest, which also helped to push herself backwards. As he did before, Shino saw this moment as the perfect chance to make his move. He recalled his Kikai beetles around him. This is going to cost me a lot of chakra, but I don't think I have much choice, Shino thought with some regret, as he made the required hand seals. Aburame secret art, giant beetle growth. The jutsu produced multiple smoke explosions in the swarms of beetles, but when the smoke dispelled, both Kitamura and Tamaki saw in shock that some of the Aburame's insects suddenly grew to the size of Tamaki's cats. Said Kunoichi cringed upon seeing the six-legged beasts appear. Ew. With a mere hand command, Shino directed the squad of 10 giant insects towards Kitamura, who was shocked at first but quickly regained his cool. Jumping backwards, Kitamura spat once again a rather large spider web to trap Shino's giant insects, but said web was torn apart by several chakra-infused shuriken through by Tamaki. Shit! The six-armed man yelled. Kitamura managed to punch and kick back the first few of the insects that came close to him, but did not notice one of them sneaking from below, and sank its pincers into his leg. Arg! Kitamura yelled in pain, making his focus waver for a moment that was more than enough for the rest of the beetles to sink their pincers into his flesh. Shino jumped in front of the six-armed man, overwhelmed by the giant insects. It's over. Those beetles will drain your chakra until there's nothing left, Shino calmly announced. Kitamura growled in anger, but then his mouth curved into yet another inhuman smirk, one that sent chills to both Konoha ninja. Oh, that's so good, thinking you already defeated me. Well, think again. He opened his mouth, releasing more golden spider fluid, shaped like a long spear, taking Shino by surprise. The Aburame Genon tried to move, but he didn't react fast enough and the improvised spear pierced his belly. Shino, Tamaki yelled upon seeing the scene. Kitamura smiled upon seeing Shino's body falling face first to the ground, and at the same time, the beetles loosened his hold on him and stopped sucking his chakra, as if feeling their master's predicament. This allowed Kitamura to easily get them off of his body. Standing up, he turned back and saw Tamaki shooting him a murderous glare. See? This is what happens when you play such a dangerous game like this one. You get hurt. Badly, Kitamura chuckled. Don't worry, you're going to join him now. Denka, Hina, with me. Let's tear him to shreds, Tamaki shouted. Both cats appeared at her mistress' side, and the three of them charged at the Auto Ninja. Kitamura once again expelled more golden spider fluid, this time in the shape of several curved blades, one for each of his hands. The six-armed man grinned wildly, and engaged Tamaki and her cats in a brutal melee fight. Like she usually did, Tamaki was the one openly fighting, while her cats awaited for the chance to attack whenever the enemy showed an opening. But, thanks to his 6 arms, no such a thing happened. The guy was monster, both in the literal and metaphorical sense, since he could attack and keep a defensive position at the same time, making fighting him incredibly tedious. Given your choice of weapons, you're a melee type, aren't you? Kitamura asked as he casually blocked all of Tamaki's swipes. I'm more of a ranged specialist, but as you can see, I'm pretty good at hand-to-hand combat too. Let me guess, 3 times as good as I am? Tamaki asked, hinting at the predictable pun. 3? Oh boy, you're certainly full of yourself. The number of my arms is irrelevant to the gap between us, Kitamura retorted. Now die. The 6-armed ninja opened his mouth, firing multiple spikes made of the hardened golden spider fluid. This time, it was Tamaki's turn to jump back, as she swiped them away with her bladed gauntlets. Kitamura lunging at her shortly afterwards didn't go unnoticed, and the kunoichi retracted the blades back, and made several hand seals. Fire release, blistering fire cat. Tamaki exhaled a stream of fire that quickly took the shape of a large and ferocious cat that dashed towards Kitamura, leaving a trail of fire with each step. Kitamura, however, easily dodged it by jumping sideways. You'll have to do better. Drill claw. The next thing he saw, Tamaki had turned into a spinning missile that was flying at him. Caught in mid-air, Kitamura couldn't move again to dodge Tamaki's attack, but unfortunately for her, he was a man of resources, and expelled a spider web thread to a tree branch above him to avoid being torn to shreds. Kitamura smirked arrogantly. That was a close one. But like I said, you'll have to do better. Meow. A pair of cats appeared out of nowhere, with one of them biting one of his arms and the other latched itself to his face and started to viciously slash and bite it. Erg, Kitamura yelled as he forcefully removed Hina from his face, and angrily tossed the female cat against a tree, followed by savagely punching Denka in the head, forcing the male cat to stop biting his arm. Denka! Hina, Tamaki cried from below. Sorry, Tamaki-chan, but I don't think we can keep going. Denka weakly said as he and her sister disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke behind. It's okay, you did a great job, Tamaki whispered to herself, before looking at Kitamura with defiant eyes. You'll pay for all the people and animals you hurt today. Kitamura chuckled once again. He created 2 swords out of the golden spider fluid. I'd like to see you try. Without uttering any more words, Tamaki quickly climbed the tree Kitamura was perched on, and engaged him once again in melee combat. However, once again she found that Kitamura was the superior opponent, and in no time he kicked her back into the ground. Now die already. This game is no longer fun. Kitamura opened his mouth, once again releasing a barrage of golden blades at the downed cat ninja in a wide angle. Death Steel Ring. Tamaki started to spin with her bladed hands extended, successfully deflecting most of the raining projectiles, but she was unable to stop all of them, and some ended up embedded in her body, forcing her to stop. And game over for you, Kitamura laughed as he was jumped down, ready to impale Tamaki with his improvised swords. Tamaki closed her eyes and feared for the worst. Die. Aburame Secret Art, Giant Beetle Growth. What? Kitamura didn't have time to react before he was swarmed by a dozen of giant beetles, making him unceremoniously drop into the ground face first as the hungry insects began to prey on his chakra. Shino. Tamaki squealed in joy. You're okay. For the given value of the word okay, he punctualized. But yes, I'm no longer close to death anymore. Kitamura looked at the Aburame with hate and incredulity in his 3 eyes. What? How? I killed you. You thought you killed me? Shino replied. The wound you inflicted on me would have been fatal unless treated immediately. Fortunately, I've been trained in the medical arts by the greatest medic nin the world has ever seen, and Tamaki bought me all the time I needed to recover. Now I can return to the battle, and end it once for all. And trust me, you won't catch me off guard a second time. No. This, ARGHH. I can't look. Tamaki whined as he averted her gaze as Kitamura was slowly devoured by Shino's enlarged bugs. Shino, on the other hand, wasn't going to make the same mistake his opponent did, and wouldn't take his eyes off the auto ninja until he was 100% sure he would be dead. And that moment didn't take too long to arrive. Tamaki, sit down. I need to treat those wounds on your body before they get worse, Shino instructed his teammate. Don't. You've lost a lot of chakra. I think I can go a bit longer until we can find some help, Tamaki replied. Shino shook his head. I won't allow that by any means. Don't worry about my chakra reserves, my beetles can give me some of theirs if I need them. Now sit down, don't move, and let me work on your wounds. Not having any energy left to argue, Tamaki sighed and complied. As Shino removed the makeshift kunai from her body and healed the wound, she wondered if the others would have rescued the Hokage's children by now. She also thought about Kiba, and prayed that he wouldn't do anything stupid given that neither Shino nor she would be there to cover his back. By the time Jiraiya and Anko returned to Konoha, they saw that much to their surprise, the battle had died down considerably, and most of the efforts were focused on capturing or driving away the remaining Auto ninja still attacking. You know, I had the feeling that we missed a lot when we were out, Jiraiya mentioned as he looked around. Actually, I think it's everybody else who missed on what we did, Anko replied, before her impatience kicked in. Alright, where is Orochimaru? There's no way he can escape from us now. Hokage-sama. A new voice said. A small group of Anbu, led by a cat-masked purple-haired woman whom Jiraiya knew was Yugao Uzuki, landed in front of the white-haired man. Thank Kami you've returned. What is the situation here? Jiraiya asked her. 2 of the reanimations have been dealt with, Yugao informed, and Jiraiya visibly sighed upon hearing the news. If that's the case, then all of Orochimaru's reanimations have been neutralized, since Anko and myself just dealt with Minato and Kushina, Jiraiya explained. The Anbu remained impassible, but on the inside, they were just as relieved. Any news on Orochimaru? We've got reports that Sarutobi-sama, helped by Tsunade-sama and Shisui Uchiha, managed to defeat the traitor, Yugao explained, eliciting a smile on Jiraiya and a frown on Anko, being deprived of her chance of revenge once again. Unfortunately, Orochimaru evaded capture. We don't know his location, but it's safe to assume that he's no longer in the village. Jiraiya's smile disappeared, and let out a heavy sigh. Despite his ego, Orochimaru was always a sneaky bastard, and wouldn't come here without an escape plan. Undoubtedly, it won't be long until he shows his visage again. What about the rest of his forces? Most of them are withdrawing, albeit a few holdouts in the core of the village remains, Yugao informed him. Good to hear. Well, let's help our forces take out the trash, alright? Jiraiya suggested. Everybody nodded. Lead the way, Hokage-sama. Jiraiya leapt towards downtown Konoha, followed by Anko and the small squad of Anbu. Meanwhile, further to the north, Naruto and the rest of his friends continued the pursuit of his little siblings' kidnapping. 2 of them left the group. Karen warned everybody. Which ones? Sasuke asked. The weakest ones. The strongest guy and presumable the leader is still carrying Hagane and Kaida. Guess that he wants to personally make sure that they arrive to wherever Orochimaru has his lair. Alright, everybody, stay alert. These 2 are surely even stronger than the other 2, who were already way stronger than any of us individually. Naruto told the others. Everybody mentally prepared to fight, and some of them, such as Naruto, Tenten, and Haku, got some weapons ready. However, they were met by something none of them were expecting. Hey, are you hearing that? Kiba asked. Akamaru barked in agreement. I believe so, Sakura replied. It sounds like a flute? Suddenly, all of them lost all sense of balance, tripping when tried to find a footing on a tree branch, and fell to the grassy ground below. They tried to stand up, and suddenly felt very dizzy. Wah, what's going on? Lee slurred as he tried to get up. Suddenly, ropes appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around their limbs and pulling them in different directions, leaving them completely immobilized. What the hell is this? Tenten asked, and much to her horror, she saw how her arms started to melt off. Ah! My arms! It's a genjutsu. Sakura told the others. Quickly, try to break it. The knowledge that they have been trapped in a genjutsu was of little help, given that they were pretty much unable to break it. Damn it, this genjutsu are almost like those from Kurenai-sensei. Haku thought as he tried to break the morbid illusion. Come on, you can do it, Kurenai-sensei taught you how. Meanwhile, close to them, perched on a tree branch, Sakon was stalking the helpless Konoha ninja from afar, smiling deviously. Look at them, unable to resist Tuya's music, Sakon chuckled to himself. We should have gone ourselves from the get-go instead of sending the other 2 idiots first. Anyway, Sakon then pulled a pair of kunai. Let the culling begin. The blue-haired teen leapt from his hiding place, and locked onto his first target, Sasuke Uchiha, whom he had deemed the biggest threat. He couldn't help but widely smile in anticipation at the thought of his first kill of the day. Shanaro. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl appeared in his field of vision, and the next second he found himself at the receiving end of an incredibly powerful punch that sent him flying backwards, forcing him to drop his kunai, until a tree painfully stopped him. The hell? Sakon asked in pain, as he got up. How were you able to break Tuya's genjutsu, you brat? Turns out, I'm a very proficient in genjutsu myself, Sakura replied as she shook her hand she used to punch him. Including how to dispel them. Oh well, big deal. You won't be able to release the others if you're busy fighting me. And if you fight me, it won't take long until your pitiful life comes to an end, Sakon stated. Get ready. Sakura didn't expect the blue-haired teen to be so fast, but nonetheless she was able to react in time and block an incoming punch. However, she had a much harder time blocking the next barrage of rapid-fire punches. Damn it, this guy's taijutsu is as good as Lee's. Sakura distressingly thought as she tried to block the barrage of hits. Even if I can surpass his physical strength with Tsunade-sama's chakra-enhanced strength, it won't be of any help if I can't land a single hit. Wait a minute. I got it. Sakon continued his onslaught, while Sakura kept parrying and blocking them as well as she could, not making any attempts at attacking. See how hopelessly outclassed you're against me? Sakon taunted. Now die. Pouring as much strength as he could into his next punch, he sank his fist into Sakura's stomach. The pinkette bent over forwards as her mouth and eyes opened wide, before exploding into a burst of cherry blossoms. What the hell? Sakon asked in shock, before he realized. Damn it, she used a genjutsu. Fortunately, the auto ninja was able to snap out of it pretty easily. However, the seconds he spent entranced gave Sakura more than enough time to counterattack, and after breaking the genjutsu, the first thing he saw was a very angry Sakura charging at him, her fist raised and ready to turn him into a bloody pulp. Shit. Sakon managed to jump in time, and Sakura's fist ended up hitting the ground, instantly creating a rather large crater, and making the ground around a kilometer shake as if there was an earthquake. Shit, that bitch is way stronger than I am? How? She doesn't have any muscle. Sakon thought in anger upon seeing the power of the pinkette's fists. I can't let her. Passing Fang. Sakon's thoughts were interrupted by a living tornado flying at him. Once again, the auto ninja's agility and speed saved him from a nasty injury by gracefully dodging the sneak attack. The tornado then turned into a Konoha ninja wearing a gray hooded coat. Kiba. Sakura called, happy to have some reinforcements. The hell? You're a genjutsu master too or what? Sakon asked. Sakura also wanted to know. Kiba wasn't exactly proficient with genjutsu, not even at breaking them. If you fall under a genjutsu, you need a partner to disrupt your chakra network in order to snap out of it. He then pulled his hood back revealing a happy-looking white-furred dog. Meet my partner, Akamaru. Arf. Akamaru happily barked. Your goddamn dog was able to resist Tuya's genjutsu? Sakon asked in shock. Dogs have different chakra networks from humans, and given that most genjutsu are meant for humans, dogs are immune to most of them, Kiba stated. He started to smell the air. Now, if my nose doesn't fool me and it never does, she's about 100 meters to the northwest, am I right? Release. Another of the Konoha ninja was also awake. Finally. It took me some effort, but Kurenai-sensei's training paid off. Haku happily said as he regained the control of his body. Another one? You're supposed to be Jinan. No Jinan should be able to break a genjutsu this complex. Sakon protested, letting out his frustration. Correction, we're Konoha Jinan. We're far tougher than the average, Kiba cockily proclaimed. Kiba, if you found where the genjutsu caster is, you should go and try to stop her, Sakura told him. Kiba nodded, and leapt away. Haku, release the others. I'll keep this guy busy while you do it. Understood, Haku stated as he began to disrupt Tenten's chakra network. Sakura then started to make hand seals. Water release, water gun. Sakura's cheeks puffed, and then exhaled a stream of water at the shocked blue-haired auto ninja, who managed to dodge it by jumping to a nearby tree. These brats are way stronger than they look. No wonder why Jirobo and Kitamaru only managed to delay 4 between the two of them. Then again, if they use the cursed seal they should be able to kill them easily, and thus come back to help us. Why the hell aren't they here yet? Sakon thought. Get over here, you coward, Sakura shouted, shaking her fist. Where was that bravado from a few minutes ago? In no time, all of the Konoha Jinan were already released from the musical genjutsu. In fact, the music had stopped altogether, meaning that Kiba managed to interrupt it. Is everybody okay? Naruto asked. Define, okay, Karen groaned as she rubbed her temples. I'm good to continue, Sasuke stated. The same goes for me, Lee added, followed by everybody else stating the same intention. 2 more of those guys are here. Sakura is engaging one, while Kiba is fighting the other. 2 of us should stay here to help them, while the rest go and face their leader, Naruto stated. I think I'll stay and make sure Forehead Girl doesn't get killed, Ino stated. Besides, is no secret that I'm not among the strongest of us present. Besides, you still have 2 medic nin in the group. I'm going to stay as well. Kiba has none of his teammates, and he'll need somebody to cover his back, Neji stated. Karen walked towards Neji and grabbed his hand. Be careful, Neji-kun. If you don't come back, I will break up with you. Neji gave her a hint of a smile. Don't worry, I will be fine. Very well then. Good luck and stay alive. The rest of us, go. Naruto called. Everybody nodded, and they resumed the pursuit, led by the blonde Chunin. No. Sakon screamed as he noticed Naruto and the others slipping away. He disengaged Sakura and tried to stop them, but a rain of shuriken forced him to cut his chase short. Sorry, but you aren't leaving so soon, not before playing with us first, Ino stated in a rather smug tone as she adopted a fighting stance. Ready, billboard brow? Sakura smiled. Whenever you are, Ino pig. The sound of the flute became much clearer as Kiba advanced towards the genjutsu caster. Akamaru was resting on his head, constantly biting his ear in order to create a source of pain that would prevent the Inuzuka runt from relapsing into the genjutsu. I think you're enjoying this too much, Kiba told Akamaru. The dog merely growled as he intensified the pressure of his bite. A few seconds later, he saw a flicker of red hair, and could see a red-haired girl, maybe a couple years older than him, playing the flute. Kiba reached for his tool pouch and pulled a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it. Concert's over, Kiba stated as he tossed the kunai at Tuya's feet. The redhead kunoichi was forced to stop playing the flute and jump as far away as possible in order to avoid the incoming explosion. Beast Mimicry Art, 4 Legs Jutsu. Kiba emerged from the cloud of smoke and dust raised by the explosion, running on all 4s at an insane speed, and lunged at Tuya. The Auto Kunoichi once again jumped back, but she wasn't fast enough, and Kiba managed to scratch her in the face. You son of a bitch. Tuya cursed as she covered her wounded cheek with one of her hands. Kiba ignored her insults, and smirked at her confidently. Just like I expected. Since you're a genjutsu specialist, you aren't that good in hand-to-hand combat. Why don't you come here and test your theory, you piece of shit? Tuya angrily retorted. Oh, I plan to, Kiba stated as he took a 4-legged stance once more. How the hell did you brat manage to break my genjutsu? Tuya asked before she noticed Kiba's bloodied ear. You must think you're so clever, don't you? I'm going to admit that this is the first time somebody called me clever, Kiba replied. Yeah, I admit that I'm not that bright. But guess what? I don't need brains to be very good at what I do. Kiba lunged forwards, ready to tear Tuya to shreds with his wild and feral taijutsu style. This time, rather than trying to dodge, the Auto Kunoichi decided to fight him. She replaced her flute with a couple of kunai and engaged the Inuzuka in melee combat. Despite her valiant efforts, Kiba was right. Tuya was a ranged specialist, and hand-to-hand combat wasn't her forte in her base form, at least, but her pride didn't allow her to activate her curse seal so soon against an enemy she deemed unworthy, and Kiba soon became the superior fighter. And to add salt to the wound, Kiba had still one more asset Tuya wasn't taking into account. Arf! Akamaru jumped from Kiba's head, and sank his small but sharp teeth in Tuya's arm. Get the hell off me, you fucking bitch. Passing Fang. Thanks to that moment of distraction, Kiba was able to nail the redhead with his signature jutsu, knocking her from the tree branch she was perched in, and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Looking down, he saw Tuya getting up. By the way, Akamaru is male, Kiba shouted down, with his dog barking in agreement. I don't give a shit about what your fucking pest of a pet has between the legs. The redhead shouted back. Then, much to Tuya's anger, another Konoha ninja appeared, landing beside Kiba. He had long brown hair and clear, light gray eyes. He appeared to be a Hyuga. Kiba, the Hyuga stated in his usual calm demeanor. I came here to help you defeat this foe. Kiba smirked at the Hyuga prodigy. Thanks, but I'm almost done here. This chick can barely fight against somebody able to resist genjutsu. Then again, you can watch me how I defeat this very unworthy opponent. Kiba's words made Tuya froth with rage. Not only was he tossing her around like a rag doll, but he even boasted about it for further humiliation. Black marks started to spread around her body, as her desire to make Kiba eat his words burned her from the inside. "You think you saw the best of me, you piece of shit?" Tuya angrily shouted. "Well, let me tell you, you've seen nothing yet." She bit her thumb and made 5 hand seals before slamming her hand into the ground. Summoning Jutsu. From a cloud of smoke, 3 large ogre-like creatures appeared. One had long hair that covered its face, was fully clothed, and was carrying a threatening-looking steel club. The second was much bulkier, wore no shirt, and had its eyes and wrists bandaged. Under the wrist bandages there were a pair of claw-like blades. The last one was completely bandaged from head to toe, leaving only its mouth visible, and strangely enough, had no arms. The 3 of them had the same rope-like purple belt around their waists. "She may not be much of a fighter, but apparently she can summon somebody who can do the fighting for her," Neji observed. "Shit," Kiba cursed, realizing that the tables were about to be turned. "Stay calm. They're just summons. If we can get past them, beating the woman won't be that hard," Neji reminded him. "Yeah. I was saving this for later, but better not go half-assed on her." Kiba then pulled out something out of his ninja tool pouch, which appeared to be a soldier pill. "Akamaru." Kiba tossed the pill at the little dog, who ate it in one bite. The effect was instant, and the dog's normally white fur started to dye red. While impassible on the outside, Neji was rather surprised. "I had no idea your dog could do that," Neji commented, as his Byakugan allowed him to see all the changes Akamaru was going through, besides the visible one. Kiba smiled in pride. "Of course. Inuzuka dogs aren't just pets. They're our partners for a reason." Meanwhile, back on the ground, black marks started to spread around Tuya as she pulled out her flute once again. "Get ready, you pieces of trash, you have no idea what's coming for you," Tuya yelled as she started to play the flute once again. At the sound of the flute, the 3 summoned giants leapt at the 2 Konoha. "Here they come. Get ready," Kiba shouted as he and Neji prepared for the incoming fight. Earth release, crushing avalanche. Large rocks started rise from the ground around Sakura before being chucked at the Auto Ninja, who quickly dodged them, before reaching the Pinkhead in hand-to-hand combat. Multiple connected fists. Sakura was about to block the incoming fist, but she swore she saw several afterimages of other fists around it, and indeed, she felt several strong hits despite successfully blocking the attack, which knocked her backwards a few meters. "What the hell?" Sakon asked, shaking his hand in pain. "It's like your skin is made of metal." Sakura got up and smiled confidently at the blue-haired ninja. Her skin then turned grayish-brown, while her pink hair turned metallic silver. "You're not that far off," Sakura replied. "You're mostly a physical fighter, right? Then you won't be able to cause me much harm." The Iron Skin Jutsu. "Good work, forehead," Ino mentally praised her fellow Konoha Kunoichi. Even with the Iron Skin Jutsu, those punches hurt. "This guy is way stronger than he looks. I'll have to keep him fighting me, or else he'll snap Ino in two," Sakura thought, as she carefully eyed her opponent. "Let's go." With her skin-tight armor active, Sakura dashed at Sakon, who welcomed her with a sadistic smile. This time, the Auto Ninja played defensively, blocking Sakura's attacks, maybe waiting for an opening to counterattack or even waiting for her to get tired. That would have been a valid tactic back then, but after training with Guy-sensei, there's no way this punk can hope to exhaust me, Sakura thought in mild satisfaction. After pushing Sakura back a bit, Sakon started to rapidly spin. Multiple connected whirlwind. Sakon's spinning created a tornado around himself that hurled Sakura backwards, albeit it didn't cause too much damage. "Weird. I swear I saw him sprouting multiple legs," Sakura thought as she pulled herself back. Meanwhile, Ino had sneaked behind the blue-haired ninja and was ready to make her move. She made a single-hand seal. Mental Scourge Jutsu. "Ag!" Sakon yelled, as he instinctively grabbed his head with his hands, finding himself victim of a brief but powerful migraine. "You bitch. Like that?" Ino smugly asked. "That jutsu will cause you a huge headache if you try to gather and mold chakra. Even if you're a melee type, I prefer for you not to have a ranged option." "I see. You're the ranged specialist, while your little friend here is the frontline fighter, am I right?" Sakon asked, looking back and forth between the two girls. "So that means that I should get rid of you first." Sakon dashed at Ino, evading Sakura's attempt to block him. On her part, Ino reached on her ninja tool pouch, and pulled something Sakon was unable to see, before tossing it at the ground, creating a cloud of smoke. Damn it. Sakon cursed. Multiple connected whirlwind. The tornado the auto ninja generated managed to easily dispel the smoke created by the smoke bomb, but much to his chagrin, Ino used that time to keep some distance from him, as well to make several hand seals. Water release, water gun. Ino shot a stream of water from her mouth at the blue-haired ninja, who managed to dodge it. However, in doing so, he was left wide open for Sakura to attack from behind. Gotcha! The pinkette though, ready to reduce the auto ninja to pulp. However, much to her surprise and confusion, a leg protruded from his back, kicking Sakura back with considerable force. The hell was that? Ino asked, just as shocked. Good to see that I wasn't the only one who saw that, Sakura added, as she stood up. Trying to attack from behind, huh? Smart, but useless against somebody like me, you can say that I have. Sakon began as, much to Sakura and Ino's horror, a second head grew besides the first one. Eyes on my back, the other head finished. Girls, meet my twin brother, Ukon, Sakon stated. As you can see, we're pretty close, hee hee. You. Both Sakura and Ino squirmed in disgust. You're not the first one who react in such a way, Sakon laughed. Sorry brother, I think they find you too repulsive. No double date for us, it seems. Oh well, that's life. Anyway, let's not play around, Ukon stated as black marks started to spread around his body. The marks began to glow as well, spreading through the rest of his body, turning his skin red, his eyes yellow with black sclera, and growing a horn on his forehead. Level 2 already? I wanted to have some fun before finishing them off, Sakon whined. We're on an important mission, and I want to go back to sleep. Besides, I doubt we'll get a good fight out of these two bimbos, Ukon replied. Who the hell are you calling a bimbo? Ino angrily asked. Ignoring Ino, Sakon did as his brother asked, and activated his curse seal to its level 2 stage, undergoing an identical transformation, before finally separating into different bodies. Now you won't be able to blindside us, Sakon stated, smiling evilly at the two Konoha, who looked at his newly sharp and inhuman teeth with a mixture of disgust and horror. 2 versus 2. Now this is what you'd call a fair fight, don't you think? Ukon added. They may be two, but now that they're separated, they won't be able to use multiple limbs at the same time again, Sakura warned Ino. Alright, I'll try to have the two of them focused on me. Stay behind and cover me. Who died and made you leader? Ino replied. Upon seeing Sakura's glare, she relented. Alright, I'll do what you say. Sakura made a hand seal. Earth release, Earth clone jutsu. 3 masses of dirt and rock emerged from the ground and took the shape and color of Sakura Haruno. Okay, between me and my clones, we should be able to fight them on even grounds. Earth clones take more than a single hit to destroy, and with all this earth, they don't take much chakra to form. Still, I better not expend much or else I won't be able to keep the iron skin active, Sakura thought, as she prepared to fight. Sakon and Ukon shot like rockets against 2 of the Sakura clones, which were immediately shattered by 2 deceptively strong punches. The third clone reacted in time, and delivered a flying kick to Ukon before he could recover, while the original Sakura dashed towards Sakon, fist raised and glowing with chakra. Cherry Blossom Strike. Sakon managed to vanish the last second before Sakura's fist hit the ground, creating another crater, and sending multiple rocks and pebbles up into the air. Upon missing, she looked around to see where did he go. Where is he? Sakura impatiently asked. Ino let out a scream. When Sakura looked at her, the blonde looked absolutely horrified at her, as if she had seen a nightmarish monster. Ino? What's wrong? Are you? The pinkette asked. Oh, that reaction is pretty normal the first time somebody sees this, Sakon stated besides her. Turning her head, Sakura understood Ino's horror, and saw that Sakon had fused his body to hers. Sakura let out another scream of horror as well. Thanks to Orochimaru-sama's curse seal, Ukon and I can use our bloodline limit to fuse with another person, almost in an instant. Now, Sakon proceeded to immobilize Sakura by forcing her to hold one of her arms with the other one. Ukon, this one's done with, take care of the blonde. Got it. The other brother replied, having just destroyed Sakura's remaining clone. Ino managed to snap to her senses and prepared for the incoming attack, slipping into a fighting stance. Ukon pulled out a kunai and dashed at her with a crazed smile. Now die. Everything happened way too fast for Ino to see, and before she realized, Ukon had already slashed her torso. Ino! Sakura screamed in horror. As the blonde disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a log behind, which snapped in two a second after appearing. The hell? Ukon asked. Sakon started to laugh. Oh boy, I can't believe she got you with such a basic trick, brother. Mind transfer jutsu. Sakon was suddenly silenced, as a thud was heard from behind the merged ninja. Turning around, Sakura saw Ino's unconscious body in the ground. She then looked at the auto ninja merged with her. Ino? The pinkette tentatively asked. As if to answer her question, Sakon slowly began to separate from Sakura, much to the latter's relief. Thank you. I owe you one, Sakura told the blonde, now possessing the auto ninja. Sakon, what the hell are you doing? Ukon asked, upon seeing his brother standing side by side with the enemy. He then realized what was going on. Oh, I see, you're from that clan of psychics and body snatchers, right? Body snatchers? Oh, that's rich, coming from you. Ino as Sakon retorted. Sakura, pull out a few smoke bombs. Huh? What do you plan to? Sakura asked. Just do as I say, damn it, Ino snapped. Sakon's deep voice made Ino sound way scarier than she thought, which made Sakura to comply her request all the faster. I don't know what you plan to do, but you're releasing my brother, now, Ukon shouted as they dashed at the Konoha duo. Sakura, now, Ino shouted. Sakura nodded and tossed the smoke bombs, creating a huge cloud of smoke in an instant, forcing Ukon to stop in his tracks and giving the two girls enough cover to sneak out, and take cover behind a large tree. Sakura, I'm going to undo the jutsu. The instant I return to my original body, punch this creep with all your might. I'll try to help you against the other, Ino whispered to her as she pulled out a kunai from Sakon's pouch. Sakura was having a bad feeling about that. What do you mean, try? The answer came in the form of Ino stabbing the kunai into Sakon's gut, much to Sakura's shock and horror. Ino, what are you doing? Your body takes the same wounds as the body you possess, Sakura shouted, visibly shaken. I know. That's why I have to return to my own body and heal myself as best as I can. Now give this asshole the whooping he deserves. Ino weakly protested as she made a hand seal. Ino, Sakura whispered in awe. Her expression became more determined as her fingers curled into a fist. You can count on me. Ino smiled. She meant it to be a genuine smile, but her current body made her look unbelievably creepy. Release. Sakon had no time to process what had happened before a fist smashed against his face, hurling him backward several meters, until he crashed against a tree, knocking him unconscious. Sakura guessed that given how much blood he was going to lose thanks to the wound inflicted by Ino, the blue-haired auto ninja would never wake up again. Ino woke up within her body. Despite only a few seconds having passed before making that wound and her returning to her body, she had lost quite more blood than she had expected. Still, she wasn't going to let herself being carried away by panic, that wouldn't help. She was trained by one of the legendary Sannin, and she was going to make her proud. She placed both hands on the wound. Mystical Palm Jutsu. Her hands glowed with a green light as some of the blood returned back to her body, the wound started to slowly close. She wanted to finish it as soon as possible so she could go back and help Sakura, but rushing things wouldn't be of any help. I have to trust Sakura is strong enough to keep that creep at bay until I can rejoin her, Ino told herself as she carefully healed her wound. And even then, in my current state, don't think I'm going to be of much help. Oh well, at least I took one of those guys out. Come on forehead, I'm sure you can match me. Following Sakura's previous shouts, Ukon managed to find where his possessed brother and Sakura had gone. And he managed to find them just when Sakura shattered Sakon's skull with a brutal and well-placed punch to the face. Sakon. Sakura turned around to see the other auto ninja's face, contorted by rage and hatred. You killed Sakon. Ukon screamed at her. Sakura had the urge to mention that technically Sakon was still alive, but will die of blood loss in a few minutes if he wasn't properly treated, which wasn't going to happen. However, she knew that pointing that out wouldn't be of any help, so she merely slipped into a battle stance yet again. Yeah, he's dead. That's what happens when you mess with Konoha. Do you want me to send you to the place he is now? Sakura asked, trying to sound intimidating, but knew she failed in doing so. In fact, she only succeeded in making her enemy's anger even greater. You think you're so clever, right bitch? Ukon turned into a blue and red blur as he dashed towards Sakura. I'll cut your tongue and force you to eat it. The moment Ukon's fist connected with Sakura's face, the pinkette vanished, leaving a trail of cherry petals behind. Despite his anger, Ukon was still sane enough to recognize and dispel the genjutsu, and with a quick burst of chakra, the illusion was broken. Perched on a tree above him, Sakura pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached and tossed it at Ukon. The auto ninja noticed and managed to jump in time, not only avoiding the explosion, but using it to catapult himself upwards and leap against Sakura. "Die already," he yelled as he fell upon her. "Crap." Sakura raised her arms in the form of an X to protect herself from the incoming hit. Ukon's punch had so much force behind it that it not only knocked Sakura back into the ground, but it managed to shatter the skin-tight metal layer protecting her body. "Oh damn it. I thought that my iron skin jutsu was impenetrable," Sakura thought in horror. Seeing that it wasn't going to be of much help, she deactivated the jutsu in order to avoid needlessly consuming chakra. Ukon didn't give Sakura any time to breathe, as he was over her in less than 2 seconds. Sakura hurried to stand up and block the incoming storm of strong and painful kicks and punches, until her defense failed, and Ukon covered her body in nasty bruises before giving her a painful kick to the stomach that knocked her on her back. "On second thought, I'm not going to kill you just yet, no," Ukon said as he slowly advanced towards Sakura's fallen form. "Sakon's killer deserves more than a quick death. I don't care about the mission anymore. I'll take all the time necessary to drive you mad with pain." Ukon angrily pulled Sakura up by her long mane of pink hair, forcing her to meet him eye to eye. He snarled angrily at her. "Something else to say?" As quickly as she could, Sakura made a hand seal. Poison mist. Being so close to her, Ukon couldn't react in time and was enveloped by a purple cloud of toxic fumes, which he naturally inhaled. He stepped out of the cloud, coughing, and fell on his knees. You bitch." Ukon cursed between coughs. "Be happy. With the amount of gas you inhaled, you'll be seeing your brother in a few minutes." Sakura then started to walk towards him, her fist glowing with a blue fire. "But you know what? I'm going to speed things up just to be safe." Sakura's chakra-enhanced fist struck the defenseless Ukon in the torso, shattering multiple bones and reducing many of his internal organs to chunky salsa, ending his life in an instant. I did it," Sakura tiredly said to herself, as she fell on her knees. After completely healing herself, Ino went to find Sakura, something that wasn't hard to do thanks to her sensory abilities. Even if they weren't as strong as Karen's, they were quite acute. In no time she pinpointed Sakura's chakra signature, but for some reason, it was the only human chakra she could perceive. "Can those guys mask their presence from sensors?" Ino asked aloud. The answer came when she found the pinkette lying near the ravaged body of the ninja once known as Ukon. "Sakura," Ino shouted in panic. She ran to her and quickly began to apply her medical ninjutsu on her former friend. She could tell that besides all those ugly bruises and bloodied wounds, she had a couple broken bones that would need more specialized treatment. Much to the blonde's relief, Sakura's eyes started to blink. Ino?" Sakura weakly groaned. "Don't move, forehead. I'm trying to heal you," Ino replied in a cold, neutral tone. "Are you okay?" the pinkette asked. "I'm the one who should ask that, not you," Ino retorted. "Now stay still while I heal you." "Ino. What did I just tell you?" the blonde angrily asked. "Thank you. If you didn't take that other guy out, I don't think I could have defeated this one," Sakura told her, before coughing a bit. Ino found herself smiling at her former friend. "Somebody had to." "You could have let me," Sakura replied. Ino shook her head. "No, it had to be me. I couldn't make you take such a huge risk." "Don't patronize me, I'm a medic too, and a better one than you are," Sakura replied. Ino didn't retort with an acid quip as Sakura expected, and much to her surprise, Ino nodded. "Yes, you're right, but like I told you, I couldn't let you do it. Not after the way I treated you. And I'm very sorry." "Ino." "No, let me finish," Ino interrupted as a single tear ran through her cheek. "I'm sorry for how harsh I was on you, for still hating Sasuke, as if he was responsible for what happened to my father, as well as being so eager to end our friendship when we had a crush on the same boy. Will you forgive me?" "Only if you forgive me too," Sakura weakly replied. "I didn't fight for our friendship as much as I should have. But I don't think things can go the way they were before." "Don't say that," Ino replied. "Maybe not now, but in the future, well, this is a start, isn't it? Maybe in due time, we can salvage what we used to have." "When did you become such an optimist?" Sakura asked. "People change, forehead. People change." Meanwhile, not far from there, as Tuya played the flute once again, Neji, Kiba and Akamaru were fighting Tuya-summoned ogres, which she called Doki. These new adversaries would prove themselves to be quite stronger than they already looked. Passing Fang. After turning into a human drill, Kiba flew at the ogre with the metal kanabo, who used it to painfully smack Kiba with it, stopping the attack on his tracks and tossing him into the ground. "Aw!" Kiba shouted. Akamaru whined as he rushed to check his master. "Don't worry buddy, I'm still okay." The Inuzuka replied as he rubbed his pained skull. His vision was shadowed by another one of the ogres, the one with the wrist places, leaping down at him. "Oh shit." Vacuum palm. A vacuum shell blasted the ogre away, giving the Inuzuka and his dog a chance to get out of harm's way. "Thanks. I think I owe you one," Kiba told Neji, sounding between thankful and bitter, since he didn't enjoy the idea of having to be saved. Even then, he knew it was no time to indulge into petty pride. The girl might not be much of a hand-to-hand fighter, but these monstrosities more than make up for it, Neji observed. "We should step up our game. Try to distract those things, and I'll see if I can get a good hit on the girl." Kiba nodded and made a hand seal. Man-beast clone. Akamaru turned into a clone of Kiba. "Come on Akamaru, let's go." Human and dog turned human charged against the Doki that had smacked Kiba the time before. He guessed that if he was able to disarm him, he wouldn't be such a big threat, before he heard Kakashi's voice in his head reminding him not to underestimate his enemies. Especially now, since this wasn't a controlled competition, but a life or death situation. "Man, I didn't realize until now how dear the situation is," Kiba bitterly thought as he recalled the mission to Taki that took a turn for the worst. "Wonder what would have happened that time if Kakashi-sensei wasn't there for us. Well, he won't save us now, that's pretty much for sure. Still, I think we got strong enough not to need any more saving." The Doki also rushed towards Kiba, kanabo raised above his head. He could also smell another one coming at them. Passing Fang. Once again, Kiba started to spin like a drill as he flew towards the armed giant, who lowered his weapon as he did before. Something Kiba was already counting on. Akamaru, now. Akamaru used Passing Fang as well, though his was aimed at the giant's hand. The attack connected, and the kanabo smash successfully interrupted just as Kiba's attack hit the ogre in the chest, who let out a roar of pain as he was knocked backwards. Kiba stopped spinning as he landed on a tree branch. "Akamaru, the other one," Kiba warned. Heeding his master's warning, Akamaru joined him and both of them faced the ogre with the blades attached to the wrists. They were about to clash, when the ogre managed to dodge their assault and rush past them. "What the hell? Oh, crap, Neji." Kiba cursed as he and Akamaru turned around and chased the monster. Meanwhile, Neji took the opportunity to dash towards Tuya, but his Byakugan spotted the third Doki rushing to cut his chase short, and knew he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. However, that would allow him to strike first, and would make sure such hit to be devastating. Mountain Crusher. The moment the Doki landed in front of Neji, the Hyuga prodigy connected his palm with the monster's chest, and sent a powerful wave of chakra that sent him flying as if Neji just swatted a fly. "Got you," Neji declared as he moved to attack Tuya. But much to the Hyuga's confusion, Tuya didn't look worried at all. According to his father, if an enemy feels confident, it is for two reasons: they're way over their head, or they know something you don't that gives them a meaningful advantage. Neji had the feeling it was because of the latter reason. And just as he suspected, his Byakugan caught the remaining two Doki attempting to ambush him from behind, attacking him from different angles. Neji stopped his charge and started to spin on the spot. Heavenly Spin. The monsters attacked Neji a second after he activated the Hyuga's ultimate defense, which made honor to such name, and violently pushed the Doki backwards. However, while Neji was defending himself from the ambush, Tuya jumped back several times, placing some distance between her melee specialized enemies. "Alright you retards, you're starting to get on my nerves, so get ready for this very special melody of mine," Tuya shouted. Nobody who ever heard it lived to tell the tale. Tuya started to play the flute again, and the Doki's battle stance relaxed. They turned their head upwards, and opened their sewn mouths. And from their mouths, giant spectral worms appeared as if they were beasts leaving their lairs. The spectral worms had multiple mouths full of sharp teeth around their body. "What the hell is that?" Kiba asked, rather perplexed. "I don't know, they seem made of chakra, but it doesn't look like anything I've ever seen," Neji replied as he inspected the spectral worms with his Byakugan. "They appear to be unstable. Either way, we shouldn't let them touch us." "Very smart, you shithead. Now let's see if you're fast enough not to get caught by them," Tuya yelled as she resumed her melody. The Doki jumped towards the Konoha ninja, and the spectral worms coming from their mouths lunged at them. "Watch out," Neji shouted. Everybody jumped aside, but one of those worms managed to bite Kiba's arm. Kiba could see how part of his chakra was being drained into the monster. Not his whole chakra, just the physical part of it. "Damn," Kiba yelled as he instinctively held his arm. It felt numb and tired, as if he used that arm for a long time without rest. Seeing Neji hiding inside a small cave under a large tree branch, Kiba followed suit, alongside Akamaru, who turned back into a dog. Fortunately, their hiding spot was big enough for the three of them. "Told you not to let that thing touch you," Neji chided Kiba. "You don't have to tell me twice," the Inuzuka replied as he nursed his affected arm. "Those things are way more dangerous now than when they used physical attacks. Any plans on what to do?" "Like I said before, the summoner is the key. If we manage to reach her, her beasts won't be an issue," Neji told Kiba. Kiba frowned, unconvinced. "Yeah, that sounds so good and all that, but getting to her proved to be nearly impossible before, and now she made it even harder." Neji looked pensive, as his brain studied all the facts and possibilities until he found a possible solution. "She uses the music of her flute to control her summons, right?" "So it seems," Kiba replied. "So if we manage to nullify the music, those monsters would become inert, and thus no threat to us," Neji continued. "Yeah, I think that was pretty clear," Kiba agreed, before frowning once again. "What's not clear though, is how are we going to stop that music? Getting near her is pretty much impossible, as we both just saw. There's usually more than one way to solve a problem, and I doubt this situation is an exception," Neji cryptically replied. Kiba raised an eyebrow. "If we can't stop her from playing her flute, then maybe we can generate a sound loud enough to counter it." Kiba pondered the Hyuga prodigy's words, and couldn't find any fault in his reasoning. Now that's something that could work. But what can we do to create that much noise? Akamaru barked something. Kiba looked at his dog, a bit taken aback. "That jutsu? Are you sure you're ready?" Kiba asked Akamaru, who barked affirmatively. "What did he say?" Neji asked. "Well, we have something that may work," Kiba began, sounding unsure. "There are 3 problems. The first one is that we haven't completely mastered that jutsu yet. The second is that we need some time and space to get ready, and lastly, we aren't sure if we'd be able to make enough noise to cancel the music." Neji took a second to ponder his current partner's words. "How much time would you need?" Kiba had to think the answer for a second. "About 5 to 10 seconds, I'd say." "Okay. I'll buy you that time," Neji stated as he was about to step out of their hiding place. "Whoa. Wait a second. What are you going to do?" Kiba asked as he grabbed Neji by his forearm. "Buy you some time, as I just said right now. You two get ready," Neji stated before shaking Kiba's grip and dashing into the forest. "Aw man, this nutcase is going to get us killed," Kiba groaned. Akamaru whined something, before the two of them left the relative safety of their hiding spot. Neji didn't shout over here, "Bet you can't catch me," since that would be a dead ringer for their true intentions, but was obvious enough to draw the attention of the monsters, who leapt at him as the spectral worms opened their toothy mouths in anticipation. "Good, the 3 of them are following me," Neji thought in satisfaction. But said satisfaction was short-lived as the summons started to get dangerously close to him. Neji turned back and leapt backwards while thrusting his open palm at his closet enemy. Vacuum palm. The vacuum shell successfully damaged one of the spectral worms, however, it only took a couple seconds to reform. "Come on, Kiba, I bought you more than 10 seconds, you should be ready by now." Fortunately, Neji's risky actions weren't in vain, as they allowed the Inuzuka Jinan and his canine partner to prepare their jutsu. Kiba was hunched over, with Akamaru standing on his back. "Okay buddy, are you ready?" Kiba asked, and Akamaru barked affirmatively. "All right then, let's go." Human-beast combination transformation, double-headed wolf. The jutsu produced a cloud of smoke, and when it dispelled, instead of Kiba and Akamaru was a huge, white-furred 2-headed wolf. "All right, so far so good. Now, the second part, the thundering roar," Kiba mentally told Akamaru. The 2 heads gathered chakra on their respective throats, before releasing a deafening roar each, making birds to fly away and small animals to flee in every direction. And most importantly, during a few seconds, it managed to drown the sound of Tuya's flute, leaving her doki immobile and harmless. "Good job, Kiba, you did it," Neji whispered to himself. "Now it's time to finish this." Neji jumped at the 3 immobile ogres and got into the gentle fist-fighting stance. He only had a few seconds until they started to move again. 8 trigrams, 128 palms. Fast as lightning, Neji started to move and hit each of Tuya's summons before moving on to the next. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. 32 strikes. 64 strikes. 128 strikes. The attack left Neji exhausted, but it fulfilled its purpose. With little to no chakra left, the Doki were forcefully unsummoned. Now that that's out of the way, we should take care of the woman. Tuya needed to take a moment to understand what just happened. One moment, the forest was shook by an incredibly loud roar, as if coming from a gigantic beast. Then, when the roar died down a few seconds later, her Doki had been unsummoned. "It's over," Neji said as he landed behind her. Tuya turned around and growled. "There's no way you can defeat me." Tuya's angry mask morphed into a confident smirk. "You think so?" Then, much to Neji's shock, the black marks on her skin started to glow as if they were on fire and spread all over her body, turning it reddish-brown. Her hair grew longer and paler, and her eyes turned yellow with black sclera. But her more prominent change were the twisted horns that grew around her head, giving her a demonic appearance. Still, the external changes were nothing comparing to how her chakra network changed. Thanks to his Byakugan, Neji could see how a second kind of chakra, which so far remained contained by Tuya's own, overtook the girl's chakra network. "Let's see if you're so confident after this, you piece of shit," Tuya growled as she lunged at Neji. It took very few time for the Hyuga to realize that the transformation increased the girl's physical strength quite a lot, and combined with Neji's own exhaustion, made the combat difficult to him. Still, he knew that he could win. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Neji moved to deliver the first 2 strikes of the gentle fist-style second most basic combo. "Like hell I'm going to let you do that," Tuya exclaimed as she delivered a painful kick at Neji's stomach, knocking him on his back, interrupting the combo. "You think that because you destroyed my summons, you already won? Well, shithead, I have some news for you." Tuya jumped into the air towards Neji, ready to stomp his head into the ground. However, much to her shock, she was attacked by a vicious 2-headed beast while she was in mid-air. With one claw swipe, Tuya was sent flying backwards. Neji got back on his feet and took a second to examine the creature that just saved him. "Kiba?" he asked. The 2-headed canine just looked at him, but Neji could see that his guess was true. "Ugh." Tuya groaned as she painfully got up. "Where did that fucking monster come from?" "Well, it's obvious it's on the same side as the pale-eyed brat. There's no way I can defeat those two. Even if Orochimaru-sama might punish me, if I stay here any longer, I'll die for sure." The 2-headed wolf lunged once again at Tuya. However, the moment he hit her, she disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a long behind. "The enemy is retreating," Neji informed Kiba, who looked at him, as if asking something. "No, we shouldn't chase her. We better go and help our friends." The 2-headed wolf split into Kiba and Akamaru. "All right then. Let's see if I can catch the scent of any of them," Kiba replied. Neji nodded, and the two of them moved to regroup with the others. Meanwhile, further to the north, Kimimaro continued his trip to the land of sound alone, carrying his 2 hostages, still unconscious. One of the shadow clones that he left behind had dispelled, providing him with updated intel on his pursuers. 7 Konoha ninja remained, the 4 Chunin still among them. Kimimaro pondered if he could take on all of them, knock the Jinchuriki out and complete the mission without the need to use the trap they were leading him to. However, soon the decision would be out of his hands. Carrying those 2 children was slowing him down, enabling his pursuers to catch him. Oh well. It's not that the idea of a fight displeased him that much. He never had the chance of going all out since Orochimaru had healed him of his disease. Soon, those kids would realize that they bit way more than they could chew. Chapter 38. Senju Twins Rescue Part 3. Or The Maw of the Beast. Choji started to open his eyes as consciousness slowly returned to him. The feeling of extreme weakness that made him black out was being replaced by a more comfortable sensation as his energy slowly, but surely, returned to his body. There was an audible sigh. "Thanks Kami, he's waking up," Shikamaru's voice said. Choji tried to stand up, but a small pair of hands held him in place. "Don't move," Tamaki's voice stated. "Don't worry, I'm almost done here. Thankfully your wounds weren't too severe. But we need to do something about your exhaustion," somebody he recognized as Shino stated. True to the Abarame's words, he only took a couple more minutes to heal Choji, prompting Tamaki to release him. She then handed him something he recognized as a ration bar. Here, eat, Tamaki told him. Shikamaru said that you need to recover your lost calories. Sorry I don't have anything better. However, Choji wasn't in the mood to reject anything, and welcomed the bar with open arms. It's okay, thanks a lot, Choji replied, as he started to eat the bar. It's a good thing you found us, or else Choji would be a goner, Shikamaru mentioned, not hiding his immense relief. How did you find us, by the way? Choji asked. I had one of my beetles latched onto each one of you. Said beetles can release a specific pheromone impossible to smell except to others of its kind. That way I'm able to track all of you, Shino explained. Both Shikamaru and Choji had to resist the urge to look their bodies for the aforementioned bug. So, I'm guessing that you got to fight other of those auto ninja, and given that you're here, you won, right? Shikamaru asked. Tamaki nodded affirmatively. Yeah, albeit barely. And they said the two we fought were the weakest. I can't even think what the others are up against, Tamaki wondered aloud, as she looked into the distance. Wonder if Kiba is okay. Should we go and try to help the others? Shikamaru asked. Shino shook his head. That would be mostly unwise. We just spent most of our energy fighting, some, like Choji, to the point of collapse. Far from being of any help, we'd be a burden. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. The Aburame then perked up. Somebody's coming. Everybody minus Choji shot up, pulled out their weapons, and slipped into a fighting stance. It seems that if we don't go to the fight will come to us, Tamaki complained, as she inwardly prayed for this new enemy not to be too tough. However, the tension was immediately diffused, and replaced by relief, when the would-be enemies turn out to be Kakashi and Guy, being led by Pakun. Kakashi-sensei. Tamaki squealed in joy as she rushed to meet him. Thank goodness. Reinforcements at last, Shikamaru said, as he allowed himself to drop on his butt. Strong reinforcements, might I add. Guy asked the most obvious, yet fitting question that the situation demanded. What happened here? We already know about the Hokage's children's abduction. Naruto told Kurenai through a shadow clone, and she told us, Kakashi interjected, so they wouldn't have to start from the beginning. The kidnappers are a group of 5 auto ninja. Some of them stayed behind in order to delay us. Choji and I fought one, while Shino and Tamaki defeated another, meaning that so far, only 3 remain, Shikamaru quickly explained. However, the 2 we defeated were the weakest members of that squad. Our partners will have a much harder time against them than we did, Shino added. Kakashi-sensei, Kiba is still out there. You need to find him and help him. Tamaki pleaded. I smell both him and Akamaru, Pakun mentioned. He's not far away from here. In that case, there's no time to waste. Guy, can you take care of these 4? The copy ninja asked. Guy would have preferred to check on his students, but this was a more pressing responsibility. Kakashi and the others would have to take care of them. He gave Kakashi his trademark nice guy pose. You can count on that, Kakashi. I'll make sure they return to the village safe and sound. Guy energetically declared. The village? It is safe to return? Shino asked. Indeed. The unyouthful invaders have been successfully repelled, once again proving that nothing can topple Konoha's steel-hard resolve. Can we go back now? Shikamaru awkwardly asked. Meanwhile, Naruto and his remaining friends continued the chase. Even if their numbers have been reduced to less than half of how many they started this impromptu rescue mission, 7 was more than enough to deal with the last remaining kidnapper, no matter how strong he was. Or at least, that's what Naruto liked to think. The scenario in which he failed to save his siblings was something he didn't dare to even think. Naruto-kun, Hinata called, almost in a whisper. When Naruto looked at her, she shot him a caring smile. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Naruto smiled back at her. He was so grateful to have somebody like her at his side in such a dire moment. Yes, he needed to stay positive. He then looked at Karen. "Ne-chan, how far until we reach that scumbag?" Naruto asked. Not far. He's moving slower than us. We'll catch him in no time, Karen announced. We better get ready, then, Sasuke stated, as his hand instinctively reached the handle of his katana. Wait. Karen suddenly said, startling the other 6. Something wrong? Haku asked. The man stopped. I think he's done running and plans to fight all of us. Karen informed. This is a golden opportunity, Tenten interjected. Naruto, when we fight the guy, you go and rescue your siblings. Then run back to Konoha. We'll cover you as long as we can. That's a sound plan. Even if he can do clones of any kind, There's no way he can fight on multiple fronts, Naruto replied. Wait. Karen called again. I'm sensing somebody else. He's in front of the kidnapper. It seems as if they're talking. We must assume this new ninja is an enemy if the two of them didn't engage in battle, Hinata stated. As she came closer, her Byakugan finally spotted Kimimaro, and the mysterious man he was talking to. She gasped. Hinata Heim? Naruto asked, mildly concerned. Kimimaro had stepped out of the dense forest, and landed in a green, clear expanse with few trees and a large lake, when he was stopped in his tracks when a man appeared before him. The newcomer also had white hair like Kimimaro, and unlike Kimimaro, he was spotting an incredibly smug smile on his face. He guessed the man was an ally, given that he was wearing the Oto Gakure standard uniform, but then again that could be a trick from the enemy. Hey there, going somewhere? The stranger asked. Who are you? Kimimaro asked, not lowering his guard for a minute. A friend, if you can't tell by the clothes, the man replied, apparently finding Kimimaro's lack of trust amusing. Name's Mizuki, by the way. Orochimaru-sama left me here in case you guys were in trouble. And given that you lost your whole squad, it seems that you are. And you came here to help me? The shirtless man asked. It should be obvious, isn't it? Mizuki replied, as he walked over, tensing up the Kaguya clan member. Relax, like I said, I'm a friend. Listen, there's not much time. I know you're way stronger than I am, so you must stay here and fight your pursuers. I'll take the children to the base. Then you take the Jinchuriki once you kill the others. How I know that you're telling the truth? Kimimaro asked. You don't know. But you don't have much of a choice now, Mizuki replied, looking at something behind the Sound 5 leader. Not lowering his guard, Kimimaro turned around, and saw Naruto and his 6 remaining friends landing a few meters in front of him. Mizuki-sensei? Tenten asked in surprise. He isn't your sensei anymore. He's with Orochimaru now. Did I tell you when my team fought against him in the Land of Sound? Haku reminded his girlfriend. You did, but the idea of one of our teachers being a traitor was a bit hard to digest, Tenten replied. I doubt you'd be able to fight so many ninja, even if they're children, and keep them from taking the hostages back, don't you? Mizuki asked. Kimimaro hated to admit it, but he had no choice. He handed the children to Mizuki. If you screw the mission, I'll personally kill you, the white-haired young man threatened in a rather cold and emotionless tone. Mizuki replied with an unnerving chuckle. I'm sure we won't have to get to such point. Mizuki took the still unconscious children, and leapt away. No, Naruto yelled as he charged at the fleeing Mizuki. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An army of Narutos came to life, but that wouldn't be enough. Kimimaro then slammed his hands in the ground. Dance of the Seedling Fern. A barrier of spiky bones emerged from the ground, impaling and dispelling most of the Naruto clones. Thankfully the real one was able to stop in time. Get out of the way. Naruto angrily shouted. Kimimaro remained impassible. I'm afraid I can't do that. Now, Naruto bellowed. His eyes turned red with slitted pupils. His cheek marks became bolder, as his teeth and nails grew sharper. A red aura started to appear around him. Summoning Jutsu. While Naruto charged against Kimimaro, Sasuke used the opportunity to summon a small hawk. Quickly, follow that man that's carrying 2 children. Sasuke ordered the small bird. The hawk caught affirmatively, and took off. Kimimaro raised his head to look at the speeding bird. Sasuke started to sweat. If he destroys my summon, then we won't have a way to track where did Mizuki go. Sasuke distressingly thought. But much to his relief, Kimimaro ignored the bird, and looked at the 7 Konoha ninja once again. Naruto shared that same relief. He looked at Sasuke and shot him a grateful smile. Good one, Sasuke, Naruto thanked him. Sasuke just smirked at him in return, before turning his gaze back at the present threat. You were 15 at the beginning, yet 7 of you still remain. The strongest 7, I presume, Kimimaro began. My teammates did a poor job at whittling down your numbers. But it doesn't matter anymore. Your path ends here. Listen, we still can salvage this, Tenten said. The moment he is distracted, Naruto and a couple others should leave and follow Mizuki. Very well. I will go first, and test the strength of our opponent, Lee suggested. Alright, but take your weights off first. According to Karen, this opponent is near as strong as our Jonin sensei, Tenten told him. But Guy sensei told me to. Lee attempted to protest. Guy sensei's not here, and in his absence, I'm your direct superior. So take off your weights, that's an order, Tenten sternly stated. Lee decided to obey, and did what he was asked to. He removed the weights under his leg warmers, and held them on each hand with their arms spread. Then, he dropped the training tools, falling into the ground with a deafening noise, leaving 2 craters at his sides. Everybody looked at the weights in shock. Lee, what kind of self-imposed handicap did you have when we fought? Haku thought, doing a better job masking his shock than everybody else. Kimimaro wasn't impressed, though. He slipped into a combat stance, ready to take whatever the Konoha ninja threw at him. Which happened to be a flying kick. Konoha whirlwind. The shirtless teen managed to block Lee's admittedly powerful flying kick without much difficulty, and pushed the green-clad ninja backwards. However, other 2 Konoha ninjas attacked while he was doing that. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Lightning release, Thunderbolt. Sasuke breathed a huge fireball at Kimimaro while Hinata cast a storm of lightning from her fingertips. The Auto Ninja jumped out of the way before he could be hit, and aimed his hands at both Uchiha and Hyuga. 10-finger drilling bullets. A bone bullet was fired from each of his fingers, 5 flying towards Sasuke and the other 5 towards Hinata. The former used his Sharingan to dodge if barely, the attack, while the latter thrust both palms forward. Vacuum palm wall. Hinata released massive vacuum shell that crashed against the bullets, but it failed to stop their momentum, and the bone projectiles embedded on Hinata's chest. Hinata, Naruto yelled in shock. But much to his relief, Hinata disappeared in a cloud of smoke, leaving a shattered log behind. Shit, Karen Nichin wasn't exaggerating when he said this guy is strong. If we aren't careful, this freak might kill us all. Naruto distressingly thought. I had heard so much about your clans, Uchiha and Hyuga, Kimimaro began. But if you're the best your clans can offer, then Konoha had even less of a future than I had imagined. Lee suddenly appeared from behind, and delivered a quick kick to Kimimaro's head, throwing him sideways. The Kaguya managed to regain balance and land on his feet, though. Not bad, but insufficient, Kimimaro replied, as spiky bones began to grow over all of his body. Dance of the Larch. Kimimaro's body fired the bone spikes in multiple directions, many of them flying right towards the Konoha ninja. Karen and Haku were quick to react and defend. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Ice release, Ice barrier. 2 walls, one made of solid rock, the other of deceptively hard ice, appeared between Kimimaro and the Konoha ninja. The bone missiles managed to pierce both walls, but they lost enough momentum to be safely deflected with mere kunai. Shadow clone jutsu. From behind the destroyed walls, an army of blondes appeared and charged at the white-haired teen, letting out cries of rage. Once again, Kimimaro remained impassible. Dance of the Camellia. A pair of bone swords grew from each of Kimimaro's palms, detaching from his hands once they were complete, and rushed to meet the orange-clad army. And, despite their sheer numbers, the Naruto clones were overwhelmed by the speed, endurance and skill of the white-haired teen, who massacred the clones before either of them had a chance to lay a finger on him. Shit, this guy is way too strong. Naruto thought as he felt his clones disappearing en masse. While Kimimaro was distracted fighting the clones, Tenten saw a golden opportunity to attack, and leapt above the brawl while unfurling one of her scrolls. Naruto, get the real you out of the way. Tenten warned while she prepared her attack. Manipulated tools, Rain of Steel. The scroll unsealed a multitude of kunai and shuriken at a fast pace, casting a rain of metal over the battlefield. However, the attack was of little help, as it mostly destroyed the Naruto clones, while Kimimaro easily deflected the weapons aimed at him with his improvised swords while he moved backwards. Tenten. Naruto angrily shouted at the brown-haired girl. Tenten smiled sheepishly. Sorry. Haku moved to attack. If Kimimaro managed to deflect everything they threw at him, then they needed to use something that would be impossible to deflect. He made several hand seals. Ice release, Winter breath. From his mouth Haku released an extremely cold wind that froze everything it touched. Kimimaro couldn't react in time, and he was engulfed by the dense blue mist, encasing him in a block of ice. Yay! Good one, Haku! Naruto cheered. Then, much to everybody's surprise, Kimimaro disappeared, leaving a log inside the block of ice. Everyone, he's underground. Watch out! Hinata warned the others. As soon as the warning left her lips, multiple bone spikes started to sprout from the ground. The Konoha ninja moved as fast as they could in order to avoid them, but the more bones appeared, the less space they had to move. Hinata, where is he? Naruto asked as he dodged the incoming spikes. 15 steps to the front and 7 to the left, was Hinata's response. Naruto created a single shadow clone, which he used to help himself leap into the air as high as he could. While on air, he extended his hand, and made sure to fall in the spot Hinata had told him. Rasengan. The sphere of chakra released its energy into the ground, creating a massive crater, as well as cracking the ground in multiple directions. The attack had the intended effect, and Kimimaro was forced to leave his underground hiding spot. Sasuke appeared from behind, katana unsheathed. Fire release, burning edge. Kimimaro barely had time to grow several spikes on his back which successfully blocked the fiery blade. He counterattacked by growing them even longer, forcing Sasuke to put some distance between the two of them. I admit you're strong. And your numbers make me fighting you quite more difficult than it should be, Kimimaro confessed. But you should also know that I'm only using a fraction of my real power. Then why not go all out and finish us already? Sasuke tentatively asked. While I admit you're strong, you're not strong enough to be deserving of my best moves, Kimimaro retorted, causing Sasuke to snarl. But keep trying, and I might reward you with the strength of my full power. Adamantine sealing chains. Before Kimimaro could react, many chains wrapped around his body. He wasn't perturbed, as mere chains couldn't be able to hold him back. However, the moment he tried to use his trusty bloodline limit, he found himself unable to gather chakra. What? Ha! Reward that, Karen shouted in a taunting tone. Kimimaro could see that the chains were coming from the girl's back. While Kimimaro was being held, Haku made more hand seals. Ice release, ice prison jutsu. The chained Kaguya was encased in a large block of ice. Ha, yes, we got him. Good work you two. Naruto congratulated both Karen and Haku. Well, we couldn't have done it if you didn't know shit. Karen suddenly shouted. What's going on? Sasuke asked, mildly alarmed. The guy's chakra level is rising. Karen warned. He will break out of the ice and my chains at any moment. What? Tenten asked in shock. How's that possible? She's right. There's a foul chakra that's empowering his chakra network. Hinata added. Guys, you need to go, now, Tenten urged the others. I'll stay here and help Haku and Karen hold this guy down. But you can't do that. This opponent is way stronger than any other foe we ever faced. Lee protested. We'll be fine. Naruto-kun will need you far more than we will, Haku reassured. Now go, time is of essence. Without some hesitation, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke and Lee left their 3 comrades to deal with the insanely strong Kaguya member. Alright, but don't you dare to get killed by this guy, you hear me? Naruto asked before leaving. Karen smiled. Don't worry, Ni-san. I'm not planning to die today, and I don't think these two do either. Let's head up north, that's where their hideout must be, Sasuke stated as he started to move, followed by the other 3. My hawk should have located its exact position by now. Alright, let's go. Sasuke, Lee, follow my and Hinata's lead, we've been here before and know which path to take, Naruto suggested. The others nodded and resumed their pursuit, not without having a lingering feeling of guilt about leaving their other 3 friends behind against such a powerful enemy. And, indeed, after a few seconds, there was a burst of a very potent chakra that shattered Haku's ice block and Karen's chakra chains. Kimimaro stood there, with his stoic expression unchanged, looking at the 3 Konoha ninja with his dull eyes. There were black marks spreading over his body. Congratulations. Very few people push me to the extent of being forced to use the cursed seal, Kimimaro stated. It will be of some consolation to know that at least you accomplished something before dying. Can you walk? Ino asked. Yeah, I feel a bit better now, Sakura replied, as she weakly got back on her feet. So, we beat those guys, what do we do now? Should we help the others? Ino scoffed. Honestly, it's us the ones who need to be helped. I still can't believe that we beat those creepy twins. As much as Sakura wanted to help the others, Ino had a point. In their current state, they would be of little help. How do you think the others did? Ino asked, a bit insecurely. I mean, I have faith in them, but we should have seen them already if they won their fights. Well, we won, and we can barely move. Maybe the others are in a similar predicament, Sakura replied. Besides, we didn't see those auto ninja either. Suddenly, that moment, there was a rustling in a nearby bush. Sakura and Ino tensed up, and adopted fighting stances. Sakura, if it's one of those auto ninja, I swear I'm going to. Arf. Ino was interrupted upon seeing Akamaru's small form running towards her. The little dog started to run in circles around the two girls, letting out happy barks. Soon, he was joined by Kiba, Neji, Asuma, and Kurenai. Look, here they are, Kiba mentioned. Good job finding them, Akamaru. Arf. The doggy happily barked as he returned to his master's side. Asuma-sensei. Ino squealed in joy, and rushed to hug him. Oh, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm happy to see you in one piece as well, Asuma commented, taking a look at his student. It seems that you two got roughed up a bit. That's putting it lightly, Sakura sourly added. What about Shikamaru and Choji? Are they alive? Ino worriedly asked. Yes, they're fine. One of Kakashi's dogs told us that Kakashi and Guy found them, alongside Shino and Tamaki. Kurenai was the one who replied. What about the others? They resumed the chase of the kidnappers. Well, kidnapper, only the squad leader remains, Ino told them. Even if he might be the strongest of the group, there's no way they can defeat the rest of our friends, especially since Naruto and Sasuke were among them. Seeing the two jonin there made Sakura realize of something. Hey, what about the village? Did we beat the invaders? The pinkette asked. Yes, the invasion is no longer a problem. Orochimaru and his flunkies had been successfully repelled, Asuma told them, making everybody unaware of the news sigh in relief. Maybe this day won't turn so bad after all. Sakura replied. We'd better not celebrate in advance. The children of the Hokage haven't been rescued yet, Kurenai reminded everybody. Kiba, Neji, take Ino and Sakura back to the village. Asuma and I will try to catch Naruto and the others. Understood, Neji agreed with a head nod, as he and the other three Jonin turned back to the village, while the two jonin went into the opposite direction. As they moved to the north, Asuma noticed that Kurenai was becoming more and more tense by the minute. The fact that they hadn't found none of her students was probably eating her from the inside. I'm sure they will be fine, Asuma stated, drawing his girlfriend's attention. Your students are way stronger than mine, and mine managed to come out of their fights alive. I try to think that, but you can never be too certain, Kurenai replied. Not help since the three of them, especially Naruto, have something that makes them desirable prey for scum of the earth like Orochimaru. Well, Orochimaru was in Konoha. Hokage-sama fought and defeated him. He won't be a threat to Naruto nor the others anytime soon, Asuma reassured her. Actually, that might not be the case. I think there's something more to this invasion than what it looks like. Kurenai replied. Asuma raised an eyebrow. Well, yes. He planned to use the invasion as a cover to kidnap the Hokage's children. So even if the invasion failed, he'd still get something out of it, Asuma replied. Yes, but remember what Naruto told us. Kabuto could have easily defeated and took him away, yet he told him about what happened to his siblings. Asuma was starting to realize the implication of Kurenai's words. Because he knew he'd do anything to get them back. Including going out of the village, where he would be vulnerable and easy to capture while most of the adults are busy dealing with the invasion, Kurenai finished. Now Asuma understood Kurenai's worries much better, since they went far beyond merely caring for her students. Fortunately, there still might be some time to stop such thing from happening, Kurenai stated. Asuma nodded, and the two of them increased their pace. Wait a minute, Haku said, as if remembering something. Those abilities, I knew I heard about them. You're a Kaguya clan member, right? Yes. It seems my clan's reputation is known even in countries beyond the land of water, Kimimaro confirmed. I thought all your clan went extinct when they launched that nonsensical campaign against the rest of the nation, Haku commented. True. But as you can see, at least one of them made out of that catastrophe alive, the white-haired teen replied. The same could be said about you, Yuki. Orochimaru-sama thought your clan fell prey to the bloodline purges, but it isn't the case. I would have died with the rest of my clan if it wasn't for the actions of a certain man, Haku replied. In that case, then we are alike. It was Orochimaru-sama who saved me from a certain doom and gave me a purpose. Now, to show him my gratitude, I serve and help him in every way I can. And he will be very happy when I bring him the last bearer of the ice release. Kimimaro then glanced at Karen, who tensed up upon being noticed. And you, that red hair, and that jutsu, you're an Uzumaki, right? Orochimaru-sama also expressed interest in getting his hands on one of your kind. The three Konoha ninja found his words sickening. While other auto ninja would do that to seek a reward from the snake Sannin, It seemed that Kimimaro did it just to make his master happy, something they had trouble deciding if it was worse or not. Kimimaro finally looked at Tenten. You, on the other hand, appear to be completely unremarkable. Your death won't be a big loss. Haku's nostrils flared in anger and was about to reply, but his girlfriend was quicker. How about if I show you how unremarkable I can be? The bun-haired girl taunted, before crossing her arms in front of her face. Gate of opening, open. Powerful surges of chakra coursed Tenten's body as she was enveloped by a glowing green aura. She then unfurled a small storage scroll and unsealed a couple of broadswords. Alright, I'll face this guy in close combat. Karen, Haku, you two cover me from behind with ninjutsu, Tenten stated. Both Sannin nodded affirmatively as they prepared to fight. Tenten disappeared in a green blur, and reappeared behind the auto ninja, ready to strike him down. Kimimaro, though, was already expecting this. Dance of the Willow. Multiple bone spikes grew from Kimimaro's back, parrying Tenten's blows, and forcing the kunoichi back. Karen and Haku took the opportunity to attack. Adamantine sealing chain. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. Haku formed a spear of ice which flew at Kimimaro, while Karen shot a chakra chain from the palm of her hand. Dance of the Camellia. Two more bone swords grew from Kimimaro's hands, and used them to parry the attacks from Haku and Karen. He then turned back and engaged Tenten in a duel of sword fighting. Despite his lithe appearance, Kimimaro had a lot of strength, albeit the brown-haired kunoichi guessed that those black marks around his body had something to do with it. She jumped backwards in order to have some room for her next move. She spread her arms horizontally, and started to spin. Raging Blade Storm. In a few seconds, Tenten turned into a razor-sharp tornado, menacingly moving towards Kimimaro. Hiato Ninja tried to block her attack with his improvised swords, but he underestimated the strength of the kunoichi's attack, and his bone swords were blown out of his hands, and even got a few cuts on his chest before jumping back. Water Release, Water Clone Jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiple Kurins and Hakus appeared around the original, spread in a semicircle around Kimimaro, and started to pelt the last Kaguya with Senbone and Kunai. Kimimaro merely grew more bones on his back and shoulders which managed to block the incoming projectiles. Forgetting about Tenten, Kimimaro dashed towards the clones, generated two more bone swords, and started to skewer them with little effort. I think I should take care of your first, Kimimaro stated as he impaled a Haku clone, turning back into water. You two are ranged specialists, plus I'm sure one of you is also a medic nin. Don't worry, I won't hurt you much. After destroying the last Karen clone, he moved to incapacitate the real redhead, who prepared to deliver an hilariously telegraphed kick. Kimimaro proceeded to block her kick, and then knock her unconscious. However, Karen's kick packed far more force than her small form suggested, almost like being kicked by a large beast. Coupled with how little strength he mustered to block the attack, Karen's savage kick sent him into the air, spinning rapidly, before falling with a loud thud. Too bad I'm going to hurt you as much as I can, you creep. Karen retorted, as she shook her fist at him in anger. How is that girl so strong? Kimimaro asked as he slowly got back on his feet. That looked like Tsunade's famed chakra-enhanced strength, but there's no way that little girl could have been able to master it. Nice hit, Haku praised the Uzumaki. But now that he got a measure of your real strength, you won't hit him as easily. Tenten landed near the two of them. Her green aura was no longer active, meaning that the power boost from the gates had run its course. It seems that if we ever hope to harm this guy, frontal attacks are not a valid option. But we can do some damage by catching him off guard, Tenten told the Jinan. Do you have any idea, Tenten-chan? Haku asked. Tenten smiled confidently, and nodded. Haku, cover the whole zone with mist. Karen, use your sensing abilities to track him down. Let's stick together, and attack at the same time when the right time comes. The two Jinan nodded, and Haku made a hand seal. Hiding in the mist jutsu. A dense mist started to cover the area in a wide range, blinding all who were caught inside. Kimimaro remained unimpressed at his enemy's new strategy. I can't help but admire your tenacity and inventiveness in the face of a superior foe, Kimimaro stated, as he looked around. But in the end, the result will be the same. Yeah, keep talking you overconfident dumbass, that way you'll make my job even easier, Karen thought as she silently led her teammates where Kimimaro was. Because, even if I can't see you, all I have to do is use a jutsu with a wide area of effect to ensure you're hit, Kimimaro stated, sending chills down the spines of the Konoha ninja. Dance of the Seedling Fern. The ground started to shake, and bone spikes started to burst from below. The Konoha trio aborted their offensive and ran away in different directions, trying to avoid being skewered by the sharp and hard bone spikes. Karen managed to do several hand seals. Earth release, moving core. A square-shaped platform was elevated above the ground, wide enough for the three of them to stand. The bones kept popping from underground, but they didn't appear on the platform. However, they were so focused on the bones that they weren't paying attention to Kimimaro, who leapt towards them. Die! Kimimaro delivered Tenten a kick to the stomach which knocked her out of the risen platform, and would have fallen to her death if it wasn't for Karen's timely reaction. Adamantine sealing chains. Multiple chains emerged from Karen's back, and all of them wrapped themselves around Tenten's waist, successfully breaking her fall, albeit Karen was almost dragged down. Thanks, Tenten said from below, as she eyed the nasty-looking spikes. Hang on there. Karen replied. While this happened, Haku created a sword made of ice and faced Kimimaro in hand-to-hand combat. This proved to be an abysmal decision if unavoidable, given the circumstances, as not only was Haku a poor melee fighter, while his opponent was a skilled one, but Kimimaro's bone swords easily destroyed Haku's ice blade. Your gift is wasted on such an unskilled individual, Kimimaro flatly stated as he delivered another brutal kick to the ice ninja's chest, sending him flying. Haku, Karen cried. Her first instinct was to help him, but she couldn't do it while carrying Tenten. While he was mid-air, Haku made one last attempt to save his life and made several hand seals. Hopefully he would be fast enough. Ice release, demonic mirror ice crystals. An ice mirror appeared under Haku, and he was absorbed into it. Another mirror appeared at the edge of the field of bones, allowing Haku to land in a safe zone. Or at least, what he thought it was a safe zone. Impressive. You're resourceful indeed, Kimimaro's voice said from behind. Haku turned around, and saw the white-haired teen emerging from one of the spiked bones in the ground. He can use his bones to travel, like I do with the ice mirrors? A surprised Haku thought, taking several steps backwards. A bone blade grew on Kimimaro's palm. Now, Kimimaro advanced menacingly towards Haku. I'll make sure you're properly incapacitated. Don't worry, I won't kill you. However, this won't be pleasant. In such short distance, Haku knew that there was nothing he could do to defend himself. Tenten and Karen wouldn't arrive in time to help him, and even if they did, they would only delay the inevitable. This ninja was way too strong. Dance of the Camellia. The bone blade lunged at him. Haku involuntarily closed his eyes, waiting for the stab. Clang! A metallic noise was something he wasn't expecting to hear. He opened his eyes, and saw a figure of a large man standing between him and Kimimaro. Said man was carrying a massive broadsword. Lay a finger on that kid, and I'll put you through so much pain that you'd consider hell a paradise, the man threatened, as he released untold amounts of killing intent. Zabuza-sama, Haku cried in joy. Zabuza was able to kick Kimimaro backwards, who was still a bit stupefied over the newcomer's arrival. Karen and Tenten landed behind him. Oh, thank goodness, some help at last. Karen squealed, just as happy as Haku. You did a good job keeping this guy at bay, brats, but you're no longer needed. From now on, I'll take care of this, Zabuza stated as he slammed his sword into the ground. Are you sure, Zabuza-sama? This ninja's strength is unlike anything I've seen before. You may need our help, Haku objected. I'm sure. It will be easier to fight without having you brats getting in the way. Even then, I'm not much of a team fighter, Zabuza replied. Now take those girls and go. As you say, Zabuza-sama, Haku agreed, before running towards Tenten and Karen. If you think I'm going to let you go, Kimimaro stated as he moved to intercept the fleeing Haku. However, it was the Kaguya who was intercepted, being forced to jump backwards to avoid a swing from Zabuza's blade. I am your opponent, in case I didn't made that clear, the former demon of the mist snarled. You don't have time to waste on such distractions. Haku reached Tenten and Karen, and the three of them left the scene, while Kimimaro had to watch, powerless to stop them. I let all of them get past me. Sorry Orochimaru-sama, I failed you. I hope my failure doesn't compromise the plan as a whole, the last Kaguya sorrowfully thought. He then turned at Zabuza, and looked at him in subdued anger. You will pay for that. Zabuza snorted at the threat. Somehow, I find that doubtful. I think I know you. You're Zabuza Momochi, the swordsman of Kiri currently working for Konoha, Kimimaro observed. Zabuza smirked under his mask. I see you made your homework. Not that it will be of any help in the end, kid. Your profile of our bingo book states that you lack any kind of bloodline limit, hence Orochimaru won't have any use for you, Kimimaro flatly stated, then he eyed the executioner's sword. Your sword, on the other hand, is something he'll appreciate. You want my sword? Zabuza asked, before letting out a short laugh. I'd say that you'll have to pry it from my cold, dead fingers, but trust me, we won't reach such situation. I see you like to boast a lot. Let's see if you can back those boasts up with actual power, Kimimaro stated as he dashed towards Zabuza. Meanwhile, to the north, the rescuers group, now reduced to less than a third of its original number, continued their way through a route that was familiar to half of its members. As expected, the kidnappers are heading to the Land of Sound, Naruto observed. Where Orochimaru has his main base. Do you know where it is? Sasuke asked. That would make things easier. No, it was Hinata who replied. We fought against his forces here, but were unable to track where they came from. Itachi was part of the investigation team sent here after your mission in order to locate the base, but he was unsuccessful, Sasuke commented. Then, are we going to find something a team of elite ninja failed to? Lee asked, a bit worried. Thankfully my hawk should have been able to do that by now, Sasuke replied. Besides, I have the feeling that they want us to find their base. Or at least, they want Naruto. I was already aware that this could be a trap, Naruto replied, knowing what Sasuke was implying. But what else could have I done? Most of the adults were busy defending Konoha. It had to be us. Or at least, me. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, you won't have to this alone. You can always count on me to lend you a hand, and I'm sure that I speak for Hinata-san and Sasuke-san as well. Lee energetically declared. Naruto couldn't help but smile a little. The Valley of the End is ahead. We're getting close, Hinata told the others. The foursome entered the valley, half of them for the first time, and the other half for the second. While it didn't make much of an impression on Hinata and Lee, it made Sasuke feel uneasy. Even if he was an enemy of Konoha, this was the place where the greatest of the Uchiha had fallen. Sasuke was aware of his clan's history. While official history books depicted Madara as a power-hungry monster that took badly being passed for the title of Hokage in favor of Hashirama, Sasuke knew that the truth was a bit more complex. In the years leading to his defection, and subsequent attacks on the village, Madara was growing paranoid and disillusioned with both Konoha and the Senju clan that ruled it. He even tried to stir the Uchiha into throwing a coup d'état back then, but none of his clansmen listened to him, waving off his warnings about the clan's dark future as the ravings of a madman. It was tragic that eventually, the descendants of those Uchiha decided to follow Madara's posthumous advice. Then again, given the results, it was a good thing that the coup didn't happen earlier. Since Konoha was in its beginning stages, a civil war so soon would have torn the village apart. Is this the fate of the Uchiha? Sasuke asked himself. To be consumed by hatred and lust for power that will lead us to our damnation? Itachi and Shisui always talked about rebuilding the clan better than it ever was, without repeating the mistakes of the past. Even if it was a grim thought, the youngest Uchiha wondered if they were fighting against a force far beyond any human, no matter their power. Ugh. Sasuke was snapped of his thoughts by Naruto groaning, and clutching his stomach in pain. Naruto-kun. What happened? Are you okay? A worried Hinata asked as she rushed to his side. It's the Nine Tails, Naruto replied, breathing heavily. He hates this place. He hates it a lot. In that case, let's move faster, Sasuke suggested. The last thing we need is the Kyuubi going out of control. Fortunately, the valley was small, and soon they were out of it and into the Land of Sound. Naruto felt the Kyuubi growing more relaxed as they left the place away. What's with you in that place, you furball? Naruto mentally asked the Kyuubi. However, he was met with silence. Look, Hinata said, pointing upwards. Up there. Everyone could see Sasuke's hawk flying in circles over a point far to the northwest from their position. The hawk has located the base, the Uchiha announced. In that case, we need to get there as soon as possible. Kami knows what those assholes will do to my siblings, Naruto urged, growing more antsy and restless. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, we'll be there before they can harm them in any way, Hinata reassured her boyfriend. While Naruto and Hinata were focused on rescuing the Senju twins, Sasuke couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy was waiting for them at Orochimaru's hideout. Given that the leader of the kidnappers, that guy with the killing bones, was so insanely strong, he shivered upon having to fight against somebody even stronger. He pushed those thoughts aside, realizing that letting fear consume him would be an ill-advised course of action. Undisclosed location. Raindrops fell upon Obito as he clutched Rin's inert body close to him. This is hell. The boy cried. Darkness and rain. It was a fitting image for Obito Uchiha, equating the darkness of his heart and the tears pouring from his eyes. He clutched the girl's corpse near him. Rin. It might not be my place to tell, Guru, the imperfect Zetsu temporarily fused to his body, mentioned, startling the young Uchiha a bit. But there's a chance that you might see Rin again. Obito stopped crying, and perked up his head. Really? He asked, his voice dripping with desperation. Just like Guru had expected. Yes, we can do something to make sure you see Rin again, Guru continued. What is it? Come on, there's no time to waste. Obito desperately pleaded. It's not that easy, Guru replied, much to Obito's dismay. It's a long and hard procedure, that demands a lot of effort and resources. If we are to do this, it has to be under one condition. Whatever. I'll do anything, Obito cried. You must become a servant of Madara-sama, and do absolutely everything he says. There's no other way, Guru stated. Yes. I'll do anything he wants. But please, help me save Rin. Obito pleaded. If Guru had a mouth, he would have smirked. Oh, Madara was going to be so pleased with this development. All right then, listen closely, this is what we need to do first. Boss? Obito was a bit startled as Zetsu, who had emerged near him, called his name. Why yes? He absent-mindedly asked. The Hokage's children are here, Black Zetsu announced. What should we do with them? The White Half asked. Leave them in one of the base's cells. We'll deal with them later, Obito replied with a dismissive hand wave. What about the Jinchuriki? He's on his way here. From what we could see, they managed to find the location of this lair, the White Half answered. He will be here shortly, Black Zetsu added. Obito smirked. Good, we won't have to leave an obvious trail of breadcrumbs in order to lure him here. The Uchiha then put on his new mask, an orange one with an spiraling pattern. In that case, let's prepare him the welcome he truly deserves. Chapter 39. Senju Twins Rescue Part 4. Or. The curtain falls. Zabuza never thought that, during his stay in the Land of Fire, he'd run into and fight a fellow native of the Land of Water. The fact that he was from a clan believed to be extinct, albeit, for once, not due to the infamous bloodline purges, only added to his surprise, which he managed to keep carefully hidden, thanks to his metal training. But then again, if 6 years ago somebody told him that he'd be working for Konoha, he'd laugh in that person's face. Fate is indeed a fickle mistress. Let me guess, is that Orochimaru forcing you to work for him? Zabuza asked. Kimimaro visibly frowned, offended at such suggestion. I serve Orochimaru-sama willingly. He gave my life a purpose, and I work for him in order to repay him. Unlike you, I'm not a slave. The fact that he sounded a lot like Haku made Zabuza feel oddly uncomfortable. I'm not a slave either. This is just a temp job, Zabuza replied, trying to save face. Kimimaro smirked a little, clearly amused. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. Anyway, not that it's going to matter, given that you're going to meet your end here. This time, it was Zabuza who smirked. Do you really think that you can take on a swordsman of the hidden mist, brat? You're strong, but you're way over your head. If that's the case, then let's check which one of the two is actually wrong, Kimimaro replied, as bone blades started to grow over several parts of his body. Dance of the Willow. The Kaguya charged at Zabuza, who raised his sword defensively. Upon reaching hand-to-hand combat, Kimimaro launched an onslaught of swipes with his bone blades, as well as the occasional punch and kick, forcing Zabuza into the defensive. Still, that didn't last long, since Zabuza managed to jump back a bit, putting enough distance between himself and Kimimaro's attack, but still close enough for his executioner's blade to reach the white-haired ninja. Now, it was Kimimaro on the defensive as he parried and dodged Zabuza's vicious attacks. Despite the sword looked and was rather heavy, on Zabuza's hand it appeared as if it was made of light plastic. Still, the last Kaguya could feel all the weight of the massive sword whenever the parried one of its brutal blows. Still think you measure up to me? Zabuza cockily asked, as he readied another sword slam. This time, instead of parrying, Kimimaro gracefully moved sideways, and taking advantage of Zabuza's precarious position, he dashed towards him and sunk one of his bone blades on Zabuza's side. His makeshift weapon managed to pierce the Jonin's flak jacket as if it was made of wet paper. I think I'm way better than you, Kimimaro retorted, violently pulling out the blade from Zabuza's flesh. But much to his shock, blood didn't come out of Zabuza's grievous wound, but water. Zabuza then smirked under his mask, before he turned into a puddle of water. A clone? Kimimaro lamely asked. I've been fighting a clone the whole time? Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive dragon-shaped water construct blocked the sun above the Auto Ninja. It let out a distorted roar, before coming down at him. Kimimaro expertly jumped backwards dodging the lunge, but the dragon then exploded into a shapeless torrent of water rushing at him. Kimimaro continued running and dodging the water as good as he could. A loud whirring sound alerted Kimimaro of the giant spinning sword flying at him like a deadly disc. At that speed, blocking it would be suicide, so he opted for dodging it. The blade passed beside him harmlessly, but that moment, Zabuza suddenly burst out of the water torrent, grabbed his sword and viciously assaulted Kimimaro. Water release, tsunami sword. All of the water of Zabuza's previous jutsu started to gather around his executioner's blade, forming massive, thick watery cover. The swordsman then slammed his sword forward, releasing all that water once again in the form of a destructive giant wave, albeit this time it was focused in a single direction. Kimimaro was unable to dodge it, and he was dragged away by the gigantic wall of water, before it slammed him down against the ground. Say, what do you think about my abilities now, brat? An amused Zabuza asked as he calmly walked towards the downed Kimimaro, dragging his sword, leaving a shallow furrow behind. Still think you can kill me and take my sword for that sick master of yours? Kimimaro didn't reply, and ignored Zabuza as he slowly started to get back on his feet. You can still move? Zabuza asked, genuinely surprised. Wow. Most people would have most of their bones broken after such a hit. If you aim to break my bones, Kimimaro slowly said. Then you're doing a fool's errand. My bones are unbreakable. Not all that surprising, given your abilities, Zabuza conceded. However, just because your bones are unbreakable, doesn't mean that the rest of you are. The human body has plenty of spots that guarantee an instant kill. I admit that you're way stronger than I had guessed, Kimimaro replied. But you're not strong enough to defeat me. I'll make sure to enjoy this. An opponent that forces me to go all out is something I don't see every day. Kimimaro's marks around his body started to glow as if they were made of fire, and they started to spread to the rest of his skin. His skin went from pale white to grayish-brown. His hair grew longer, and huge bone spikes started to grow across his back. He also grew a large bone-spiked tail, which gave him a somewhat reptilian appearance. His eyes turned yellow with black sclera, and two curved black markings appeared under his eye. Behold the full power of Orochimaru-sama's cursed seal of earth, one of his two most powerful cursed seals, only given to the best of his servants, Kimimaro announced, as he spread his arms. Zabuza frowned in disgust. You disappoint me, brat. You are strong, very strong for your age. Yet instead of becoming more powerful on your own, you borrow power from others. I'm afraid to say you've already lost. Your logic is flawed. Power is still power, no matter where it comes from, Kimimaro retorted. I exist to carry out Orochimaru-sama's will, and I'll use any tool that makes that job possible. Zabuza smirked. Of course, somebody whose entire purpose in life is to serve another would think that. Let me show you then the power of the future Mizukage. Zabuza and Kimimaro rushed towards each other, ready to go all out, and show who's truly the strongest. Much further to the north, in the Land of Sound, Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke and Lee were deep into enemy territory, jumping from one tree to another, until they saw an expanse a few hundred meters in their general direction. Coming out of the forest into the vast green expanse, the four ninja noticed what appeared to be a small town not far from their position. A town that was rather familiar to half of the group members. Hey, Naruto-kun, isn't that? Hinata asked. Sawa town? Yeah, I believe so, Naruto replied before Hinata could finish her question. You know that place? Lee asked. Hinata nodded. It was our first C-rank mission. We had to protect that town from bandits. However, turns out said bandits worked for Orochimaru, and soon we found ourselves fighting something far greater than we could deal with. Kinda like now, if you think about it, Naruto sourly added. However, the town appears to be deserted, Sasuke noted, as he looked around. It is. The town was the last remnant of the old land of the rice fields, Hinata continued her explanation. We were forced to evacuate their villagers and escort them to the Land of Fire before Orochimaru's forces could attack. We barely made it out of there in one piece. Even with the tactical squad's help, if we took a little longer to reach the border and meet Konoha's reinforcements. Naruto shuddered upon recalling that memory. I don't want to imagine what could have happened. Yet here we are, diving into enemy territory, with no chances of reinforcements, Lee observed. Albeit he sounded as his usual excited self, as opposed to somebody more prone to worry. All of Orochimaru's forces are fighting in Konoha. Honestly, I doubt we'll face that much resistance, Naruto replied. Still, it would be wise to be prepared. I'm sure that Orochimaru left somebody to guard your siblings once they're delivered to his lair, Hinata wisely told him. Whoever are the poor bastards who were tasked with such job, I'll make them regret accepting it, Naruto darkly replied. When they reached the town, the group took a couple seconds to take a look at it. The town didn't look any different to Naruto and Hinata than when they were there for the first time, even if some signs of being abandoned for some time were present. The silence of the zone did nothing but contribute to the already eerie atmosphere. Hinata, Sasuke called her. Some of Orochimaru's men could use this place as a base, or at least a place to rest. Despite the statement tone, Hinata caught the implicit question, and shook her head in negation. With the exception of some small animals, the town is completely deserted, the Hyuga heiress replied. Either that, or Orochimaru's men found a way to fool the Byakugan. Despite the probabilities of such thing happening, it was still a distressing thought for the young Hyuga, as well as for pretty much her whole clan. Sasuke's hawk was still flying in circles above what appeared to be a thick forest zone. Of course, Orochimaru's lair would take advantage of that in order to remain hidden. They had thought that maybe Orochimaru could have occupied the capital. Thankfully it wasn't the case, since such city was located much farther. The return to the forest was a welcome change, mostly since they could now leap from one branch to another and increase their travel speed significantly. And even if the lush trees covered the skies almost completely, preventing the Konoha ninja from seeing the hawk, they knew in which direction the bird was. Plus only the boys had this problem, as Hinata could still see the bird. Unfortunately for Hinata, her earliest fears were about to come true. While so far it was impossible for an actual person to become invisible to the Byakugan, it was possible to make seals that would hide certain objects from its gaze, something Jiraiya had already did many years in the past, but kept it a secret. Such as explosive tags. And unbeknown to them, they entered a zone that was covered in them, with added seals to make them pretty much undetectable. The zone was also covered in pressure seals connected to the explosives, and the moment Naruto unwittingly stepped on one of them, the group was surrounded, and almost engulfed, by deafening explosions. Naruto and Sasuke, who were heading the group, were launched high into the air in the direction they were heading, while Hinata and Lee were hurled backwards. A mighty tree painfully stopped them. Even if the hit blurred her vision a bit, Hinata's Byakugan spotted 4 figures entering the scene. An adult, and 3 young teens. 4 people she had already met once, one of them multiple times in Konoha. Well, look who's back in our turf, a muffled male voice stated. It seems that they didn't learn their lesson the first time, a haughty female voice added. Then let's make sure there won't be a next time, another clearer, male voice said. The sound Jinan Hinata and her team had fought during their first C-rank mission was before her and Lee. Mizuki was standing behind them, smirking evilly at the 2 Konoha ninja. Behind them, there was a barrier of rocks and felled trees formed by the explosion, with Naruto and Sasuke at the other side. Hinata. Lee, Naruto yelled. I'm okay, Hinata shouted back, even if in reality the explosion had left her a bit shaken. Continue with the mission. Save your siblings. We will be okay. Lee added, sounding as positive as ever. After a few moments of hesitation, the 2 male Konoha Chunin decided to continue on their own, leaving Hinata and Lee alone with this new threat. So sweet, offering to stay behind so the Jinchuriki can save those brats. So Konoha of you, Mizuki said in a mocking tone. He then slipped into a battle stance as he grabbed the Fuma Shuriken from his back. Too bad it won't do you any good. Mizuki-sensei? Lee asked in shock. The white-haired ninja looked at Lee, and raised an eyebrow. Do I know you? Wait, were you one of my students? Oh well, it doesn't matter. So it's true that you defected to Orochimaru's side, Lee continued. Your flames of youth had to be barely embers to do such a despicable action. Yeah, I'm a traitor and all that, can we skip that part this time? It becomes tiresome after a while, Mizuki flatly replied as he rolled his eyes. The sound Jinan prepared to attack. Hinata, you're the Chunin. What do we do? Lee asked, looking at the brunette from the corner of his eye. It was rather jarring for Hinata to realize that she was in command now, even if they were just 2 of them. But still, Lee had a point. She was the Chunin, and thus she had to lead them to victory. She ran multiple scenarios through her mind, until she found one with the highest chances of success. Unfortunately, it forced her to make a decision that could haunt her for the rest of her life if things didn't turn out as planned. "Lee-san, I want you to fight Mizuki." "I'll deal with these three," Hinata whispered him. Lee turned at her incredulous, but ready to comply if necessary. "Are you sure? Mizuki used to be a Chunin back in Konoha, and am still a Jinan." "I know you're unsure, but I need you to keep distracted while I deal with the others. I already fought against them before, and know what I have to do to defeat them," Hinata insisted. Fortunately, Lee nodded. "Very well then, I'll do as you say." The green-clad ninja dashed towards the group of enemies. Zaku cast his palms forward. Decapitating air waves. The spiky-haired Auto Jinan shot two powerful streams of pressured air and sound waves through the orifices in his palms at Lee. The Konoha Jinan merely leapt above them, gracefully landing behind Mizuki. Before the traitor could turn back, Lee delivered a painful kick to the sides, sending him flying. "Sensei!" Kin called. "Kin, watch out!" Dosu called. The three of them saw Hinata dashing towards them, her palms crackling with electricity. She thrust her palm at Zaku, however, both he and his teammates managed to jump back in time, and Hinata ended up striking the ground with such power it created a crater. "Whoa," said Zaku in awe. "If I let that girl hit me." "I don't remember her being that strong when we first fought her," Kin lamented. Their comments fueled Hinata's confidence, who, in an uncharacteristic display, allowed herself to smirk. "I trained a lot since the first time we fought. I faced enemies way stronger than any of you, helping me to improve in a way I couldn't think it would be possible," Hinata told the trio. Dosu frowned. Or at least, Hinata thought he did. It was hard to tell with all those bandages. "And you think we spend our time sitting on a couch doing nothing? You'll see now." Underground sound blast. Dosu slammed both palms into the ground, sending sound waves that tore the ground apart, forming large cracks, and shooting small but sharp rocks and pebbles into the air. "Ow!" Hinata yelped as she tried to dodge all the tiny but painful projectiles coming from below. "My turn," Kin stated, now a bit more confident, pulling several senbon on each hand. "Catch these." The black-haired girl tossed the needles at Hinata, who got ready to deflect them with a gentle fist. However, while she was busy doing so, Zaku aimed his open palms at the Hyuga heiress and prepared to attack. Decapitating air bullets. Zaku fired a quick barrage of compressed air projectiles, similar to the vacuum palm's vacuum shells, which Hinata was forced to run in order to avoid, since she knew such thing would be impossible to block. "They're cornering me. Even if I'm at a disadvantage here, I need to attack, not just defend," Hinata inwardly told herself. She eyed her opponents. The bandaged boy seems to be the only melee specialist. If I can bypass him, then the other two shouldn't be hard to deal with. Hinata's attack plans were disturbed when an array of senbon appeared out of nowhere and flied at her. The brunette yelped and jumped backwards, trying to avoid them. One stabbed into her arm, while another was stopped by her flak jacket. "Do you like my echo needle attack?" Kin asked. "I created that jutsu myself. It would be very careless of me if I only relied on genjutsu, right?" Hinata pulled out the senbon from her arm, and quickly healed the wound. So, like multiplying tools with the shadow clone jutsu, but with a delayed effect to catch the opponent off guard. "I need to remember that," Hinata thought. "I admit it is sort of impressive," Hinata agreed, as she stared defiantly at the three of them. "You three did grow stronger since the last time we fought. But I have the feeling you're not admitting defeat, are you?" Dosu guessed, before letting out a chuckle. Hinata returned Dosu's chuckle with one of her own. "I didn't go this far by giving up." Vacuum wall palm. Thrusting both hands forward, Hinata projected a massive vacuum shell at the Auto Jinan, wrecking the ground below as it traveled. Zaku stepped forward, eager to meet the attack head-on. His mouth formed a smirk of superiority as he raised his hands forward once more. "You think you impress us? That's nothing." Zaku scoffed. Decapitating air waves. Two streams of pressured air flowed through Zaku's hands once again, successfully slowing the vacuum shell to a halt, pushing back and forth with the Auto Ninja's attack. Eventually the energy gathered by the clash reached critical point, and was released in the form of a respectable explosion of chakra and wind, raising clouds of dust that momentarily blinded the trio, forcing them to stand back to back in order to avoid being blindsided. However, that moment was enough for Hinata to vanish from the trio's sights. "Where did she go?" Kin asked, nervously looking around. "She couldn't have gone too far," Dosu calmly guessed. And indeed, Dosu's guess proved to be correct, since Hinata was much closer to them than what they imagined. Crackling electricity alerted them of a presence behind the three of them, but by that time it was too late. Lightning release, 8 trigrams, 32 thunder strikes. Hinata began a series of lightning-enhanced palm strikes against her opponents. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. 8 strikes. 16. Sonic boom. Dosu slammed his 2 melody gauntlets together, creating a sonic explosion at point blank at Hinata. Zaku and Kin were also caught in the area of effect, but they weren't as harmed. Ow! Zaku groaned, as he grabbed his head, while trying to fight the thankfully brief dizziness. You could have warned us before doing that. We can't let a single opponent, much less a Konoha ninja, best us. So you better stop fooling around and put her in her place. Otherwise, we won't prove Orochimaru-sama of being worthy of his power. Hinata had also recovered, in no small part, thanks to her healing abilities. That attack was sure something. I'm still having trouble finding balance. But that confirmed my suspicions that the bandaged kid is the melee specialist, Hinata thought. Okay, let's show this guys why I'm a Chunin. At the same time, while Hinata was facing the Sound Jinan, Lee was fighting their sensei. Just as Hinata had gauged, his abilities were nothing Rock Lee couldn't handle without his weights on. Even if Mizuki's taijutsu, ninjutsu and skill with weapons was that of an average Chunin, Lee's taijutsu was beyond average. And in this word, is better to do one thing extremely well than do many things at a mediocre level. Konoha whirlwind. Lee's foot connected with Mizuki's shoulder for the 3rd time in less than 2 minutes, sending the former teacher flying. What Mizuki thought would be easy picking was being far more challenging than he expected. You're pushing my patience, brat. Mizuki growled, as he stood back on his feet for the 3rd time. Lee, however, remained impassible, much to the former teacher's chagrin. The fact that he only used taijutsu enraged him even more. Take this then. Mizuki quickly formed several hand seals. Earth release, earth dragon bullets. The head of a dragon made of earth and stone emerged from the ground. It opened its jaws, releasing multiple projectiles of compressed earth and dirt. However, much to Mizuki's shock, rather dodging them or using some jutsu to counter them, Lee started to punch and kick them, shattering them in the process. This is similar to an exercise Guy Sensei made us do, Lee casually explained. Albeit he used a machine that shot rubber balls. Burning in anger, Mizuki dashed at Lee, Fuma Shuriken in hand. You think you can humiliate me by fighting with nothing but taijutsu? I'll show you. Mizuki's Fuma Shuriken was covered in flames the moment the white-haired ninja tossed it, turning into a fiery disc of death. Lee's legs prepared to jump above it, but Mizuki wasn't done yet. He did several hand seals. Shadow Clone Fire Shuriken Jutsu. In an instant, Lee found himself from facing a single disc of fire, to facing dozens of them, flying at different heights. Jumping was not an option. Instead, Lee decided to do something that would have him deemed a madman by his peers, but would have made his sensei unbelievably proud. Much to Mizuki's shock, Lee rushed towards the flaming shuriken. Displaying an astonishing speed, agility and reflexes, the green-clad ninja expertly dodged all of the flaming shuriken that flied close to him. His speed wasn't perfect, and sometimes they grazed his clothes and his skin, but aside from a minor burn, no damage was done. How? Mizuki mumbled, before he was snapped out of his trance by a painful punch to the face, making him lose balance and stumble back. He regained his senses soon after that. How? Why? Why you don't use ninjutsu to fight me? Are you so arrogant to believe that you can defeat me with taijutsu alone? I'm unable to use ninjutsu nor genjutsu, so taijutsu is the only fighting art I can use, Lee calmly explained. And even if it's not my intention to sound arrogant, so far I'm not doing that bad against you with taijutsu alone. Mizuki snarled, before a memory dawned upon him. Wait, I remember you. You're that freak who wanted to be a ninja despite not being able to use ninjutsu. You're Rock Lee. You remember my name? I'm honestly surprised, Lee stoically replied. How could I forget such a failure like you? Somebody that can't use ninjutsu, or at least genjutsu, is not meant to be a ninja. But judging by your forehead protector, you somehow managed to pass. Mizuki shook her head in disappointment. So this is what Konoha became now. You guys give me every day more reasons to make me feel glad I decided to defect. Anyway, once Orochimaru-sama's plans come to fruition, Konoha will stop shaming the ninja world with its existence. Somehow, I find that as doubtful as you defeating me, Lee replied. You think I can't defeat you? Mizuki laughed. Oh, please. I've been only using a fraction of my power, but now, As Mizuki spoke, his body started to change. He grew bigger and more muscular, his skin turned maroon, his hair grew longer, his eyes turned yellow with black sclera, a pair of bone blades grew from the back of his hands, and 2 additional arms ended in sickle-like blades grew from his back. This is the power of Orochimaru-sama. The power that he bestowed me. And you're proud of a power that you didn't earn, that somebody just handed it to you? Lee replied, slightly disappointed. I'm not surprised that you don't believe I could become a ninja with taijutsu alone, if you disregard effort and hard work so easily. Now I will prove that my hard work will trump any borrowed power. Mizuki shook his head with a tsk, and chuckled. You're really deluded if you think you can defeat me like this. But I will be more than happy to give you a reality check. Get ready for the worst beating of your life, Mizuki roared as he charged forward. South of there, back in the grass expanse besides the lake, Zabuza and Kimimaro continued their duel, with neither of them gaining the upper hand over the other. Still, the power boost granted by the cursed seal was notable. Drilling bullets. Kimimaro fired 10 bony projectiles from each of his fingertips at Zabuza. The swordsman merely blocked them with his sword, ricocheting them into different directions. Then, he made several hand seals with a single hand, as his other hand was gripping the executioner's blade. Water release, water dragon jutsu. Another large dragon made of water rose from the nearby lake. It let out a roar before diving at Kimimaro. The Kaguya ninja tried to outrun it, but was too slow and the dragon engulfed him, before it turned into a shapeless torrent that dragged him away. Or that's what Zabuza thought, since when the water receded, a heaving Kimimaro wasn't that far from his initial position, heaving and spitting some water. He had grew 2 bone spikes from his palms, and used them to anchor himself to the ground, thus preventing the water from dragging him away and slamming him against a hard surface. This time, he didn't even try to dodge it, Zabuza thought. While the cursed seal increased his strength as evidenced by his bigger muscles and stronger physical blows, it cut his speed. I need to take advantage of that. One-handed seals. Not many people are able to do them, Kimimaro praised the swordsman, while keeping a neutral tone. Given my fighting style, it is pretty much a need, Zabuza replied, sneering a little. Noticing Kimimaro's slight exhaustion, he added, you look tired. Why don't you make both our days easier and give up? Never, was his answer. Especially not since I didn't even use my best moves. Zabuza chuckled under his mask. Then go ahead, kid. See if you can impress me. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Kimimaro then proceeded not to impress as more to revolt Zabuza when the white-haired teen pulled his own spinal cord out of his body. Zabuza guessed he regrew a new one in the process, given that he was still standing. As you can see, I'm no stranger to swords either, Kimimaro mentioned, as he swung his extracted spinal cord as if it were a weapon, akin to a mix between a sword and a whip. Shall we duel? Earlier that day, another person challenged Zabuza to a sword duel, and the demon of the hidden mist ended up humiliated. He wouldn't allow such thing to happen a second time in a row. Gripping it tightly, he raised his sword and frowned. I'll make sure you regret those words, Zabuza coldly stated. Both ninja dashed towards each other, meeting in the middle, a loud metallic noise resulting of their weapons clashing. Given that both of them used rather lengthy swords, it was very easy to parry and block the other's strike, and naturally very hard to land a hit on the opponent. At least, not without relying on something other than a sword. Zabuza made a hand seal. Water release, water clone jutsu. 4 blobs of water jumped out of the lake into the ground, and they took the form and shape of Zabuza, sword included. The clones then rushed to aid their creator. This new threat forced Kimimaro to disengage Zabuza and face the clones. With a swing of his spinal cord sword, the Auto Ninja easily destroyed one of the clones when it reached close combat distance, soaking Kimimaro completely. Undeterred, he proceeded to fight the other 3. Given that you're relying on ninjutsu, I take that you admit I'm the best swordsman? Kimimaro asked. Zabuza, however, wasn't going to fall for such an obvious taunt. Don't make me laugh. We're ninja, and as such, we use every resource available to win. If you expected me to do otherwise, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. The best swordsman will be the one who walks out of this fight alive, simple as that. Very well then, Kimimaro stoically replied, as suddenly multiple long spikes grew from different sides from his body, impaling the clones. Kimimaro engaged Zabuza once more, but besides his makeshift weapon, he also used his body spikes to attack Zabuza, which would increase or decrease their length and sharpness whenever they were close or far from the former Kirigakura ninja. Such an increase of offensive power forced Zabuza to fight defensively, much to his chagrin. Then, Kimimaro jumped backwards and made a swinging motion. The gaps between the vertebrae became bigger, increasing the length and the flexibility of the extracted spinal cord, turning it into something closer to a whip. Zabuza instinctively raised his sword to protect himself, and the cord wrapped itself around the sword. Zabuza and Kimimaro started to pull back and forth, until Kimimaro's superior strength won the struggle, and Zabuza's sword was yanked from his fingers, and tossed it into the nearby lake. "What's a swordsman without a sword?" Kimimaro mockingly asked before he made the same movement, binding Zabuza. "I'll tell you, a corpse." "Shit," Zabuza yelled as he tried to break free. But both the bones and the cartilage holding them together were very strong, and with his arms pinned against his body, he couldn't use all his strength. "Now, time to finish this." Kimimaro extended his free arm. Dance of the Clematis, flower. Much to Zabuza's horror, a massive drill made of bone formed around Kimimaro's hand. The bone construct appeared to be very hard and sharp. He didn't need to imagine what Kimimaro was planning to do. Kimimaro pulled Zabuza towards him while charging forward. "Now die." In the last second, Kimimaro could see how Zabuza's horrified expression morphed into one of confidence and mockery. Before the giant drill could impale him, Zabuza jumped and landed on top of it. Kimimaro's arm couldn't support so much weight, and dropped on one knee as the additional load pulled him down. Zabuza violently kicked Kimimaro in the face, forcing him to drop the spinal cord sword, and thus releasing Zabuza, who jumped backwards. Kimimaro quickly detached the giant bone drill and picked up the spinal cord sword as he got back on his feet. "You're strong, kid. Very strong. Against another opponent, even one as skilled and strong as I am, you would have won. But your fate had already been decided," Zabuza claimed. "What are you talking about? Sure, you avoided the killing blow, but you're no closer to defeating me than you were at the beginning of our fight," Kimimaro defiantly replied as he slipped once again into a fighting stance. "You think so? Then you really need to check your current state, kid," Zabuza pointed out. "You said that you don't use that transformation against many people, and boy, it shows. It gives you quite the strength boost, but what you gain in physical power you lose it in speed. Something you could have remedied with enough training. And while your overall chakra is also boosted, the seal accelerates its consumption rate. As a result, you're both tired and almost out of chakra." "You underestimate me," Kimimaro replied, not too happy. "Am I? Those last attacks you used look to have a hefty chakra cost. And that's not even counting all the chakra you spent fighting those three brats." Zabuza shook his head. "I'm not as arrogant as to think that you are my equal, even my superior, when it comes to raw power. But you have plenty of glaring weaknesses, and as the fool you are, you let me exploit them all with you none the wiser. That's why I told you no amount of borrowed power could match my skill, intelligence and experience. If you're so confident about your chances, why don't you try to beat me then?" Kimimaro asked. Zabuza smirked under his mask. "It will be a pleasure." In less than a second, Zabuza was in front of Kimimaro. The Auto Ninja tried to raise his makeshift weapon to defend himself, but was too slow, and Zabuza delivered a quick punch to the gut, and another kick to the face that sent him flying into the lake. Zabuza immediately followed him as he made several hand seals. Water release, water prison jutsu. Before he could realize what happened, Kimimaro found himself trapped in a sphere of water, deprived of oxygen. He banged the wall of the sphere trying to break free, but it was as hard as steel. "Your bones might be unbreakable, but I'm 100% sure you'll die if I keep you enough time from breathing," Zabuza stated, his words arriving distorted but still understandable to the trapped Kimimaro, who continued to furiously pound against the water sphere. "The average person can last around 4 to 5 minutes deprived of oxygen. But given your pointless attempts to break free, I'll give you 3 minutes tops. Anyway, just to be sure, I'll keep you here for 10 minutes, Zabuza shook his head in disappointment. "Such a waste of power and potential. If I only got my hands on you before that snake did, between you and Haku, I would have my work cut out for." Kimimaro didn't heed Zabuza's warning, and continued to bang his fists against the water prison. The horrifying realization of his impending demise dawned upon him. It's useless. He's right, I'm too tired, and have very little chakra." Kimimaro thought, before another realization renewed his strengths. "No. I can't die here. Not against this opponent. I'm Orochimaru-sama's strongest fighter. I can't deprive him of my service. I can't disappoint him." Kimimaro desperately thought. Kimimaro prepared for his last, desperate move. Zabuza started to notice that the water prison was becoming more and more unstable. "What the? The brat is gathering his chakra for one more attack," this is bad. Zabuza removed his arm, undoing the water prison, a second before Kimimaro unleashed his remaining power. A deafening cry rang across the land, scaring nearby animals into hiding, before Kimimaro exploded into a growing mass of shapeless bone spikes. Zabuza moved as fast as his body allowed in order to hide from the chaotic attack, and thankfully was fast enough to keep the distance until it ended. Idiot, that almost got me, Zabuza grumbled as he watched the sinking bone structure from the lake's shore. Anyway, better retrieve my sword and see that those brats don't get themselves killed. However, unbeknown to Zabuza, Kimimaro didn't die. As his bloodline limit also allowed to merge with the bones he created, he used it as a way to escape the swordsman. Exhausted and with almost no chakra, he had reverted to his original form. I won't fail Orochimaru-sama, he said as he climbed out of the water, gasping for air. I won't fail. Back to the forests of the Land of Sound, Hinata continued her disadvantaged fight against the three Auto Genin. Decapitating air waves. Zaku once again shot his twin streams of pressured air at the Hyuga heiress, who dodged them with graceful agility, all while she pulled a few shuriken and tossed them at the spiky-haired Genin. Dosu quickly intercepted the steel stars and swatted them away with his melody gauntlets. Meanwhile, Kin pulled a couple kunai and tried to attack Hinata from behind, but the brunette moved aside just in the nick of time, and delivered a painful palm strike to the black-haired girl's abdomen. The hell? How did she know I was behind her? Kin indignantly asked. She's in Hyuga. Her eye power allows her to see in every direction around her at the same time, Dosu explained. Ambushes won't work on her. I've seen you've done your homework, Hinata mentioned. Then we will attack her from different sides. Even if she can see our attacks coming, she won't be able to stop all of them, Zaku stated. Dosu and Kin nodded, and the three Genin spread out to surround Hinata as they prepared to attack. Hinata made several hand seals and covered her body in electricity. Resonating echo drill. Decapitating airwaves. Shadow clone Senbon Jutsu. Hinata started to spin as destructive sound waves, pressured air streams and multiple steel needles flied at her. Lightning release, heavenly thunderstorm. The blue-haired Hyuga turned into a tornado of lightning that not only repelled the three attacks aimed at her, but it blasted her three attackers with lightning discharges, pushing them backwards. When Hinata stopped spinning, there was a large crater around her. What was that? Dosu asked, incredulous, as he tried to stand back. Of the trio, he was the only one still conscious. That was my power. The power I developed after the first time we fought, with my hard work and determination, Hinata replied. You, Orochimaru-sama promised us power, but you, how can somebody become so strong so fast? Dosu stammered. Orochimaru can only promise you death, Hinata replied. Don't you see? I don't know what your history is or what events led you to serve him, but you don't matter to him, except as disposable pawns and guinea pigs. No, that can't be true. Dosu unsure replied as Hinata walked towards him. If it was true, I alone couldn't have defeated you, Hinata said, before delivering a chopping strike to the bandaged ninja's neck, knocking him out cold. At the same time Hinata fought the Sound Genin, Lee was fighting their master. Fire release, cursed flame destruction. Mizuki breathed a wave of blue fire at Lee, who managed to dodge it at a breaknecking speed. The green-clad Genin quickly reached hand-to-hand distance, and he engaged his former teacher in a rather short-lived martial arts duel, which ended up with Mizuki on the ground once again. That cursed seal give you a boost. But it's still not enough to defeat me, Lee stated. How? Why are you so strong? How can a kid that can't use ninjutsu be that powerful? Mizuki asked in disbelief. Easy. Hard work, was Lee's answer. Hard work? Do you expect me to believe you got that power on hard work alone? Do you think I'm stupid? Mizuki spitefully growled. Lee merely shrugged. It's not surprising that you find my claims unbelievable, given your eagerness to take shortcuts to power, such as that cursed seal, Lee pointed out. Most people tend to underestimate how long can you go if you work hard and push yourself to your limits on a regular basis. Lies. Nobody can become so strong by simply trying hard, Mizuki spat back as he charged at Lee. If it was that easy, every ninja would be as strong as Orochimaru-sama. Lee effortlessly dodged the charge and kicked him in the back. Who said it was easy? Lee retorted. From an outsider's perspective, it might look like it. But trust me, it's not. You have no idea what I had to do to become what I am today. How much I had to sweat, to bleed, to cry. But I don't regret any of that, because the payoff speaks for itself. Nonsense. People are either born strong or weak, and the latter can't change their status by themselves. Mizuki protested as he threw a punch. Especially if you're held back by others, like Konoha did with me. Oh, I see it now, Lee said in realization, as he easily blocked the punch. You were weak, but instead of trying to improve yourself with hard work, you shifted the blame to Konoha, and tried everything you could to gain power. Everything except tackling the actual problem. That's why you will never defeat me, no matter how much of a failure you think I am. Shut up. Once again, Mizuki lunged at Lee and tried to impale him with the sickles of his additional arms. Lee ducked in time and kicked Mizuki in the face while crouching, sending him up into the air. Gate of opening, open. Surrounded by a green aura, Lee shot upwards, catching the still flying Mizuki from behind, before both of them started to spin as Lee Pyle drove Mizuki into the ground. Front Lotus. Mizuki hit the ground headfirst with a loud crash, while Lee managed to jump out in the nick of time and land safely on his feet. While not lethal, the attack was strong enough to knock Mizuki out cold, who also reverted to his original form. Lee-kun? Hinata's voice asked. Lee turned around and saw Hinata walking towards him. Behind her, he could see the unconscious Sannin tied to a tree. Ah, Hinata-san, I see you defeated your opponents as well. Lee pointed out. And you were right, my flames of youth were more than enough to defeat our former teacher. I will never doubt your decisions ever again. Hinata smiled at him. It's okay to doubt sometimes, Lee. She then grew serious again. We should try to catch Naruto-kun. But we can't leave these people here unsupervised. I can see that you're eager to reunite and help Naruto-kun, Lee observed. Go then. I'll stay here and watch over the prisoners. Hinata smiled once more, nodded, and headed towards Orochimaru's lair. She hoped she could find it on her own. Hold on, Naruto-kun, I'll be with you shortly. Hinata thought. While Zabuza fought against Kimimaro and Hinata and Lee fought against Mizuki and the Sannin, Naruto, and Sasuke, the last two remaining members of the original rescue force, approached the entrance to Orochimaru's main base. Sasuke's hawk had told them that it was located between two large oaks. It even showed them the actual spot. But all that they could see were a bunch of large rocks, with some bushes growing between them. Both of them reached the conclusion that there was a powerful genjutsu covering the entrance. Sharingan. Sasuke's bloodline limit flared to life, and with his enhanced vision, the youngest Uchiha could see a distortion between the large oaks. He made a hand seal, and released a small pulse of chakra in every direction. The effect was instant, and the illusion was dispelled, revealing the entrance to Orochimaru's lair, a simple set of stone stairs that headed underground. There it is, Sasuke pointed out. Should I send a clone to check if there are traps? Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto made his most used hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A single clone popped into existence and went downstairs. After a few very tense minutes, the clone dispelled himself, sending his memories back to Naruto. No traps. It's safe to go down, Naruto informed Sasuke. The two of them followed the same path the clone had walked before. However, much to their horror, the moment they reached the end of the flight of stairs, large stone slabs raised from the other end of the stairs, blocking the entrance completely, darkening the instance. The hell? How did the clone didn't spring that trap? Naruto protested. It isn't obvious? They're watching us, Sasuke replied. They knew we sent a clone to scout, and when the realist entered, they activated the closing mechanism manually. Then there's no point in sending more clones to scout, Naruto concluded. Come on, let's see if we can find my siblings. I'm sure we can force our way out of this underground lair. With the invasion going on, there should barely be any ninja manning this hideout, so I don't think we'll find much of a resistance, Sasuke observed. He was confident that both his and Naruto's strength would be enough to face any potential foe there. How wrong he was. They traversed a long but narrow hallway with multiple doors leading to what appeared to be rooms. All the rooms were inspected in hopes of finding the missing children, but to no avail. They both deduced that Orochimaru's grunts lived there. However, besides a bed and a small, empty wardrobe, there was nothing, as if they were abandoned. After fruitlessly searching the last room, the two young Chunin exited the hallway, and entered a massive chamber illuminated by a multitude of torches. Massive stone statues of snakes oversaw the area. There were a few doors that lead into deeper parts of the hideout. Alright, this place is too big for just two people to search, so I better create an army of Naruto was about to suggest before being interrupted. So, you finally arrived, a voice said out of nowhere. Both Konoha ninja immediately tensed up and slipped into a combat stance. Congratulations you two. I'm sure the path wasn't easy, was it? Before any of them could have a chance to ask who was there, a spiraling vortex appeared in the middle of the chamber, and a masked man wearing the Akatsuki cloak came out of it. However, your trip ends here, the Akatsuki menacingly said. It took Naruto and Sasuke less than a second to know who that man was. They both knew that, according to official reports, Tsunade had fought against a hooded Akatsuki that wore an orange mask with a single eye hole on it. Said man claimed that he was after the Nine Tails, that he was responsible for the attack 13 years ago that resulted in many deaths, Minato and Kushina among them, and freely admitted manipulating the Uchiha clan into pulling the coup d'état, resulting in the deaths of most of Sasuke's family. His name was Tobi. Yes, this man was responsible for two of the greatest calamities that ever happened to Konoha, which resulted in the loss of some of their closest relatives, parents included. You, Sasuke roared as he dashed forward, unsheathing his katana. You're dead. Sasuke, wait, Naruto shouted as he followed him. Sasuke tried to stab Tobi, but the masked Akatsuki unsheathed his own sword as well and expertly deflected Sasuke's stab before kicking the Uchiha in the chest, knocking him on his back. Naruto suddenly appeared behind Tobi, ready to slash his back with his chakra blade, but Tobi swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the slash, before kicking the wide-open Naruto in the face. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he stood up. He rubbed his chin in pain. Sasuke, remember that this man can turn intangible. According to Mom, one of us should strike him while he's attacking the other. Sasuke didn't reply. He merely stood up, and shot Tobi a murderous glare. Tobi chuckled, visibly amused. Don't worry kids. You two are so below my level that I'm not going to resort to that. This made the already angry Sasuke to be consumed by rage. He quickly made several hand seals as he tightly gripped his katana with both hands. Lightning release, Thunderblade. Sasuke's blade crackled with electricity, and once again charged madly at Tobi. Tobi was ready to counter that attack when the youngest Uchiha vanished seconds before he could reach close-quarter combat. Predictable, Tobi stated as he quickly turned around and violently punched Sasuke in the face, sending him flying backwards, dropping his sword into the floor. Mass Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a few seconds, Tobi saw an army of green and orange-clad blondes all leaping at him, Rasengan in hand. Impressive, Tobi flatly admitted as he started to make hand seals. But insufficient. Would release, Great Spear Tree. The floor tiles broke apart as multiple sharp roots emerged from the ground and shoot in every direction, impaling and destroying most Naruto clones. He then started to walk through the vines and fighting the clones one by one until only the original remained. Naruto, however, rather than fight him, leapt above him and landed next to Sasuke, who just picked up his sword after getting back on his feet. He's too strong and skilled, Naruto observed. I'd say he's as powerful as any of our Jonin sensei. As much as I hate to admit it, I agree, Sasuke grumbled. We need to think of a strategy, and fast. How about if we stall the fight until the others arrive? Naruto suggested. We can't depend on others. We have to assume that we're alone on this, Sasuke countered. But we can't, Naruto protested, before being interrupted once again. I'll save you the trouble of trying to think a way to defeat me. I'm not going to fight you, Tobi declared, as he sheathed his weapon. I thought that it would be fun to toy with you first, but this is too easy. Now Naruto, be a good kid, and come with me. You must be crazy to think I'm going to surrender to Akatsuki, especially after what you've done. You give me back my siblings, Naruto shouted. Tobi let out a heavy sigh. I didn't want to use this on you, but you leave me no choice, he sourly said. Then, Tobi's mood suddenly shifted, and in a much happier tone, he added, Oh, who am I kidding, I was dying to use this. Koto Amatsukami. Naruto felt as if somebody smashed his head with a hammer from the inside, and stumbled back. Sasuke had to hold Naruto to make sure he didn't fall. Naruto, are you alright? The Uchiha asked. Yes, I think. Naruto groggily replied. Well, Naruto, are coming, or not? Tobi asked. Why yes, Naruto replied, unsure. Yes, I'm coming with you. He added, now sounding more determined. Sasuke watched in shock what was happening. What kind of jutsu did the masked man use on Naruto to make him so suggestible? He could wonder on that later. Now, he needed to stop the blonde from doing something unbelievably stupid. Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Sasuke shouted as he grabbed Naruto's arm. Don't you see? I'm going with Tobi-sama. Naruto answered as he swiped Sasuke's hand. Akatsuki needs the 9 tails in order to make this place a better world, and thus it is my duty to hand it to them. What? Sasuke asked, his shock growing with each second. Don't you see? That Akatsuki poisoned your mind. Do you hear what you're saying? I am. And all what Tobi-sama did was opening my eyes. This world is a mess, Sasuke, and Akatsuki have the way to change it for the better. Now please, let me go, Naruto calmly pleaded. What about your siblings? Did you forget about them already? Sasuke indignantly asked. The mention of Hagane and Kaida seemed to bring some lucidity back to the blonde, but it was brief. They will be fine. I know they won't suffer any harm here, Naruto said with a shrug as he continued walking towards Tobi. Sasuke, however, grabbed Naruto by the arm once again. If you can't be reasoned with, then I'll knock you out and drag you back to the village unconscious. Like hell I'm going to let you leave with that man. I already told you to take your hands off of me, you idiot. Naruto lashed out as he tried to punch Sasuke. Enough, Tobi calmly, but firmly, stated as he walked forward. Sasuke, why don't you come with us? You have a lot of potential. Akatsuki could use somebody as strong as you, and under our guidance, you could become a powerful ninja. Join you? After what you did to my clan? Sasuke roared, heaving with anger. Yes. Don't you see, Sasuke? This world is nothing but chaos and suffering. All Akatsuki wants is to create a world of order. A world where nobody will lose a loved one in nonsensical wars and power plays. A world where the friends you have today won't be enemies you will fight tomorrow. A world of peace and justice. Naruto can see that. Why can't you? Maybe because unlike Naruto, I'm not under mind control, Sasuke spat back. Mind control. As soon as those 2 words let out his lips, Sasuke's brain started to make the connection. Shisui was able to mind control people. Shisui lost one of his eyes the day before the insurrection. Shisui claimed Danzo did it, but the eye never appeared. Tobi was in Konoha the day of the insurrection. In that case, let me show you how hopeless this world is. Tobi looked at Naruto. Naruto, kill him. As you wish, Naruto flatly replied, grabbing a handful of kunai and tossing them at Sasuke. Maybe watching you two fight will be a better entertainment than fighting you myself, Tobi stated to no one in particular, before jumping into one of the statue's head in order to get a better view of the fight. The Uchiha barely had time to deflect the incoming blades as he jumped back in order to put some distance. Alright, it seems I'll have to knock you unconscious then, Sasuke thought, as his hands flied through hand seals. Though I have to try to break the mind control. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a huge fireball at Naruto, who pulled out a kunai with a blue paper seal and tossed it. Kunai and fireball met midway, and the seal attached to the kunai burst in a watery explosion, putting the Uchiha's attack out, creating a wall of steam. Coming from the steam, Naruto dashed at Sasuke, his trusty chakra blade in hand, ready to cut his former friend open. Sasuke was quick to raise his own katana, and after infusing it with his own chakra, used it to block the attack. Before Naruto had any time to react, Sasuke delivered a painful kick to Naruto's gut, which pushed him a couple meters backwards. Sasuke, Naruto spoke, looking at him with pleading eyes. It doesn't have to be like this. Sasuke's eyes flared with anger. Shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. The Uchiha angrily protested. I do. I admit that I used to be quite dense back then, but now I know the truth. Now I see everything the way it is, and I know the way to fix it. If you only let me, Naruto continued. Let you? Let you? Sasuke roared. To let you help the man responsible for the death of my clan? That's why you need to help me, Sasuke. To make sure that such a tragedy won't happen again. Naruto protested. I can't be Hokage and let something like that happen again. You won't be Hokage if you follow your actual path. Only death awaits you, Sasuke grimly reminded him. Perhaps. But a Hokage should be willing to die for the greater good, Naruto adopted a fighting stance. But my death won't come today, Sasuke, nor it will come by your hand. We'll see about that, Sasuke replied as he adopted a fighting stance as well. We already fought once, I proved to be stronger than you. Even that jutsu with 2 elements wasn't enough to defeat me. You have no chance of winning against me, Naruto stated, hoping that maybe he could make Sasuke to stand down, but deep down he knew the Uchiha was as stubborn as himself. Things change. That jutsu was incomplete, and it's not the case anymore. And this isn't a mere fight for a promotion. There's too much at stake for me to hold back, even if it ends in your death, Sasuke replied. Naruto chuckled. So, you are willing to kill me? It is true what they say about you, Uchiha. You'd kill your friends without remorse. Do not dare to insult my clan, Sasuke roared as he charged against Naruto. Naruto smirked, as he prepared for Sasuke's onslaught. Even if the situation was dire, he was going to enjoy the fight. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.